how do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What are the rest of the people? How do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. You know, what's the end goal? The end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society. They want a one-world government controlled by them. Everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. You know what time it is. It's Friday. What else would you possibly even consider doing a Friday evening in the Soviet Union at 7:30 p.m. apart from watch the one and only Rise Above with me, Double LMC, and my left-hand man,
Mr. Andy PG, good evening, Rise Abovians.
Big up Oma Beats in the background.
Yo. We got Magix here in the studio as well tonight.
Let's say hello. Let's say hello to Magix.
Evening, people.
Welcome, welcome, everyone.
He's sitting there with Mr. T.
Multicam business. It's Rise Above. It's Friday night. How is everybody doing in the Crater Realm? How's everybody doing in the Soviet Union? Holy shit! It's been another crazy week.
69 viewers, 72 viewers. Here we go, guys. So it's banging in the chat. They've been chatting for some time.
Before we get going, let's share the stream. Let's get loads of people tuned in tonight because it's going to be an absolute whopper. We've obviously got Inner Guardians joining us as well, Spoken Word Nerd. We've got two special guests tonight. We've got a new correspondent from Portugal, and we've also got a special guest later on that hasn't been announced yet that's going to be talking about UFOs, aliens, the Anunnaki, and all those kind of topics.
All the good stuff.
All the good stuff. So what's new in the week of all the Aborigine initiates? What's going on for all you lot adepts? How has your week been?
Well, there's plenty going on my end here. I'm a busy man at the moment, but there's plenty to report on as well, as we're going to get into in the show.
Before we go anywhere, we need to seriously say thank you to Magix for these awesome graphics. You see the graphics, absolutely killer, mate. Proper. Okay, so we've got so much to get through. Let's instantly start sharing the screen, right? And I'll just get rid of my little task manager because we need to keep an eye on the CPU. We want to make sure we never overload the stream ever again. Right, welcome everyone. It's Rise Above. So let's get down to business. What do we do on a Friday night? We have a little slideshow. So this week, coming up later, we are going to be chatting about UFOs and the paranormal. It's one of those topics which we probably should have already talked about. We've hardly actually even delved into this at all.
Now, this is a great topic.
Yeah, but let's not
everyone likes this topic.
Everyone loves this topic. So we'll get into that a little bit later. So here's some amazing pictures taken by Magix from the show last week. Believe it or not, right, when you're in the Rise Above studio and things are popping off, this is what we actually see. This is what the view from our eyes directly in the Rise Above studio that set. These are the sort of auras of energy and pulsating auras coming off the crucible.
Straight off of Oma Beats.
Straight off off Oma Beats' crucible. Yeah, more amazing pictures here from Magix. I'm busting the mic there a little bit, or at least attempting to. Wicked stuff there, Madge.
Big up, man.
Thank you very much.
They're looking nice, isn't it?
Right, so guess who's back? Guess who's back in town? We have got the rabbit. The rabbit is back. This is the final box of the rabbit t-shirts. They landed yesterday. We have them in red, which is a new colour, the new grey, khaki. There's 1 or 2 blacks in there as well. I won't do them ever again. If you don't own, you know what time it is, White Rabbit. You don't own it in this box, you'll never own it. I'm not doing them ever again. This is the final box. There's 30 of them in the bookcase over there. You can get hold of them on the riseabove.news in the merch store, or you can email me. I'd rather you buy them off the website. They're £30 each plus posting and packing, and all of the profits go towards this studio which we've built. Well, goes towards
it's an ongoing
to repay me and Homer Beats anyway. Right. I've also got some original Rise Above t-shirts still available at £20. And the new thing, we've got the flag. Protest season, yeah?
I've personally purchased a flag.
Yeah, you have. You certainly
Got
have.
that. Gonna,
you haven't paid me for it yet.
No, don't worry about that. The flag's going to be flown from my vehicle when I'm driving around
Your
town.
vehicle.
My vehicle.
Your vehicle.
Yeah.
Yeah, wicked. Yeah, they are. How big are they? 110 centimetres long.
Mate, they're decent size.
60 tall. They have loops at either end, so you can put 2 banners in. You can strap it across a wall. You tape the top up, put your pole in, away you go. Represent. And guess what? You can read people in real time. The QR code takes you directly to riseabove.news.
Red pill people.
Well, if you turn the camera around, Lance, you'll be able to show them right above your desktop.
Turning that camera around there.
Or even Magic's camera.
Magix, can you turn your camera and show people the banner up
Could you also
there?
turn my headphones up as well, please?
I certainly will, mate. 1 sec. Let me just
Yeah, there we go. Look, above the studio monitors there, we've got the Rise Above flag.
So we've used that as a sound baffle for behind the monitor.
So that's how big it is.
Huge QR code on it.
Yeah, and everyone says, "What's the QR code? That looks like track and trace." Well, yeah, we will use their technology against them. If you scan that QR code, it basically takes you to an Aladdin's cave of red pill Armageddon material, which is riseabove.news. I fully recommend it. So yeah, they're 30 quid. I've only got 2 left. So if you want to get them for the protest, get on the website. We accept PayPal. Stickers are for sale, and they come for free with t-shirts and anything else. I'll give you the stickers. If you want a bundle, send me a £5 on PayPal, and we'll send some out. The next level t-shirts, they are coming. Next ones is Digital Sun. These are the next design after the whole rabbit. We're going to put that on the back burner for a bit, because if you have too much rabbit on the table, it can get a little bit tiresome.
Bit rich.
Yeah, a little bit rich. It's a bit gamey. You've got to have a bit of variety. Variety is the spice of life, after all.
Gosh.
Okay, right. I came across this because it made me think about Master Lee. Right. This is what Elon Musk's favourite job interview question is, apparently. Fucking horizontalist, mate. Listen. You're standing on the surface of the Earth. You walk 1 mile south, 1 mile west, and 1 mile north, and you end up exactly where you started. Where are you? I don't know what the answer to this question is, and I frankly don't care. Here's the answer to this question.
There is no left or right, only the horizontal line.
Fucking horizontalist, mate.
Inner Guardians 2021.
Bunch of surface-dwelling horizontalist peasants.
Well, there you have it.
Sorry, I'm trying to adjust my chair. It's these Buck Rogers chairs, Andy PG. You carry on.
So, yeah, basically, this is something Master Lee's shared this week, and I think it's very apt with some of the characters we're seeing predominantly in the mainstream media and front face of politics at the moment.
Well,
horizontalists.
After some of the stuff that we were dropping, let me sort that round. We were dropping last week. No, we do. It's better like that. There you go. That's it.
There we go.
After some of the stuff we were dropping last week, when we're supposed to be talking about the climate crisis, we're actually talking about like what is our climate, what is the map, what is the terrain. Master Lee was dropping bombs.
Yeah.
I
Again,
even
like
had
you said,
I had to call. I had to say like this. That's whole rabbit. I said that is the whole rabbit. Master Lee's just dropped the whole rabbit.
the chat went quiet.
Yeah. Oh yeah, big up everyone in the chat room.
Chat
Hang
went
tight,
quiet.
Realist, Sanja, Caroline, Michael, everyone in the chat room. We see how much everyone puts the comments up. There's this one period last week of 5-10 minutes, no comments whatsoever. Right, okay, we're lagging, we're behind schedule. Did anyone notice strange energies this week? Anyone notice?
Super blood moon.
It was actually a super flower blood moon with a full eclipse. Although I don't think we saw the eclipse here. In fact, I know we didn't see it. No one in this part of the world saw it. This is a very powerful super blood moon, super flower blood moon. And it was like Wednesday night, Thursday morning. And let's face it, it's been quite a loaded week in the old Soviet Union news cycle. So just keep this one in mind, because we like to talk about how the dark occultists harness things like this. Okay, we actually got to that part of the show. Oh no, we're a little bit ahead of ourselves. We'll come back to that one. Okay. Should we have some tunes?
Yeah, let's get him a beat.
Because we sort of jumped in because I didn't know if he was ready. But this is he's always ready. This is Rise Above. It's Friday night, so we have got a correspondent coming up in 15 minutes who is going to be chatting to us about some of the things that we talked about last week. It's actually going to be sort of a follow-up from the climate crisis, and calling in from Portugal in about 10-15 minutes. But right about now, Oma Beats. It's Friday night. We've gone straight in with the info. Let's kick back. Let's have some beats. Run it.
Follow Zoop and a Zoop for the tune maker. MC separate the truth from a true faker. The new flavor represent the UK, brah. Every time they moving on, say they're moving up. Follow Zoop and a Zoop for the tune maker. MC separate the truth from a true faker. New flavor represent the UK, brah. Every time they moving on, say they're moving up. Follow Zoop and a Zoop for the tune maker. MC separate the truth from a true faker. The new flavor represent the UK, brah. Every time they moving on, say they're moving up. Follow Zoop and a Zoop for the tune maker. MC separate the truth from a true faker. New flavor represent the UK, brah. Every time they moving on, say they're moving up. For the tune maker, MC separate the truth from a true faker. The new flavor represent the UK, bro. Every time they moving on, say they're moving up. Follow Zoop and a Zoop for the tune maker. MC separate the truth from a true faker. New flavor represent the UK, bro. Every time they moving on, say they're moving up.
Like a boss. Like a boss, sonny, not unlike Hugo. Looking like you ain't got a clue though. If he dies, me ride, it's on you, bro. Ain't playing around, this game ain't sumo. Trust in us, we the real dudes. And don't sugarcoat what the pill do. Penthouse top floor with the ill view. What you don't know, cause he might kill you. Now what it costs, the big money in a Bangkok. Shock you, I'm looking like Blanca. Money talks, son, we don't banter. I said money talks, we don't banter. Off that, what they channeling. Flatline, know that they panicking. Stone face, cold like a mannequin. Beats like a bomb, better bring more paneling.
Right about now, Sound of Oma Beats. It's Friday, people. Kick back.
Wow, yes. This is the product of baby book. Nelly.
Why are your eyes like that? Why are your eyes like that?
Jumpy, jumpy, Homer. Big up Larry Gallus. Big up Larry Gallus.
Grab you, smack you, I don't got an attitude. Grab you, slash you, this is how I battle crew. Straight to the center, caution do not enter. I be eating rappers, I ain't even meant to. Grab you, smack you, I don't got an attitude. You, slash you, this is how I battle crew. Straight to the center, caution do not enter. I be eating rap.
I ain't even meant to.
Grab you, smack you, I don't got an attitude. Grab you, slash you, this is how I crew. Straight to the center, caution do not enter. I be eating rappers, I ain't even meant to. Grab you, smack you, I don't got an attitude. Grab you, slash you, this is how I battle crew. Straight to the center, caution do not enter. I be eating rappers,
I ain't even meant to. Grab you, smack you, I don't got an attitude.
Fucking hell, we got some gremlins tonight, haven't we, Omar?
Let's go underwater with sharks and fish past Atlantis. Way deep in the abyss, watch the pressure build. Magnetic field shifts, hold on to yourself, let the world take you in as we dive. Into the night. Bacteria. Bacteria. Bioluminescence life. Luminescence. By the carbon.
Big up Il Cerebrum on the vocals in this track. Bang to rights. Samadhi, check him out. Got some heavy hip hop. They mimicking the image, though they know the score. 20,000 leagues still swimming, rolling force. Underwater storms rushing, filled up in your waterboarded, pulled by the current.
Whoa. Yeah. That's the sound of Omar Beats. It's so badass. It's so dirty. It almost breaks our whole new studio. Jesus Christ, Omar Beats. What you do to them?
Banging tunes.
Mate, that was quite spectacular. Just play out some nice little...
So I'd like to take this opportunity to say good evening to Mrs. Inner Guardians.
Yes,
she's here in the chat, just arrived.
And I'd like to say hello to Mrs. right above in the other room watching. She's not being the producer tonight because she's planning her own podcast, which she's going to start doing on... We've got a call in. Let's put that
Excellent. Up. Big up Millie Cole as well.
1 2 1 2.
Bite size, Millie Bite size.
Call me again, Steve. Sorry. Okay. Let's big up Millie Bite Size. Big up Milsky Van Helsing. Let me just get back to this screen share, and we just get rid of this. So, up next, we're actually going to say hello to our new correspondent.
Are you number 4?
Sorry, mate. I turned off this. There's so many things going on here. The Queefmaster Pro, the tablet. I'm just trying to control all of it. Yeah, I'll turn you back up. There you go. Magix, Omar. Can everyone hear you? Can you hear everyone?
I have no volume in my headphones.
You got no volume in your headphones?
Keep talking.
Mate. Yeah, your headphones are plugged in, mate.
Yeah.
We can hear you. Right, yeah, so Steve, called us on Skype because we have a new correspondent for Rise Above. Mr. Sinistar, part of the Bang to Rights crew. That was Bang to Rights you just played, wasn't it, Andy?
It was, yeah.
Yeah. So he has been living in mainland Europe for, like 10 years now. Moved over there with his sound system. Here he is. Welcome. Can you... I can't hear anything. Can you hear us? Sinstar? No. It worked earlier on. Try again, mate. Try and call us again. So he's going to be calling from Portugal and he's trying to call right now, funnily enough. It worked just before the show. And he's going to be talking about his experiences with forest fires, a couple of ecological issues, Call us again, Sinstar.
So this is going to be like a little follow-up.
It's actually a follow-up from last week, because
Yeah.
last week we were talking about climate crisis.
Here we go. Let's see if we can get back on the line.
Right. Hello. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Sinister, are you there, mate? Sinister.
Sinistar? Why is it doing that? That's highly annoying. Do you know what? I'm just going to try something. Keep talking, Andy.
So yeah, basically, we're going to be having a little chat about
Decent comment.
the wildfires, and basically like a little follow-up from last week's climate change show. As we've got, we always like to take advantage of boots on the ground here. Like we'll be obviously talking again about our correspondent in India, First Mate Pete. We've got some news about him. We'll be getting into that later. So we'll just have to do a few comments here while Lance is sorting out the tech issues with our correspondent over in Portugal. So who have we got here? We've got internet connection. So yeah, big up.
Can you hear me?
Here we go.
We can hear you, mate. We can hear you. How you doing?
Oh, thank fuck for that.
Oh,
I'm
yes.
having a ball ache with the video, so...
Oh, right. Don't worry about the
Can you
video,
see me
mate. Yes, I can see you. Hello. Oh, that's a bit weird. Yeah, you can see the studio, so you can't see Sinstar because we've just got him here on Skype. So tell us exactly where you are, Sinstar, in Portugal.
Me, I'm right near Nazaré. I'm right near where the world's biggest waves are. I'm about 10k up from there. I'm in Praia de Victoria, which is a little surf beach just up from Nazaré.
Awesome.
So I'm there at the moment, man. As you can see in the background, probably, I don't know.
The viewers can't see it, but I can see out your window. It does look kind of beautiful, mate. Yeah, awesome. So you saw, we've known each other a long time, which is a whole different story. We'll talk about that another time. But you saw the show last week about climate crisis, right?
Yeah, that's right, mate. I did, yeah. Something that I've been involved with in the last decade in Portugal with protests and various other subjects, permaculture and et cetera, and been quite heavily involved in a lot of protests over this way. But mainly I wanted to talk about forest fires tonight, really.
Awesome. Because I touched a bit on that with the California wildfires, didn't I, last week?
Yeah, but I mean, if we're going to touch on climate change and we're going to touch on forest fires, then we're going to have to look at it on a global scale, because with California, it's on the same line as Portugal and as Greece, Italy, and southern France, etc. So we're quite prone to, because of the climate at the moment and the climate change, we're quite prone to high winds, soil deprivation, and these all contribute to what I'm going to explain tonight, which is what you'll see in the slideshow, which is 2017, which was a really, really, really bad year here in Portugal for fires. But there's another element to these fires that I'll explain as I go in more depth into the forest fire situation in Portugal, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. I've just got the first slide up now, which is the little montage of all the different fires. And these are all Portuguese shots on Portuguese forest fires, right?
Yeah, these are all the same. It's Coimbra. There's Coimbra. There's Leira, which is right near me. I mean, the bit you're seeing, Lance, in the back of me here, was all in fire like 4 years ago. All the part at the back of me. So forest fires averagely take 3 to 4, 5 years to regrowth and recover. So what you're seeing behind me is pretty much starting to recover now. So what you're seeing here is a montage of Coimbra. That was a really, really rough fire, fanned by Orfeuria, the hurricane which swept through. Now the problem is in Portugal with the forest fires and the wildfires is there's a lot of corruption involved. The wood can be resold afterwards, so it doesn't really matter what gets burned. And I'll touch on that in a bit, man. I mean, as you can see in one of the pictures, you've got the Spanish planes extinguishing Portuguese fires. And this is a heavy contract between the Portuguese government and the Spanish government, which is paying them millions.
So you're saying there's like an industry, like a fire industry?
There's a documentary that's well documented on called Cartel de Fogo, which is in Portuguese. Basically, it's a cartel. It's a mafia of fire. People are being paid to set fires. There was documentation of helicopters setting incendiary devices in the fires and firing, and video documentation on the Cartel de Fogo's documentary itself of incendiary devices being fired from helicopters, private helicopters. As you can imagine, if the fires don't happen in Portugal, the Spanish plane companies that put out the fires don't get paid.
Yeah, and that's people's jobs. That's big million euro contracts. You're saying, yeah?
Yeah, it's millions and millions. I mean, the Cartel de Fogo documentary goes right into this. I'm not going to touch on that subject. It's ridiculous, the amount of money that gets paid. The thing that's fucking ridiculous, Lance, is the helicopters that are used, the Portuguese already have. And the planes that they use, they already have. They just need adapting. But because of these contracts that went through the governments, that went all a little bit of money for everybody else, only one fire in all that montage, which was Pedro de Grande, was the only fire that started through climate change, as I can see it. Dried bush, drought from March 2017 right through till June. The only fire that was started by a lightning strike was Pedro de Grande, and that one killed 62 people. And later on, I'll show you
that's a pretty significant fire. That's 62 people. That's quite a lot.
Yeah, it was. They got trapped in between a road between two forests. So basically, it swept through. And this is where a lot of car melting photos I've got come from tonight as well.
Shall I move on to that one?
Yeah,
all right.
So
here are the Spanish planes you were talking about, which have been contracted in for this annual purge of the forest fires in Portugal, which you're saying is basically like It's basically like a racket, a fire racket.
It's a mafia. It's a mafia. It's a well-known mafia. So these are all Spanish planes, and I don't know if the helicopter. I can't see the helicopter on my screen, but these are all drafted in. This costs millions. And what they also do, is they take the water from the Portuguese rivers and lakes. So it's not like they're drafted in and they're paying. They're paying. They take the actual natural water from the lakes, and they scoop in and they suck this up and then put it out with the fires. So it virtually costs them just the gas.
Does that have a knock-on effect to the wildlife there? Then, if they're taking litres and litres from these lakes and other places, does that affect the wildlife?
Well, it affects everything, Andy. It affects the people that live nearby. It affects farming. It affects the wildlife. Yeah, sure. You're talking fucking every time they come down and scoop up. It's thousands and thousands of litres of water each time. And because of the hurricane in 2017 and the dry climate from March till June till October was bone dry. Absolutely bone dry.
Wow. Right. I'm going to move on to the next slide. This shows the devastation after the forest fires. Now, we're going to...
I don't feel the viewers can see the slide. Why don't you just enlarge that last?
Sorry, let me do that. Let me do that big. Let's do full screen there. So compare this to the pictures which I was showing last week of the supposed forest fires in California and how selective they were. And remember I was showing the melted cars? Well, here we clearly have melted cars as well. But there's a difference here. This looks like proper overall devastation.
Well,
this doesn't look selective.
Well, it's not. There's no selection here, mate. Once it goes on its path, it goes on its path, and anything that gets in its way gets melted. The problem with this wildfire is it was burning over at 2,000 Fahrenheit.
That's what I mean. So, if we're told the narrative about the Californian wildfires, this is what we would expect to see over there, and we don't.
Oh, the pictures you put up last week is what really inspired me to have come on and have a little look at this week, because we deal with fires here every fucking year, and it's a worry from now till October till November.
So it's like it's a seasonal thing. It's like fire season.
Basically, yeah. We get really dry here, man. It's like drought. It's drought. It's the same as California. It's just desert land, dry soil deprivation from the wind, because the wind's quite strong here, because we're right on the Atlantic. Basically, fire doesn't take a particular path. It doesn't follow any bounds or any laws. It's a law in itself.
So what you're saying here is, to summarise, is that basically you have an issue, because this is on the same latitude as California. So you have an issue with dry bush and. Sorry,
Come on, guys.
I couldn't help it, right?
But let's keep it together.
But what you're saying is here that this is only partially due to climate change, and actually more than partially due to a racket, arson, like a fire industry that has to be kept going.
Well, they don't lose anything. This is what my point is, Lance. They don't lose anything from burning this bush, because if you understand anything about the timber industry, as long as that here we go again. As long as that bush is moist, it's got a certain bit of moisture to it in that tree. It can still be turned into plywood and timber products.
Right. So what you're saying is, even a torched forest can still be sort of swept up by a timber company and
salvaged.
Exactly.
Well, they actually use it for OSB boarding, don't they? Like, the OSB boards. That comes from like the chippings of the.
Wouldn't it be funny if you found out that the timber mills had a contract with the forestry clearing company? So obviously, if you own this bit of forest, or if it's a national park or whatever, that's not normal timber wood. But I tell you what, if you torch it all, and then the clearance company that comes in has a contract with the timber company, that would be a good way to get a load of free wood, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but let's just understand something about Europe at the moment, right? Let's go back a little bit further than that, and let's understand. But most of it's humanly caused in Portugal, because they've stripped out all the dominant species, and they've installed monoculture. This again goes back to large scale farming on trees.
Big Pharma Gates, Monsanto.
And fire-prone pines. So all this stuff is for high profitability. So all this timber grows very fucking quickly. The eucalyptus sucks all the soil out in the moisture out of the soil in monoculture style, which is what happens in Portugal, Italy, Croatia. It's like this eucalyptus breed in permaculture. It causes. It's a good tree on its own because it sucks up a lot of water. But when it's done in monoculture, it is a fucking problem that you can't get rid of. And that's the problem that Portugal has.
And let's not think for a second, the people with the algorithms, the people that are sort of pushing the agenda of this monoculture sort of idea, they know that it's going to do that to the land.
Guys,
they've already done the projections. They know what they're doing.
Guys, can I just stop you here? I'm really sorry. Since that, mate, we've got a great comment here from Sean Green. So he says, last week, DEWs, direct energy weapons. I wanted to mention about the lead paint campaign. They abolished the use of lead paint so that their microwave weaponry could penetrate buildings with lead paint in it. It rejects the microwave.
Everything used to be painted with lead paint.
Interesting. And it makes complete sense.
Lead's also very poisonous.
Of course.
Lead paint was dangerous for you. My granddad was a painter and run his own company, and was the first guy in the UK to actually have a spray paint company in the 60s. Lead paint was banned for a reason. It can, but you could cover your house in fucking tin foil or the stuff
Master Lee did that. Master Lee actually insulated his van with a whole tin foil insulator. I'm
not being funny, Lance, but like that's what we do when we insulate a van anyway, because we use that insulation that we used to use in grow rooms to do exactly that job to keep us warm.
When you're growing your free-range tomatoes, yeah?
Yeah, exactly that, mate.
Exactly, yeah.
Exactly that. You know, like that sort of material is what we use in the traveller industry, in the vans, to insulate between the layer of metal and when we want to put wood in our vans.
And also when you're doing roofing as well.
And also, if you want to stop Phil Mitchell's evil voices getting to you. Do you remember Jamie and EastEnders for the original Simple Hat? He's coming to me through the TV. Phil's trying to get me. He actually had a tinfoil hat. I swear that's where it comes from. I'm sure that's where it comes from. Someone correct me. That's where tinfoil hat comes from. Yeah, EastEnders.
I thought it was Roswell.
Fucking right it was, yeah.
Maybe EastEnders copied it from Roswell, but for me, the whole tinfoil hat thing comes from Jamie on EastEnders because he thought Phil Mitchell was trying to get him through the TV.
Exactly, mate.
Is that a thing? Is that a
Yeah,
thing?
of course it's the thing. I just called it.
Guy was well ahead of
Sorry,
his time.
sorry, Sinister. Sorry. Yeah, mate, well ahead of our time. Go on, we've been doing this since day. Come on. Gosh.
Let's move on.
Yeah,
to the next
right.
one.
Let's move on. Sorry, we're recapitulating. Okay, so wow. Yeah, that's
So we're now looking at the map of what's that? Is that Portugal in the bottom right hand corner? Yeah, I take it. With all the fires
that's
there?
the coast, and that's the thermal imaging satellite
I'm
imaging.
not seeing any map yet. That's that. Look, basically, where Figueira de Foz is, that whole section down there along the coast is pretty much that little green spot in that whole red and yellow on the left-hand side, right next to the Atlantic. That's where I am.
Oh, right
That's
here.
lovely.
Okay, got ya.
That's where I
Mate,
am
that looks
now.
like the coast of California, the wildfire maps. It's just like they're just carving big sections of land of fire along the coast. It's very similar.
I mean, this whole section that you're looking at is like the fruit bowl of Portugal. This whole region, Leiria, Alcobaça. There's every type of fruit that grows here. There's mountains here. It's
Just like
very hard
California.
to get into this region. So
Super fertile land, basically.
Yeah. So here we've got like that's Leiria. That's where I am now. That first left-hand top right, that left-hand picture was the fucking state of the fires. It was huge.
Wow.
Bottom left is Mercedes' house in Monchique. That was burnt out. And
Can I just say
there's
something, right? In California, there weren't any houses left looking
No,
like
there
that,
was
were there?
literally nothing left.
Yeah,
but
that's
you
what a
gotta
burnt out
remember
house
in
looks
Portugal,
like.
they build out of stone, solid stone, and stone doesn't really it decreases, but everything else burns inside it. So
That's a good point. Yeah, the Americans built their houses out of like MDF and plywood and cardboard and shit like that.
exactly, yeah, and they do that in tornado regions as well. The fucking thick cunts. If you look,
Right.
if you look at the Monchique picture of that house there on the left-hand bottom corner, if you notice,
I'll move on to the next slide now.
You're going to move on, are you?
No,
Okay,
I had, but we looked. The building. There's one wall left, but the rest of the building's pretty much burnt out, gone.
Yeah, there's a van there as well that didn't actually get burnt out at all. It was still intact, completely intact.
Either way, it
If you
looks
look-
a lot more natural than what happened in California. That's for fucking sure.
That's a fire. That's how fires react. That's why I'm coming back to that point. It didn't look natural at all. It didn't look natural.
Yeah,
And
those
then
photos
there's
from last week look bogus, mate. I don't know if they were even real, but they certainly didn't look natural.
No, but like there's no. I've never seen a fire react like that before. That only just burns out the house. There, I didn't see any scorch marks or anything on any of the photos. I didn't see any real. Which makes me think for photo manipulation to some point to make illustrate a point, but like who knows? We keep an open mind about everything. So
Yeah. Now we've got some science on this next slide, and this is courtesy of Magix. As you can see, we've got the special Magix text there. That's a wicked font to use. Right, so it says here now because I showed a lot of burnt, melting cars. I showed alloy wheels like running down the road like Terminator 2, right? So it says here. An average surface fire on the forest floor might have flames reaching 1 meter in height, and they can reach temperatures of 800 degrees centigrade, 1472 Fahrenheit or more. Under extreme conditions, a fire can give off 10,000 kilowatts or more per meter of fire front. Boom!
10,000.
How do you measure a fire in kilowatts? That's impressive. Forging and shaping is typically done at temperatures from 1400 Fahrenheit to 2000 Fahrenheit, and forge welding is done at temperatures above 2000 Fahrenheit. My dad is a welder by trade, so I know a little bit about welding. So what are we saying here? Steel is undoubtedly the most common material used in car manufacturers, aluminium as well, another common metal.
Yeah, old days was iron. If you get anything that's really old, it would be mainly iron, like old trucks and stuff. But nowadays everything's aluminium. So when you see a car melting, you're seeing a lot of engine and parts of engines melting. You're seeing the wheels melting. You're seeing parts of the exhaust melting. These trickles that run down the road, that's just literally aluminium because it melts at something like 600 degrees.
Okay.
So if something melts at that lower temperature, it's going to make a river. It's going to make puddles.
Can I just say, this is basically debunking the idea that you would need to have a directed energy or a force or a microwave weapon to melt a car in that fashion. What we're saying here is this is the basic.
Because don't forget that
not hot enough. Yeah?
Not the whole vehicle's melted, is it? Like since I've said,
No,
it's just
steel,
parts
if
of
you
the
look
vehicle.
at there's a chart, right? If you look at steel melts at something like 2,772 Fahrenheit.
Sure.
So
yeah,
it
that's the
doesn't
chart
melt.
there. Yeah.
So that's why there's only parts of the car melted, and like you said, there's little trickles of almost like little streams or little rivers running off from seemingly out of the bottom of the car, or like you said, from the wheels, which will obviously aluminium.
Aluminium, yeah, and if you look inside a car and to make them lighter nowadays, you'd have an aluminium block that goes on your cam. You've got lots of bits and parts that are all
everything,
aluminium.
all little engine parts, little spares, which maybe once were made of steel. In these days, a replacement is now made of aluminium.
I'm going to make one observation, right? These photos, they have some similarities to California, but here's one difference. In these photos, nothing is green. In the California photos, you'll see a melting car that looks just like that. And within a stone's throw, literally a stone's throw, you could swing a cat and you could hit a green shrub. A sapling.
This is my point. This is my point about wildfires. Wildfires aren't that selective. They just rampage. They take everything in their fucking path.
Well, and also, how would it spread? I mean, if you look at the California ones, it's going to spread up the tarmac. I understand it'll go under the roots, but then it's going to take the trees out. So that's the question.
Yeah, the thing is, with
the
California wildfires, there's complete houses burnt, like complete whole neighbourhoods burnt, but shrubs alive in between the burnt houses. And I know that a lot of these places are wooden log cabins or whatever, but there wouldn't be a little shrub left.
Doesn't react like that, mate. Even if you burn wet wood, it burns after a while.
Yeah, it burns, because wet stuff dries out.
Yeah, exactly. And then the sap gets hot, and it depends on the type of wood, because some wood's got oils in them. So once the oils get hot, then they fucking burn, man, for fucking hours, Days.
Next slide, Lance, mate.
Next slide.
Next slide, mate.
What's wrong? What was your last slave
just
die
saying,
of?
you look like you were going to chime in on that. I thought we were going to get
Sorry.
next.
Right, Fire
Fire
Devils.
Devils.
Okay, and we've got an accompanying video for this image, haven't we?
So let's have the photo first.
Yeah, photo first. That's up on the screen.
Is it? I can't see it. All right, okay.
Yeah.
There is a slight delay.
You haven't got the VIP view, that's why.
That's it. Oi. But from first glance, right? If I just showed you that, right, what would you think it was?
Sorry, Magic.
Lance?
I would say that looks like it looks like lightning. Or
lightning.
First of all, it looks like this is also a volcano. It looks like upside down lightning coming from a volcano that's not blue, it's red. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it could be whatever we wanted it to be, couldn't it? Really, if we told anyone what we wanted it to be, then that's like pretty much photo manipulation. We could take that image and put it whatever we wanted to. But let's roll the video, because this is a really rare phenomenon.
Before you roll the video, right? If that the strike of lightning as such, we call it that. If that was straight, I assume the wind has blown that, so it's not straight.
Lightning's not straight.
No, but imagine if it was straight. Imagine if it was straight. People could say that was a direct energy weapon.
Yeah, sure. It could be a direct energy weapon.
The thing is, when I look at that, okay, before we roll the video, it tells me that the source is from the ground, because that's where obviously it's thickest.
Exactly that,
yeah, but let me just interject. Who knows? Who knew this? Lightning, the source is from the ground. If you watch lightning in super slow motion, whatever lightning connects with first, for instance, a tree, the top of your head, you send up a little spark that connects with the lightning. Without the spark sent up from the receiver, the lightning never connects.
But exactly, Lance. 100%.
Gosh.
Yeah. Whole rabbit right there. Right. Run the track.
Run the video.
Run the video.
We'll go full screen. One sec.
Oh my god, it's like a fire tornado.
Boom.
It is
Fire
called
devil.
a fire
Is that
tornado,
massive? How big
exactly
is that?
what
Is
it
that a whole hill? Oh shit, that's massive.
And look how they react.
Michael, I've never seen anything like that.
Wow.
Look at that.
Really rare phenomenon. Super hot fire, hurricane, and dust.
Wow. Let's just do a pausey. Don't want a copyright strike. Wow, that's impressive. Let's look at that. Can I just put a reload on that? Can I get a Craig David, please? One sec. 7 days. Can I get a rewind? I want to see the fire tornado. It must be the dust particles in the air that ignite to give it that central chamber of illumination.
Okay, all right. Basically, a fire devil is, or a fire whirl, as it is called, is it's got a surrounding air around it, and it's also igniting the dust, but also encased around with a circular motion of air, like a tornado.
Someone's been doing their homework, Sinister. Jesus.
Oh, Jesus.
Back in the
mate, I love
1600s, they just said that's the devil. See that? That's the devil.
From Satan's lair mush.
I don't think I've ever seen one of those before. Let me just change the view.
No, they happen in natural. They would happen. Also, another place they happen is in massive city fires and of extreme heat and wind. So,
64 deaths, multiple wildfires. Yeah. All right, mate. Wow. So, mate, I'm very glad you came on because that puts into perspective some of those really well. Listen, I waxed that presentation together last week from one that I'd lost. Let's just change the view.
Yeah.
It's really good to get another reference point because all of those photos from California looked pretty much almost exactly the same. It looked like a totally vaporized neighborhood with an intact forest around it.
It looked like, you know, when you get like an old building site, right, and they've got those, they've got nothing on them, and they've got like just plots, and then they've plonked the plots onto a road that's fucking pristinely clean on that photo. And then they've got shrubs and greenery, literally shrubs running up the driveway.
Well, the first question is how did the rampant raging inferno wildfire get to that community? How did it get there? It's got to burn through something. It can't jump over the forest and then just vaporize the house.
No, what can happen is fires can travel under the ground and pop up in places, but it doesn't happen that often, and it's a very short time.
I should hope that doesn't happen too often. Imagine if that was like a common occurrence. Yeah, what shit? What's that? An underground fire just popped up underneath my feet? No, thank you. All right.
Well, imagine if there's like a rubbish tip underneath and it's got all that methane gas.
That's like Silent Hill stuff. That's like the burning underground fire that's been burning for 50 years. Wow.
Peat burns underground. If you burn peat will burn underground. That's why they don't have fires up in the Highlands in Scotland. Because peat will burn and burn and burn.
Because it's got methane in the peat marsh. Right.
Yeah.
Oi, Steve, this has been wicked. That's a great follow-up to what we were talking about last week. And I do actually enjoy being fact-checked because I was saying last week, there's no fire hot enough to melt a car like that. Well, there is.
Yeah.
There is. Hey, listen, everything's on the table here. No one's claiming we've got all the answers. That's awesome. So, mate, thank you very much for bringing that along.
No, never.
No, we're gonna end off your section. Steve, we're gonna have you back on, right? Because you're going forward. Like Pete is our India correspondent. You're going to be our European correspondent, mate, to keep an eye on things. You've got a video here you brought to me, and this is about some sort of more positive stuff, and how we can actually sort of move forward with the ecosystem, some actual solutions. Do you want to describe this video a little bit?
This is called a solar cell. It's quite new. It's a CO2 digester. Algae is a subject that has been on the planet for 3 million years or so, or 3 billion years. I can't remember from the video, but Basically, it's a source of energy. It's a source of taking carbon dioxide out of the planet, and it's very viable, and it can be run in any industries. So I'm quite positive. It's the most positive one I've found of all of the stuff I look at on a daily basis.
Okay.
Let's roll it.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm just going to roll it now. And Steve, once this is finished off, we are going to go straight into the next section because we've got a lot to get through tonight. Mate, I want to say thanks very much for joining us. I know you've got an early start tomorrow, but don't be a stranger. We'll have you on again soon, yeah?
Let's do, when you're going to do something more about environmental or plastic related or anything like that, anything permaculture or anything vegan wise, vegetarian, get me in.
Awesome, mate. All right, Steve, once again, Sinistar, thank you very much for joining us tonight. And we're going to end off with this little video in your section of, what was it called again?
It's ACT, and it's a solar cell. It's
a solar
CO2 digester.
This is awesome. Also, we've got a little mix from Steve coming up after this, but maybe in the next break I'll play it for you guys.
Okay, you got a mix coming up from Steve?
Yeah, not now. We'll play it in a bit.
All right, sick.
Nice. Happy days, guys.
Nice one, Sinistar. Thank you, mate.
And you. Take care. Ciao.
So, our company grew out of the curiosity of individuals who had the notion to use nature's own processes for extracting energy from algae. Because algae is very cool. It's one of the oldest microorganisms on the planet. 3 billion.
Have a little break for copyright reasons there. Once again, thank you to our European correspondent from Portugal, Sinstar, who will be joining us again soon on Rise Above.
Years old. It's actually a very fast-growing, energy-rich plant. In fact, a lot of the fossil fuel we use today is fossilized algae. Out of that original notion, the green powerhouse was born 4 years later. Using algae, a small amount of sunlight, and any waste woody material. Could be leftovers from a lumber mill, agricultural harvest remainders, forest damage, or invasive species, for example. We can generate 4 different kinds of fuel, which you can turn into electricity to power 100 homes. We reclaim hundreds of gallons of water.
This is proper, actually, anti-Schwabian future
100%.
technology. Yeah, mate. Thank you very much, Sinstar, for bringing this to our attention. Wicked. Just get a little view going there.
Each day from the wood, and each week we make 2 tons of organic fertilizing soil amendment product that's competent to regenerate and revitalize our agricultural soils by not only replenishing the nitrogen, potassium, and phosphate that soil needs, but also by returning carbon, minerals, and micronutrients to the soil. And we do it all simply by mimicking nature. And just like nature has no waste, we don't produce any waste either. In fact, we use waste. We even have the capability to capture the waste carbon dioxide emissions from an...
It sounds amazing, but it sounds really simple, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like super simple.
This is really cool.
It's almost like this idea has been around for ages.
But what are you saying, Lance? That they're suppressing technology?
There might be a certain parasitic force which has taken over this goddamn crater.
How
which has been
dare you?
Like literally suppressing this.
You are dangerous misinformation.
Using your waste for energy. Who would have thought you could do that?
Industrial smokestack and feed it to the algae. And last but not least, the Green Powerhouse facility has a half-acre of vertical farming space inside it, so you can grow food year-round in virtually any climate. And you know, I told you that one facility will power 100 homes? Actually, an array of 6 green powerhouses, which together take up less than an acre of land, can power an entire mill site or other light industrial plant, eliminating the need for a furnace and smokestack system. Or the green powerhouses could power an entire community by themselves. The Green Powerhouse has a small footprint.
Just want to pause that Lance for a So basically what they're saying is...
This is awesome.
Moving forward into our post-Schwabian times, like Master Lee said, obviously, you know, there's going to be breakaway communities outside of these hideous smart cities. And this is potentially what's going to power, you know, one separate community.
That's what it's about here, right above. We actually
that
want
would
to bring
be
some
awesome.
Solutions. This is actually a solution.
This is a solution. This is brilliant. Literally 10 out of 10 from Sinstar.
Boom. We'll finish off on the last little bit of this. Maybe it's another 30 seconds.
Told, making it ideal for both urban and rural settings.
So simple, but so
We manifested our
effective.
vision in 4 years. Now it's time to make it bigger. Imagine a world where these green powerhouses are everywhere and where every
Looks
community
really
has
mellow
a
as well,
renewable
really
source
quite
of
tranquil.
fuel, water, fertile soil, and space to grow food. Green Powerhouse is a great investment for our health, our planet, and our pocketbooks. One green powerhouse will pay for itself in 5 years, and an array of 6 green powerhouses will pay for themselves in 2 years. The Green Powerhouse is one way your own dream for a healthy, balanced, and prospering planet can come true. For more information, please contact Algae Aquaculture Technology. Send us an email at info@algaeaqua.com or call us at 406-862-7678. You can visit our website at www.algaeaqua.com
Sorry,
or visit us on Facebook.
this is one thing that Steve's shown us, right? So when I was talking to him during the week, he also mentioned about another revolutionary sort of way of dealing with problems. So in Portugal, and I think in other places, they chip up old plastic, a certain type of plastic that you are unable to recycle, and it promotes the regrowth of the green coming through. So just up the road from where he is, you've got the green growing. So
wow,
it's amazing because it's like chipped up plastic of all things.
Well, I've already heard of bacteria that can feed on plastic. It's like, imagine like
you can't fuck with nature; it'll come back whenever it wants to. Eventually,
you can't stop the organic force. The synthetic force
think
is
about
so
the power stations across the world which have leaked, and then we've seen the animals regrazing there. We've seen trees growing there again.
It's like around Chernobyl that everyone's told
that's
don't
it.
go there. It's like a lush forest with like elks and
This
bears.
is what
and there's
Master
people
Lee said.
living there. It's like,
Do you remember right when Master Lee first started joining us
and in
at
the
the
Guardians,
table?
you can jump in now. In the Guardians,
Master Lee,
spoken word nerd.
Master Lee said that their Schwabian tech, whatever you want to call it, nanotech, is no match for
Synthotech.
Yeah, synthotech is no match for the organic.
The organic force is so pervasive. It's so powerful.
The organic technology.
Look how hard the Soviet Union and the parasite has to try to like curb the force of the organic energy.
When really,
Algae Aquaculture Technology is AACT. Act. Act now.
Sinstar's just called back in.
I want to talk about the plastics.
What do you want to talk about, Sinstar?
Plastics.
Wait, just one more point to make.
Yeah,
Right?
go on.
Singapore are leading the way with the plastic chipping.
Right, okay.
Hello?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Carry on, mate.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Well, I'm just going to go back over that plastic.
What's happened? Where'd you go? I didn't do anything. He's still there. Oh, look at that. He was about to come with an Uber solution, and guess what? Got cut off. A perfect connection all the way through. Steve, call back again, because you can't. You just it went dead. Well, that's awesome. We've got a new correspondent. Some Inner Guardians word nerd. If you want to jump in, send us a private message. Give us a sign. Don't know how. Yeah. We've got private chat here. Big up everyone that's tuned in. It's Rise Above.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, abstract.
How's everyone doing? It's Friday night. Let's share a little chat.
I've just looked up their website. Yeah, it's really good. It looks really good. The actor algae aquaculture.
Aquaculture.
Yeah.
Power of algae. Awesome. How's everyone feeling? How's everyone doing on Friday night in the chat room? Let us know where you're tuned in from, the various areas of the crater. Steve.
Big up Godvadge.
Oh yeah, big up Wim. Big up Godvadge if you're tuned in. Hang tight, all the Flemish crew.
Gosh. All the Flemlins.
Lord Schwab says. So, I don't know if Inner Guardians or Spoken Word Nerd want to come and say hello. They're both in the green room. So, should we get down to the Soviet Union?
Should we do that?
Well, you guys, I see you guys stood there. See, when I said they stood there like vultures over a rotting carcass, looking at the crucible. They want to murder some rabbit, but no. Let's go to the Soviet Union because I know that's what everyone's feeling. Let's do it. Where is it? This one. Welcome to the Soviet Union. Weak minds, we're abusing them, polluting them with toxic pollution.
Schwabian.
It's malfusion. It's a self-sustaining collective illusion, and you're kept in check by Karen and motherfucking Susan. Welcome to the Soviet Union, comrades. My name's Double LMC.
And I'm Mr. Andy PG.
Let's suspend logic, comrades.
We haven't worn our hats for ages.
Seclusion is freedom. Oh, do you know why?
Maybe
because
I know,
mate. I'd love to wear the hats, but
hey, I'm not
the headphones.
I'm not pro hat. I'm just saying.
Are you anti-hat?
Yeah,
You're an
I'm pretty
anti-hatter.
anti-hat.
Fucking anti-hatters. Get out
I'm
of here.
not anti-hat. You're anti-head.
You're killing my granny, you dirty anti-hatters.
Anti-head.
Right, so big up everyone. It's Soviet Union time. Let's share the screen because I'll tell you what, it's a bumper harvest. It is. It's a bumper harvest. I have to get rid of that chat there because we need to see the full screen. Inner Guardian, spoken word nerd, give me a sign if you want to jump in because this one's going to be fun. Right, let's get down to business. So, let's start as we mean to go on because nothing makes sense in the Soviet Union. Absolutely nothing.
Here
makes
alone.
sense.
Here we go. Do not enter if you have symptoms of coronavirus. Lance, where is this picture from?
I don't know.
A COVID-19 test centre.
Yeah, well, just your friendly...
Isn't the point of getting tested is because you think you may have coronavirus, i.e. you've got symptoms?
Oh, no, wait. Stop. We don't want to get any more strikes.
I'm just
Code
asking.
words. No virus. It's a virus.
I'm just asking.
And
if
it's called
this is the point.
COVID. It's not it's a virus.
I'm sorry. I'm just asking if this is right. If this is what
Remember,
I'm thinking.
Andy PG, we are not doctors. We are not
beg-
doctors.
yes,
we are
yes.
not physicians. We are not paediatricians. We have exactly the same medical qualifications as Health Chancellor Gates.
Absolutely.
Okay? We are in no position to be advising anybody about their health, about any remedies, and we certainly don't do that because this is a comedy show.
Or
in case
even
you hadn't
speculating about science that's settled.
The science is definitely settled. Never question science.
How dare you?
Right, so Health Chancellor Gates, the man
Not
on
looking so healthy
everybody's
there,
lips, he's not looking like much of a health chancellor. I've never seen the guy rocking designer stubble before. That's not something we're used to.
You reckon that's Gates?
Hey, listen, they said it's Gates. What do I know? I'm just a stupid conspiracy theorist. But he's definitely put on some weight since he broke up with Kevin Kline. He's rocking the moobs. He's got a very casual, very sports casual polo shirt. And he's even got designer stubble. Okay, he's even got a little apron overhang here.
He has, hasn't he?
He's really put on weight since Kevin Kline.
Well, he shut all the gyms.
Oh, yeah, he shut all the gyms.
He shut all the gyms.
You think Health Chancellor Gates hasn't got his own gym? You must be joking. Okay, but let's go to his leading henchman. The Forcibles, the Fauci, but he's not looking good, mate. It's not looking good. I've said it many weeks in a row. Now I'm going to say it. The wheels are officially falling off the Soviet Union. And I'm going to show it to you in real time, right here, right now on Rise Above.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, abstract.
Right, Fauci bombshell. He's not convinced the COVID virus developed naturally outside of a Wuhan lab.
What do you mean he's not convinced? He's the one who funded it.
I thought the science was 100% settled.
Come on.
I thought if you questioned the science of where COVID 1984 came from, you could be banned off Facebook.
Shouldn't
you
he
could get
be-
strikes on YouTube? It's already happened to me. It's already happened to you.
Shouldn't he be censored?
He should be censored.
Shouldn't he be censored?
I'm seeing a big U-turn here.
This is dangerous.
Not convinced. Fauci is not convinced that COVID 1984 developed naturally. He's just not convinced anymore. What? I thought the science was settled. Mint. Look at this. We've got a whole plethora here.
Facebook lifts bans on posts claiming COVID-19.
Look at the face of Sugar Mountain. Even Sugar Mountain on his stupid cyborg
death
Commander
eyes.
Data face. Even Commander Data knows that the truth is coming out.
Facebook censorship in Wuhan labs.
And even the story about Wuhan lab is like the official conspiracy theory. I don't even know how true that is. But it's better than the fairy tale. At least it's one step closer to the edge of the rabbit hole than the stupid fairy tale of the wet market.
Facebook censorship in Wuhan lab story shows the true ugly colours. Tech giant is condemned for
It just makes me feel like Groundhog Day. This is like step one. This is like dipping your feet in the paddling pool of understanding what's going on with COVID 1984, realizing that it was Fauci. He paid for this.
So basically, you've got Facebook here that's gone out of its way. They must have spent how much, God knows how much money on censorship the last year and however long. And then all of a sudden they're doing a U-turn now, and everyone they've censored, lost all.
People have lost money and business off their Facebook profiles, their pages that have been deleted. We welcome Inner Guardians. Salutations.
Salutations, everybody.
Good evening, sir.
Good, sounds good with no echo. That's why we're on Restream. You better believe it, bitches. Can everyone hear Inner Guardians? Can you say hello to all our viewers, please, Inner Guardians?
Salutations, everybody. I think there may be an echo.
No, there's no echo here, Inner Guardians.
No one here can hear an echo.
Sounding good.
If there is an echo, we will resort to the backup if you just call in. Tesco, Karen, and everyone else in the comment section, could you just let us know? Oh, there is an echo on Inner Guardians. Right, Inner Guardians.
I'll call in.
Yeah, call in, no problem. We don't deal with echoes here on Rise Above anymore. That is so 2020. Right, let's get back to the matter in hand. Sugar Mountain has got the cyborg face. Surprise, surprise. Facebook censorship in Wuhan lab story shows its true ugly colours. Tech giant is condemned for integrating itself to China.
Ingratiating.
Oh, sorry, you fucking hell! You pulled me up on a word for once. Look at that,
ingratiating itself into
Let's
China.
have a triple. Ingratiating itself to China. That's a good word. Smothering free speech with a ban. It's only been dropped after Biden opened the probe. Come on, I mean. Don't
They're
give.
literally
don't give,
doing this to make Biden look like he's a knight in shining armor. What a complete,
it's the Biden
peasant
inquiry.
Show,
That'll get us to the truth.
Come
the
on.
Biden inquiry. Come on. One more. There was one more. There were some good ones here. Facebook said he will let its users comment. Oh, now we're allowed to ask whether it didn't come from bat soup.
This is literally like, I mean, what do the Nazis call it? Control of information. This is literally exactly that, just dressed up as something else.
Have you seen Project Veritas's latest videos about exposing the control of Facebook and allowing information about the COVID-19 vaccinations and everything?
That. No, mate. No, I'm not familiar.
Project Veritas, man, that guy is off the hook good. His reporters go in everywhere. They uncover. They've got insiders at Facebook. Two guys who could know, or two guys.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yes,
they could no longer keep silent.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I saw one of these videos only this morning, actually.
Yeah, I posted one of the videos into the group.
James McQueef.
Yep, James McQueef, indeed.
Dark a bit, James McQueef. Who's another truth teller? Gillian McQueef. That McKeith, the
Queef master.
No, the woman that was diagnosing people by looking at their poo years ago. And she's a quack. She's constantly telling the truth about this, sharing loads of stuff, and everyone's like, "Oh, she was that woman in the back." It's like Katie Hopkins and that. I don't care what they've done in the past. If they've got the balls to tell the truth about this, then they're
not bought.
Yeah, they're not bought. Is Inner Guardians going to call in or what? Call my phone, Lee. Call in. We're connected to the Queef Master. Okay, so yeah, like I said, let's get back to the subject. The wheels are falling off big time.
Definitely. I recommend everybody goes to look at Project Veritas on YouTube and have a look at what James O'Keefe has been doing with regarding to a lot of, he's been exposing CNN, Facebook, all of the big tech giants, amongst other people. And he's yet to be proven wrong.
Was this the video you put up on our...
Yeah, I put one of them. I think there's a 3-part video. But
that's what I watched this morning. That's right. That's what I saw.
It's disgusting, really.
Well, it's the world we live in, Omar Beats.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
the
it's the world that they present to us, yes.
What we got here? Wuhan lab leak. Facebook ends ban on post claiming COVID-19 is man-made. All the while you've got some Wuhanian cyborg here in some plastic tent.
She looks like she's been living in that for like a whole year.
She's not real. She looks like an insect.
Poor woman. So, one thing to another. It's like, yeah, the we're going to give you a little bit of truth. Oh, here he is. Sensei's calling. Salutations, Sensei. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, salutations. Everybody.
Salutations. Inner Guardians is in the house. Welcome, Inner Guardians, a.k.a. Master Lee. So we're in the Soviet Union chatting about this new sphere. Good news, Inner Guardians. We're now officially allowed to question the first principle of where COVID 1984 originated from. And as we know, anyone that's watching Rise Above, first principles right here are very important. We've talked about this before. First principle, where does it come from? Bat soup, wet market, pangolin, bat. Well, now it's officially on the table.
Under scrutiny.
Yeah. Good news, eh?
Yeah, so they've turned the lights on in the ping pong room.
Yes. They turned on the lights in the ping pong room. Only one single light bulb in the corner at the moment.
Or maybe a candle.
Candle, yeah. Slow burning.
A single candle lights up the darkness, though.
Yes, it does.
We're on the right road anyway. So, yeah, the new Thai COVID variant. I would like to interject on this. Right. Thailand has had the strictest border controls out of any country throughout this. I know this because I've got lots of connections with Thailand. I know Thai people and English Farang Thai residents.
Yeah, my brother lives in Phuket as well.
We know this
for a
whole
fact.
year.
We know this for a fact.
Total border closure all through the year one, not BC, AC, après COVID. The year 1 AC, 2020, the whole border was shut for Thailand. No one can get in. 3 weeks, 2 weeks or 3 weeks.
Quarantine, $1,000 a day. Wow. That's what they charge you.
Yeah, for
they invoice you afterwards.
If you're not resident, I think it was like a quarter of that for residents.
I know this because my brother lives in Thailand and he's expecting a baby, and obviously we'd quite like to go and visit him at some stage, but it's not looking possible. But yeah, we just looked into it and they said it's just under $1,000 a day they invoice you.
How much longer can they keep up the charades in the Guardians?
Well, whatever you can weaponize, you can monetize. That seems to be the MO of what's going on.
I mean, to try and stop people travelling, that's a hell of a good job they've done. $1,000 a day, and you've got a quarantine for 14 days. So before you've even paid for a flight or a meal over there, you've got to pay $14,000.
I know my people in Southeast Asia are hurting, both Westerners and Southeast Asian people.
Because these countries rely on tourism.
Literally rely on tourism, literally, and they're hurting really bad. It's terrible because they have hardly any deaths there, which we might discuss. That's actually the case everywhere, but they officially have super next to zero deaths in like Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, and they still have the strictest lockdowns. So I really feel for all my Southeast Asian crew. Shout out to anyone that's watching. Hard times in the Soviet Union right now. And now the new Thai variant, great news for Thailand, super good. Yeah,
it looks like the tipping point where the pushback may actually have some actual momentum.
Well, I can feel the momentum growing. What have we said before about the denying force in the Guardians? When it's moving against the strongest, that's when we need to use the friction. Yeah.
Yeah, and also naturally the affirming force, which is the opposite of the denying force. There always has to become a sense of balance to a degree. It can't be 100% denying force. So when the denying force pushes forwards, then there is a pushback from the affirming force.
It's like the yin and the yang and the pendulum metaphors that we use. Without one great force from one side, there has to be a matching opposing force.
Otherwise, one can't exist without the other.
Yeah, because it's the law of three. It's lawful. So you've got the positive, negative, and neutral. So if you look at all your devices, it always contains those to actually have anything.
Yeah, because oh wow, that's a really interesting. So there is a third energy form in between the positive and the negative.
Guys, can I just stop? Okay, so in the chat here, this is something we were going to bring up later in the show. So Soviet Union defector. So Mark Devlin organised 6th of June meditation.
We were chatting about this just before the show.
I was going to announce this later on the show. So Mark Devlin, an avid fan of the show, like we are of his work, and personal friend of Lance's.
Been on here twice.
Yeah, been on the show twice. Real nice guy. Look up his work, anyone who's not aware of it, but I'm sure you all are. So he is inviting you on the 6th of June. Okay, so the 6th of the 6th. At 6 p.m, 666, he's inviting you to a mass meditation, okay? And that is to project some very positive vibes. But he's if you watch
that's
his...
666, I hear you cry.
Yeah. But that's nothing sinister. Again, like same as 33. There's nothing sinister about 33. There's nothing sinister about being a Luciferian. There's nothing sinister about anything unless you use it in that context. Okay. So just because it's on, he's basically using the dark cultists' own power against them. That's what he's doing, in my opinion. But yeah, he's inviting everyone on the 6th of the 6th. 6th of June is a Sunday at 6 p.m. GMT, so that's Greenwich Mean Time, for anyone to
Thanks for reminding us about that COVID Union defectors. Do you know what? We wanted to bring that up, and we would have probably forgot, wouldn't we?
No, I was going to bring that later on.
I would have forgot.
Definitely. That's a big thing. So basically, the more people that do this collectively and the more positive energy which is put out at the same time.
At the end of the day, we are in the realm of the 3D physical manifestation.
How do you feel about that, Sensei, Master Lee? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I've been watching the growing trend in the pushback. It's aiming more towards the metaphysical. Now, for those who followed any of my work right from day dot, my focus was on the non-physical, because to a degree, well, actually, this is lawful. You can't really defeat something on the same level that you oppose it. You have to transcend. So meditation is linked to transcendence or transcendental meditation, where you alter the non-physical to change reality. And for those who have done any sort of manifesting, there's a method or an analogy called the mirror effect, which basically means if you stand in front of a mirror and you want to change your hair, you can't change it in the mirror. The mirror is just a reflection or a projection of reality. The greater reality is the non-physical.
You can't comb the mirror.
You can't comb the mirror, yeah, exactly.
Boom.
So this is the direction that the pushback's heading in, which is what I've been advocating from day one. For those who have followed my work, you'll clearly see that it's all about the non-physical.
And for new viewers, how can people follow your work, Inner Guardians?
The easiest way at the moment is on YouTube. I've got no strikes there, and a lot of my stuff's coded. For those who
far too occulted for their algorithm, mate.
Yeah, that's the plan. I'm trying my best to stay literally off the radar, because it's esoteric knowledge. And I mean, that's something I'm going to come on to later on tonight. The subject tonight is UFOs and the paranormal.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, I know we've got a guest on who's going to be talking potentially about UFOs. So I'm going to leave that section to the other guest.
Yes.
I'm going to do more about paranormal, but it is actually interlinked. In fact, everything that we're talking about is interlinked.
Of course.
It's the whole rabbit. It's the whole rabbit, isn't it?
And don't forget, Master Lee, you asked me earlier in our private chat to remind you of a little subject we were talking about earlier with some symbolism that I'm going to get up. I sent you that earlier once in your Facebook Messenger, so we'll get that up later on the show. Just have a little chat about that as well.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, but can I finish my COVID slideshow first, please?
Absolutely.
Right, yeah.
I took ages preparing this, I'll have you know. Right, so it's the India report. So big up. Stay with us in the Guardians, because this is quite good. Big thank you to First Mate Pete, our special India correspondent. Let me just share this, make it bigger, and we'll also get rid of that chat thing. So we've got ears on the ground in Europe. We've got ears on the ground in India. We've been covering India, what's going on there, for a couple of weeks. Okay, so we've seen all of the headlines. Here's a little selection of the headlines about what's going on in India. Double mutant, super ninja, mutant, turtles, mutant, variant. It's like, okay. We get it. Never question the science, right? Just don't question the science, because the India variant is obviously just ripping the whole of the COVID Union a fresh butthole, and we're all facing the consequences of the India variant. It's definitely the India variant. The science is 100% settled. However, there is another side to the story, believe it or not. India's IT ministry warns social media platforms against the use of India variant for B1617 of the 30,000 variants there are of this virus, if there's a first principle about there being a virus, because we don't know. Okay, so it gets better. India ordered removal of content referring to the India variant. This is everywhere, all through the top levels of the mainstream COVID media. The official story is this is fake news now. India tells social media firms to remove India variant from content. We showed the documents from this last week that First Mate Pete sent us from the Ministry of Information and Technology in India. All of the official documents about this.
Look at all they got his people lined up.
Here they are.
And there they are.
Here they are. No, it's this week. I thought it was last week. I'm having deja vu. Okay. So here are the official documents directly from India, curbing false news, misinformation on COVID virus. Okay. So the news on the news of the world is that this is fake news. However, it's not fake news in this part of the Soviet Union. They are still banging it out day in, day out. And here's one I put earlier a couple of days ago. Regional lockdowns by stealth because of an Indian variant. It's getting good now. Right, so back to our man on the ground, First Mate Pete. He has been travelling all through India. How long has he been out there, Omar Beats?
Long time. He was supposed to come back at least 2 months ago.
Yeah, he's been out there for months.
He's using his COVID as a reason to stay there.
COVID.
The COVID.
Code word, please.
Apologies.
The people's pandemic, code words only, the glorious cure. The Pfizer Christmas
We're
miracle.
hot on this tonight, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, I don't want another strike.
Gosh.
You with your pistachios, Andy PG. I'm sweeping those pistachios off the studio floor
Got
all
a different
week.
one tonight.
after
We got roasted, salted mixed nut selection.
fucking bespoke artisan nuts.
There's pecans in here,
So-
macadamians.
As you've seen, Pete has been getting us the scoop in India. But I'll tell you what, I've been telling him to up the ante. I was like, Pete, I want you to get inside a hospital. I want you to get inside a
Look
hospital.
at his dedication.
I want you to get me some footage of inside at least one hospital, maybe a clinic. I want you to show me one of these overflowing
Something.
Indian hospitals.
Some
where there's
kind of
people
medical
dying in piles.
facility.
I want to see the people dying in piles. I want to see people going, oxygen, they're dying in the streets. I want to see that, Pete. How can you get into a hospital?
I want to see the leading footage that they've put on the mainstream news.
Yeah, I want to see something real that's not come from the BBC, so I can back up what the BBC is saying. Because I want to believe in these variants. Because I want an excuse for what's happened.
Because you're scared, Lance.
I'm super duper scared, so I want to believe it. So Pete's a very resourceful correspondent. He's very resourceful. He's like, Lance, I'll do anything. I'll do it. He hasn't taken that Rise Above T-shirt off for at least 2 weeks. He's like, I'll do it. Okay. So
how did he do it? There he goes.
Unfortunately, Pete chose to do it by crashing his motorbike into the holy animal of India. They worship cows there. They're holy. Pete took out a whole cow, unfortunately, on his motorbike in his efforts to get into
I
this
actually
hospital.
think the cow took him out.
Well,
I'd say so.
Pete is still living to tell the story. The cow is not. I said, how's the cow? He goes, well, I'm not going to go back to check on it, but I think it's dead. So I said, Pete, well, anyway, look, Pete is obviously quite injured. So big up First Mate Pete. He's always got a smile on his face, but it's obviously no joke. He's really hurt himself crashing into this cow.
At least he weren't wearing his Rise Above T-shirt.
No, he took it off to crash into the cow, but he put it straight back on afterwards, don't you worry.
Forgot his helmet though, didn't he?
I think he put it on the cow. Right, so, but the good thing is, while he was in the hospital, and let me just change the border because this isn't Inner Guardian speaking now, we're back to the Soviet Union. Here we go. Right, so while he was in the hospital, he didn't stop recording. He's like, I'm in the hospital, mate. He messaged me.
No, it's the flip-flops there, Lance, and the exposed feet.
Exposed feet, but they've got like the whole COVID hazmat like suit. Okay. So massive hand sanitizer. Here is the actual X-ray of First Mate Pete's fractured knee. You're seeing it real
Yeah,
home.
that's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. But you know, Pete's given me permission to show all these images. I hope he has anyway, because everyone's seeing them right now. So yeah, this is where he got treated. Dr. Collie Wanker's Galaxy Hospital. Have I pronounced that right? The funny thing is, I actually have. Right, so as you can see, there are piles of dead bodies outside. There are people clambering to get in. The place is overflowing.
They clearly haven't got enough beds.
Yeah, there's no beds at all. So, you know, Pete's been patched up. We do have some videos as well. Okay, so, you know, you can see that the place is overrun. Oh, here we go.
Secretly filming.
Did you see that? He looked over his shoulder there to show you like, down the corridor.
Empty.
Empty. There's one person.
I think that's the porter.
Okay, there's another video here. There's a
fine.
treadmill there. Oh, right. So he's in like the physio room. Okay. I'm going to assume that this video is before he crashed.
I'd like to think so.
All right, we'll do them in order. So as you can see, it looks pretty laid back. Is this what we're being told?
Definitely not.
I believe he's in Goa at the moment. He was in somewhere called can't remember how to pronounce it. Udaipur before, but now he's in Goa. Oh yeah, so he's driving past the hospitals to show you, one ambulance. Says he needs some petrol. Send him some petrol money. Big up first mate Pete, what a trooper. So yeah, and the funny thing is, I was like, Pete, do you reckon you can go and get your bandages patched up in a different clinic so we can get some more photos? He goes like, Lance, mate, I'm pretty much out of action. I can't ride my bike anymore. I was like, Pete, I'm sorry. I was like, no, thank you so much. Get well soon, Pete. Apparently he's got a fractured knee.
And a dead cow on his hands.
Yeah, I don't know if he's got to pay
And a ripped apart face.
Yeah, so here's a video outside the clinic. It looks like he's probably like the only patient there. There's like no one there at all. Yeah, so I think I doubled up on the Thai one. Right, so yeah, Soviet Union hit Inner Guardians. I'd like your thoughts on this Facebook post that I made.
I've not actually seen it.
Okay, I'll read it out. Everywhere I look, all I hear is June 21st, June 21st, June 21st. All across the whole population, imagine how much focus, attention, emotion, and anticipation is being directed towards this incredibly significant date in the occult calendar. It's the summer solstice. It's almost as if we're being co-opted into taking part in some kind of ritual. But what do I know? Hashtag rise above. And I've got a picture of some people looking like dark occultists.
Hooded up, doing some shady magic.
People that can act, they're not real dark occultists, they're actors. But yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, all of this is all occulted. What we're seeing play out is everything that the occult groups, esoteric groups, mystery schools, this is what they've been talking about since the beginning of creation. And we're seeing it play out right in front of our eyes. And for anybody that has doubted anything occulted, or that there's any secret groups or nefarious mystery schools or occultists, then this is what they're saying right now. All it takes is a little bit of observation, just a little bit of observation. There's plenty of clues there on a daily basis.
Even to the normiest normie, right? Doesn't the fact that full national lockdown was announced on Halloween, forget all the moon stuff, forget the super rare moon. Halloween, it was announced, and the country's opened up on summer solstice. Even to the normiest of normies, that must seem weird. Surely? Or not? I mean, are we being optimistic?
It's called ignorance, mate.
Oh, I don't even know if there's a word for that.
Choosing to be ignorance, i.e. ignorance.
Here's my new section of the show, and this follows on fantastically from what we just saw. I hope everyone's with me. This is a new section, right? It's called Double Number News. Jingle.
Don't believe me?
Right, let's go straight into it. Every single one of these news stories, bar one, is taken from the last 3 or 4 days. And before we go in, I searched these news stories especially with certain titles, and obviously I typed in 33. I also, after this, spent 1 hour searching world news, new headlines, geopolitical news with 33 in it, and I got practically nothing. Look what I got when I typed in COVID, you know what I typed in? Here. Christmas miracle and gift from the stars spear, ineffective against the spicy variant, right? How ineffective? 33%. From the BMJ, COVID-19 single vaccine is how effective? Yep, okay, let's start with that. Andy PG, code words.
Mate, he's over 33% of COVID deaths. That's from the Times of India, okay? Next one, Healthline. The number of COVID-19 deaths decreased 5% to 3,969 this week.
But the big number is the actual confirmed cases in the whole of the United States.
That's
up to date,
33 million.
33 million. What a surprise. Is anyone seeing a pattern here? These are all from the last 3 or 4 days. We're building up something.
Okay, this is Nova Scotia. Okay, 33 new cases of COVID-19. COVID-19.
Pupils missing 33 million days of in-person education due to the COVID situation last autumn. 33 million days. Wow. Up next, British Airways offers COVID-19 tests, and they cost exactly how much, Andy PG?
£33.
All from the last 3 or 4. Oh, no, sorry. This is from March 4th. This is the only one that's not in the last week. Dominic Cummings.
33 most damning revelations of COVID incompetence that killed thousands.
In the Guardians. Any thoughts, mate? How many more?
Yeah,
We can keep going. We can keep going.
It is the magic number. 33 is the magic number. It definitely is.
Yeah, it's signs and symbols communication.
Denver deputy dies from COVID 1984 complications, and he was aged 33 years old. Nice star on his shoulder there. ABC Peacock News. 33 killed in Zionist airstrikes, Hamas rocket attacks, unrest spread in Jerusalem. Internet retailing. Global standards for online sales and delivery of alcohol go live as lockdown. Drinking grows by how much?
33%.
Just 33%. And here is my favourite. Getting to know Lord Schwab. Lord Schwab says, as we speak, 2,500 world leaders. Let me cut to the chase. How old do you think Lord Schwab was when he created the World Economic Forum?
Go on.
Well, he was 33 years old.
Of course he was.
What a guess. So yeah, here again, Dominic Cummings, 33 damning revelations. It sounds like something from the Bible now. Incompetence that killed thousands. I see a lot of dark occult mockery in this whole Cummings charade, Master Lee. What are you saying?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It's because there's two ways of looking at this. You can look at it that they're actually really against each other, but you can see what they're trying to do is they're trying to create an inward problem so that they can bring another solution. This next solution is going to be a lot tougher than the one that they've currently got. If you look at what he's actually accusing him of, he's accusing him of being too soft.
Yeah, not locking down hard enough, quick enough, and strict enough, and costing thousands of Soviet peasants to die.
Yeah, so this is like a second charge from this character who's playing a role of being opposed to.
Who was not so favoured in the media last year, was he? Let's be honest.
No, this guy was the boogeyman last year.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for them to tell us what the VAT is going to be for next year. Imagine if it's 33%.
No.
Imagine that. Because it's always these numbers. It was 17.5. Is it? Wait a minute. It was 17.5. Now it's 20. Yeah. I would not be surprised if it just goes straight to the magic number. Why wouldn't it? I mean, what else? There aren't that many other numbers. I mean, this one comes up so often. There just can't be many others.
It's on 66%.
Yeah, we'll just double it. Okay, so we're coming out of COVID land soon, I think. Right, not wearing a mask puts my family and you not wearing a mask puts my family and I at risk.
Your obedience to a corrupt government run by psychopaths and a corrupt media that covers them puts my family at risk.
He put the whole of humanity and the essence of our whole fucking lineage at risk.
How dare you?
NPC piece of shit. Okay, yeah, so let's get down to business. It's the unholy Coven Empire. Right, this one really jumped out at me from the newsphere this week. A giant poodle becomes first dog in Spain to test positive for British variant of COVID 1984.
Oh, come on.
No, come on, Andy Andy Homer. It's like, why hasn't this already happened?
Variant top trumps. The governments are playing variant top trumps.
Oh, hello, Magix. I thought you'd fallen asleep there. You still here with us? He's a quiet one until he gets on the techniques, I tell you. All right. So, yeah, that just sets the tone, really, doesn't it? So, here's the new healthy. I'll get through these. Look at these.
Utterly ridiculous.
Oh, my God. Look at these piles of human fertilizer. Right. So.
Can I just mention something about the dogs with COVID?
Yes, absolutely.
Right. So, as most people know, that I work in the dog world, the dog industry, with regards to protection dogs and training and so on and so forth. Well, we got a memo. We got a memo last week saying that all events need to be cancelled because of parvovirus. So it seems that they're going to be targeting dogs. They're next on the list with parvovirus.
Yeah. I'll tell you what.
So it's Big Pharma
I think
strikes again.
Which Scandinavian country had already talked about killing domestic pets? Was it Denmark? I mean, they didn't order it, but they talked about it in the mainstream media. Like, you might have to have a cull of cats and dogs.
I think they were talking about wild cats and dogs, weren't they?
I don't think many Scandinavian countries have a problem with wild cats. They're pretty like developed countries. I don't know. Yeah. Hey, it's happened before. It's like, kill your pet.
Strays everywhere.
Yeah, there's strays everywhere, but
don't forget they want to create that negative energy to put out into the ether.
Yeah, that's more like the message for reason.
Come for Apollo and Hermes, you will feel the wrath. No one comes.
Well, if you look at if you look at the smart city ideal, there's going to be an elimination of cats and dogs anyway, because I guess they're going to favour the robot variant of pet.
Yeah, because it's not organic.
Yeah. And also, I'll throw this in there. I think I've mentioned it before, that there are some occultists will say that any domestic animal, especially cats and dogs, they're in their last incarnation as an animal before they transfer over into human. That's why they're close to humans and they hang around humans, and they actually do display a lot of human characteristics.
Yeah, my cats talk to me, definitely. We've almost distinguished 3 different words, or 3 different like meows they use. We don't know what they mean. Obviously, one of them's hungry, one of them's like clean out my shit. It's pretty basic. But, and it's often thought like cats don't actually meow at each other so much. They actually use it as a way to mimic us speaking to them. So it's actually a learnt behaviour.
Yeah, well, for that concept, it's based on observation. So the domestic animal is able to literally sit and observe human activity in all its capacity. So it's quite normal that you have pet animals that just sit there and just watch and just look, and you often think to yourself, well, what are they thinking about? Well, they're just soaking up all of the natural phenomena of a human.
Yeah, they can see in spectrums.
Yeah, for sure.
That we can't see. We simply can't see because I think dogs see in monochrome in our concept, but because we think they see in monochrome, that doesn't mean that they can't see whole other frequency ranges that we can't see. Because to go all David Icke, like basically our physical eyes can see, and let me get this right, it's a tiny percent, a tiny portion of 0.5% of the physical light spectrum. Like 95% of the physical light spectrum is dark matter, and that other 5%, we see a tiny slither of that. Outside, there's UV rays, there's ultraviolet rays, there's gamma rays. We can't see any of those things. So they say,
and there's also that they have, but I think it's more a case of they're more in tune with the natural senses that we ought to have.
I was going to say so they're definitely more in tune with the feeling of things. They sense things that we should be aware of, but we've ignored.
Here's a great comment from Robert Thane. Dogs can see odours. Master Lee and myself have talked about this. It's called synesthesia. It's where your senses actually cross over. I've experienced this in my childhood more. Like I haven't experienced it for years. Like well, you can taste. Like, it's like I don't know. You can taste the colour or something.
You can see sound, hear colour.
Yeah. Oh, I could definitely see colours in my childhood, and it was more of a visual audio crossover.
That was actually on my list of things to cover because it's part of the origins of where I got into the occult, into that type of thing. Can I tell an interesting story about one of my dogs, or one of my dogs that passed over last year? Now, I've actually presented this to quite a few experienced dog owners, dog trainers, and people that work with dogs. I've told them this story. So I'll try and condense it as best I can. So every morning I used to wake up around about 9 o'clock, used to walk through town and go to the cafe to get a drink. Now, with this particular dog, I trained him really well, so he didn't need to be on a leash. So walking through the busy town centre, we would go across the traffic islands, and bearing in mind this is 9 o'clock in the morning, so there's heaps of traffic everywhere and activity. Anyway, we're in the middle of the island, and then he starts acting up as though he's guarding. So dogs, they go into like a guarding mode or guarding drive. He started guarding, but there was nothing for him to guard against. So I thought, well, I better put him back on the leash just in case he bolts into the road, because he was looking very, very upset. Anyway, I put him on the lead. We carried on walking to the cafe. The cafe is around about 10 minutes away. So we keep walking. Anyway, on the way back, I saw a fire engine, ambulance, a couple of police cars, and literally where we were stood, there was a car that mounted the pavement, actually went through the barrier and was exactly where we were standing.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Coincidence?
There are no coincidences, Master Lee.
I'm not
Right,
a
and
coincidence theorist.
I'll add to this. Right, so I went home and I was trying to make sense of the situation. I was like thinking coincidence. No, it's definitely not coincidence. And then I remembered he was a dog I rescued, and the person that I rescued him from said to me, they looked me in the eyes and they said, "He'll save your life one day." And I said, "Why is that?" And they said, "Because he saved my life. I was walking down the street and he suddenly pulled me off my feet, dragged me 5 meters or something, and the car mounted the pavement."
Wow.
And they said to me, "This dog's very special and he'll save your life one day."
Wow.
So when you add that, and I forgot all about that until I went home and I remembered the conversation.
What was he called?
Troy. Yeah, he's a Doberman. Unfortunately, he passed away last year.
Sorry to hear that, mate.
Yeah, he was definitely special. So I rescued him from a very bad situation, and he became literally my guardian. And I learned a lot of things obviously about dogs, but also about the metaphysical. And this is just like one example.
Yeah, the animals definitely haven't had their connection severed to the metaphysical as much as we have through our conditioning as humans, I think.
Yeah, we've got next to nothing, really.
Hey,
there's two kind of theories that I've been able to muster up from myself and from people I've spoken to. And one is that dogs, they can change their timeline. So anybody that's owned a dog, you'll always have a problem with the dog being a lot faster than yourself when you're walking. That's like one of the biggest problems with training a dog, is getting them to walk to heel. It seems like they process a lot quicker. Now, it's been explained to me that potentially dogs could actually be living in almost like a 10-minute or 10-second forward delay, or a delay to us, so they get to see things.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I see what you mean. That's
because they live life faster.
Shit, that's what, like, in the last Godvad video, the James Holmes shooter, the Batman shooter, when he was doing the speech, he was doing the speech about slowing down your perception and making a slight delay in the stimulus, and this experiment where you could actually get people to totally change the speed of their perception.
Of time.
Maybe they've done that to globally, and we are in a delay.
Well, maybe dogs can tap into this natural extrasensory perception that can see forward in the loop, and we've actually had that severed.
Imagine the dogs are in the correct time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and we're not, and we've had it severed. That's actually a correct ability to have innately. Wow.
Well, that's the second theory. That's the second theory, that actually they're in the normal time, and it's us humans that have been, knocked back,
manipulated.
We've been put into the schism.
Definitely,
the archontic schism. Yeah, mate, I'm feeling that.
So, as an example, when I teach personal protection, the first thing I have to get people to grasp is their 5 senses. Everybody knows the 5 senses. Now, the 5 senses are actually your personal protection tools. Just think about, I won't go through them all now, but just think about any sense, how it could be used for personal protection. Now, if they're degraded, then it's going to make you more vulnerable to risk and hazards. So the first principle for personal protection for students that come to me is that I develop and put back their 5 senses to how they actually should be. Now, as an example, if you used to go and live in the wild, say from tomorrow, in the wilderness, your 5 senses would definitely have to heighten. They'd have to develop, rather than where you are right now as a domesticated pet.
Yeah. They kick right in. The reptilian brain would kick in, and all of that 5 sense awareness would go into its natural state of sort of super sensitivity.
Yeah, and I've got part of what I was going to talk about tonight is actually connected to being able to manipulate time and when we can actually spot when it's taking place. I won't say it now because I think you've got more of your presentation, slideshow.
I'm a beats in the back, just like boom.
Yeah, it's answering a lot of questions about things that I've been looking into in the past couple of years as well. That concept of being delayed in time and how they're able to manipulate that and do what they're able to do.
Closer to the mic.
Yeah, the concept of us being delayed in time so they're able to do what they want to do. They have like a buffer, much like
I'm thinking of a couple of films that have touched on
think
this.
about live television. They use that buffer to just in case anything goes wrong, so they can slip in an advert if they need to.
Shit.
So then, if you imagine that in reality,
Why wouldn't they do the same if they could?
And they can.
yeah,
And they can. We all know they
I'm
can.
pretty sure that's an ability.
Well, the first principle of any mystery school or esoteric tradition is not necessarily to develop the senses to like beyond what they are, but actually they've been degraded. So you need to start off by putting them up to what they should already be naturally, without any extra training, without any preparation.
Like someone that had grown up in an indigenous tribe in the rainforest without any Babylon interference, without any parasite forces. Someone that had grown up completely in harmony with the natural organic environment. I would assume, and I would postulate that they would probably have that ability, just like the other predators in the rainforest.
I'd like to suggest that maybe there's a lot of theories out there suggesting about our pineal gland, how that's been sort of everything we consume in our modern day society puts deposits on this pineal gland more so we are less able to communicate with our spiritual selves on the ether highway, whichever you want to call it. Yeah, calcified, that's right. So, I mean, if you think about it like that, some of these guys who live in the jungle who aren't really eating the same foods we are, but they're not stuffing their face full of toxins and they're not breathing in the toxins from our everyday life. So their body is a lot purer and able to develop in a better way. So, maybe that gives it some weight on that theory as well about the pineal gland.
Did you know calcium's a metal? Did you know that?
No, I did not.
Really?
Yeah, surprisingly.
So the calcification of your pineal gland is actually
heavy metal toxification.
That's actually metallurgy. That's actually a precursor transhumanism.
Boom.
Yeah.
Homunculus. Right, we're almost at the. I think we need a break because I seriously need to go to the toilet. And
I need to just digest what Lee's just put into my head.
Yeah. I need to recapitulate.
Thank you, Master Lee.
Yeah, there's more to come. I'll tell you what, guys. This is already shaping up to be an absolutely awesome show.
We haven't even started talking about UFOs yet.
We're barely skimming the edge of the rabbit hole. I haven't even got halfway through the Soviet Union slideshow. Wait, yeah, right, okay. I'm a beats. Can we have some music, please? Yeah,
we're going to have a mix from Sinstar.
Yes, run the mix, and we'll have a little break.
Tie up your shoes, please. Everybody's cocky, let me see your warm face. Let me see your warm face.
I'll set you free. I don't understand why you wanna let me do that. I'll set you free.
What a way up and them are going like them man. These are drums and bass from the land of England. We saw the thing on the place. Tie up your shoes, please. Everybody's counting, let me see your warm face. What a way up and them are going like them man. When these are drums and bass from the land of England. We sound that tear down the place, tear down the place. Sound like an earthquake, like an earthquake. Tie up your shoes, please. Everybody's cocky, let me see your warm face. Let me see your warm Let me see your warm face. Tie up your shoes, please. Everybody's cocky, let me see your warm face. Let me see your warm face.
I'm advice.
What a way up and them are going like them man. When it's a drums and bass from the heart of England. We sound that tear down the place, tear down the place. Sound like an earthquake, like an earthquake. Tie up your shoes, lace. Everybody's cocky, let me see your warm face.
Girl, we love the slim girl, we love the fat girl, we love the short girl, we love the tall girl, we love the girls, yeah. We love the girls, girl, we love slim girl. We love snow, we love tall girl, we love all girl. I love the world, girl, we love the serious girl, we love girl. 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 Just the nicest girls in all the world. Said touching the top of girl. Attention, la top of girl. Sing if I could tell you about the one tall girl. We got the nicest girl in all the world. Slim girl, fat girl, short girl, tall. Sing if I could wrap up the Ramadan and pass.
Jamana say we like them like that. Jamana say we like them like that. Some girls slim and
man a some girl fat, so she fatter. Chaman a say we like them like that. Sister fatter, big and she fatter. She tell me that she living in a basement flatter. Say every week if they can get me head flatter. She tell me that they cook and shove a big judge fat, so she fatter. Chaman a say we like them like that, so she fatter. Chaman a say we like them like that. Some girl slim a man a some girl fat, so she fatter. Short girl, we love slow, we love tall girl, we love all girl along the world. We love the furious girl, we love girl. Just the nicest girls in the world. Said Tashi got talk about girl, potential I talk about girl. Sing it back and tell you about the one call girl. We got the nicest girl in the world. Slim girl, fat girl, short girl, tall. Sing it back and rap up the
Don't forget, limited edition. You know what time it is. White Rabbit Tees, the last box is available now on riseabove.news merchandise store. The last box, grey, khaki, red, black, all sizes in.
One more minute, 'cause I just wanna come down. Don't wanna go back to how I used to be.
Here I am.
I didn't realise it's actually Magic's mixing. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. One two one two.
Jump on the stage, bust up the mic, then DJ just jack up the tune. Jump on the stage, bust up the mic, then DJ just
Big
jack
up
up the
Magic.
tune. Jump on the stage, bust up the mic, then DJ just jack up the tune. Jump on the stage, bust up the mic, then Predator jack up the tune.
Yo, okay. Big up everyone. We are back. It is Rise Above. We were just enjoying the tunes there. I didn't know if it was Since the Dread or you actually live mixing. So right, we need to get back to business. We were let's have Inner Guardians back. Call us back in, please, mate. Should we say hello to Spoken Word Nerd if you're there? If you have an echo, you know what's going to happen. Word Nerd.
1 2 1 2 1 2.
How you doing?
Good evening. Good evening.
Okay, right. Good evening. Where did we get to? We're live in the Soviet Union, and I think we got to somewhere like this. Right, so Health Chancellor Gates says it means it's working. Revelation 16:2, the first angel went and poured out his bowl on the land. Lee, welcome back, Inner Guardians. Revelation 16:2, the first angel went and poured out his bowel upon the land, and ugly, festering sores broke out on the people who had the mark of the beast and worshipped its image.
No.
Health Chancellor Gates says it means it's working. Listen, we've already established that the science is settled. Anyway, that'll probably get us taken down. Daddy, did you saddle me with $300 billion of Soviet debt? The bedwetter probably wore a face mask outside as well. This meme has been used so many times. It's got me in so much trouble. I've hurt some really tough guys' feelings with this meme. Trust me.
Well, it is what it is.
It is what it is. If it applies to you, go ahead. Right, so have you been missold PPE? A lot of people have been missold PPE. They might have been missold some Schwabian nanotech as well.
Claim back your common sense.
Have you been wearing your mask to the supermarket, Word Nerd?
Only the war paint.
Only the war paint.
Good evening, Word Nerd.
Evening, everyone.
So when you go to the supermarket now, it's war paint and Ninja Turtle sticks down the back. Easy access.
Let's get questionless that way.
Aha, we've got a guest later on just sat in the green room, Mr. Andy Jardine. He's the author of Anunnaki Genesis. He's going to be sat in the green room for a little while until we get on to UFOs. We're a little bit behind. Right, let's go. So, inject men with female sex hormones to treat COVID in 1984, says California study. Who would have guessed this would have happened? Well, Alex Jones guessed it. He's just flabbergasted once again at one of his predictions coming true. How much time do I have left, Doctor? 5. 5 what? 5 years? 5 months? 4. You've taken Pfizer's Christmas miracle. How long until I get a blood clot? 5, 4. Well, they did tell us. They told us back in 2012. There was a big ritual back in 2012. In case you didn't notice, we've been taken down for showing this before. I'll tell you what. I'm going to invite our guest coming up into the chat anyway. Mr. Andy Jardine, welcome.
Can you see me? Can you see me?
I can see you now. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
You're a little bit fuzzy. I think you might need to wipe your webcam there, Andy. Are you inside a sauna or a temperate climate?
Hold on one second.
No worries. Let's. Oh, someone just said we've got an echo. Oh shit! Super echo.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna have to kick you two. You need to put on echo cancellation. Right, I'll get rid of Spoken Word Nerd and Andy, and we'll carry on. So they told us back in 2012 at the Olympic opening ceremony. Remember it? This is what Boris Johnson said shortly afterwards. Remember? London 2012, excitement spreading like a benign virus. Inner Guardians, was it you that sent me this?
Yeah. Somebody sent it.
Yeah, I think it was. Let me see if I can get Andy back in without the echo. Andy Jardine, welcome to Rise Above.
Hello, mate. How are you? Sorry, my camera's naked.
Okay, have you got echo cancellation on when you come into the chat?
Right. Whereabouts would I find that?
There's a little cog on the bottom right-hand corner, and you click it. It's settings, and down the bottom, you've got to click on echo cancellation. While you do that, I'll boot you back out again because we need to get on with this. Right. So imagine a virus so deadly they have to silence people, censor doctors, ban people speaking out, slander other doctors, and arrest other medical experts who expose a false narrative. Imagine it. You don't need to. It's happening right now. One of these is innocent. Which one of these people is innocent?
The bat.
The bat is innocent. The only person here that's innocent is the bat. Not even O.J. Simpson. Right, people in 2035. We're already crashing through these memes. I almost feel like saving them for next week. People in 2035. How do you survive the great pandemic of 2020? Me. I just kept smoking weed and it kept working. It's worked so far.
I've seen these going around. This is just an utter disgrace.
In the Great Awakening,
they're branding themselves.
The cattle pay to brand themselves.
The cattle are branding themselves willingly.
Is there still? Is someone saying there is still an echo? There shouldn't be an echo because we don't have a. Let me just. I'm going to remove Inner Guardian as the guest because he's calling in on the phone. He doesn't need to be there. Is there still an echo? There certainly shouldn't be an echo now. Let us know, people that are listening in, please. Okay. Next slide. I've had my mRNA specific tissue targeting ionizing nanolipid spike protein software delivery system. That's dope. I hope that doesn't get me taken down.
What a title.
Okay, I'm going to invite Andy Jardine back in one more time and hopefully he doesn't have an echo. If he does, I'm going to get him to call in on Skype. Andy, one more time, welcome back.
So it's still the same or is it okay?
It sounds good to us, but some people said there was an echo. And say hello to all the Rise Above people watching.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Andy.
Hey.
Yeah, let us know. Oh no.
No. We got an echo.
We have an echo again.
Deal.
Yeah, can you call me on Skype, Andy?
Yeah. What's your address?
It's on the screen here. riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. Call me on Skype, mate. There's no echo there.
Okay.
Sorry about that, everyone. We don't par with echoes anymore.
No, that's so 2020.
So 2020. Yeah. So Andy is he's an actor. He's basically a professional combat specialist like Master Lee, and he is also an author of Anunnaki Genesis. So he's going to be our guest for talking about UFOs a little bit later on. Right, okay, so Tesla says by smoking 20 spliffs a day, this is the key to expanding consciousness and brain power. Bob Marley's Babylon by Bus playing non-stop in the background, and if you come round, you see Earth is a plane, it's therefore flat, and the moon is an optical illusion created by satanic paedophiles. Nikola Tesla.
Wow. Gosh. Let's change the timeline.
It's Rise Above, it's Friday night. We like to mix it up. Hard-hitting rabbit whole rabbit facts and a little bit of satire in the middle. So yeah, I'm afraid, word nerd, you are causing an echo, and so is in the Guardians. Just don't bother having the connection here. You're on the phone to us, aren't you, Lee?
Yeah, I won't be able to see the slides.
Oh, you want to see the okay, sorry, yeah, go back to the green room. I'll leave you in the green room because that don't create an echo. Sorry, I was just kicking everyone out to get rid of this stupid echo gremlin. We don't deal with that anymore. Okay, so have you seen this? Justice jabs. Offenders in the US get their sentences cut in half if they take the COVID vaccine.
That's right.
They might get something else cut in half if they're not too careful as well. So if you just Google the words William Shakespeare right now, do it. Everyone in the comment section, Google William Shakespeare. And apparently this is what comes up. It's not the William Shakespeare you're thinking of. Bill, the first guy that received the very first initial, primordial Pfizer Christmas miracle, he's dead. But it's nothing to do with Pfizer.
And the
Go on.
The location. Call for entry.
Oh, where? The first ever Pfizer Christmas miracle was delivered to where in the Guardians?
In Coventry. Cove Entry.
And who was the second one? Margaret Keenan, and a keen nan. She was a keen nan. She was keen to get her Pfizer Christmas miracle.
And she was MK.
Oh, stop it. Too much. I bet
It's all there, guys. It's all there.
Is he 99 years old? 333s as well, something like that.
It's all within the peasant show.
Look what's happening down under. Oh yeah, big up any down under Australian caveats that are watching. Yeah, so everyone in Australia and New Zealand, let us know if this is true. Victoria in Australia, especially from midnight, Victorians can only have 5 reasons to leave their homes. 5 kilometre travel radius. Limited shopping, face masks are required everywhere, inside, outdoors, everywhere. Public gatherings will not be permitted. Single bubbles and intimate partner visits will be allowed. Single bubbles, what's that? Just being on your own? That's not a bubble. Absolutely ludicrous. So, yeah, this sums it up. I don't know, something seems a little bit shady. Free donuts, free beer, and I'll show you in a minute. There's lots more free coming with this glorious cure. Handjob says he didn't watch all of Cummings' testimony. Wait a minute, Master Lee, what were you saying about the names of these people, these architects of the British Soviet Union, in our private chat?
Yeah, well, without being too descriptive, if you look at the names, they're all aimed at something sexual.
They sound like a Punch and Judy show, don't they?
BJ.
Yeah.
Boris Johnson, BJ. And you got Cummings.
Handjob.
And Hancock. It's all a bit.
Like Dominic Robb sounds a bit like hard on. Rob.
Rob.
Dominic Robb. Right. Okay. Matt Hancock MP, saving lives one life at a time. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Something I pulled off Twitter. Turns out the CDC quietly released data showing 7 out of 10 Americans are declining the experimental gene therapy. While the world is trying to convince you you're on the fringe of humanity, you're actually in the majority. Why would they try to convince you with a lottery, donuts, fries, hamburgers? The media is the tool of the bad people in charge. Laying it down in layman's terms right there. Who's this guy at the top of this meme? I don't know who this is. I feel ignorant.
I
Who is this
put
guy?
this on our WhatsApp page. So this is the cult leader in America who got like over 900 people to drink his poison
What's he
Kool-Aid
called?
willingly.
Can someone in the comment section tell me what this dude is called? He looks
Jim
like Joe.
Jim Jones.
Is that Jonestown guy?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Right.
Jonestown
Okay.
guys, yeah.
I've never seen him before. I've obviously know about Jonestown.
Yeah, so this is him. He got and then like Fauci's like, hold my beer. So I thought this is a brilliant meme. If it is not a shit quality, it's a great meme.
Yeah. Well, I think there's going to be a lot more memes coming out of Fauci coming up very, very soon. I thought this one was really good. This whole dangling carrot and donkey. The donkey will earn a carrot 1 month of quarantine, 6 months of quarantine, negative test, 6 months of quarantine, isolation, negative test. In the end, the donkey just realizes there's no carrot and there's just endless quarantine and testing. Yeah, we all know. So no surprises here. It looks like that big event that we've all been looking forward to might be put off. Just seeing this one from yesterday. Boris says the special occult ritual of the summer solstice where the peasants get their freedom might not happen, just to really mock us and really rub our noses in it.
Oh, stop. Go back. You know what we were talking about earlier with a delay?
Yeah.
So when was the blood moon? 26th?
26. Well, midnight 26th, 27th.
Yeah, and they've announced that on the 27th.
Oh, wow. Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah. This is what I said. This is my prediction. Yeah. Oh, bollocks. So man. I said it would. Oh, look at that.
So if there is a delay.
Well, this is the BBC. Let's be real. So this is the very official channel.
I was looking on Thursday and I couldn't find any news. This is
I
funny.
predicted that
because I was looking for the prediction as well because I was strong in that.
Said, didn't I? They on the blood flower moon. That's when I said it. Yes.
Now they're saying that we might not be able to.
2 out of 2. 2 out of 2. I predicted the goddamn what was it? The Hunter's Harvest Blue Moon when they announced the lockdown.
Yep.
And the blood flower harvest parasite moon when they say the peasants won't get their summer back. Boom. Some people would call me a mystic. I can just read. They tell you they're going to do it. It's not that difficult. Come on.
Just follow the occult calendar.
So let's change the subject.
Oh yeah, this is ridiculous now.
This
Come on, this
is
clown
mockery.
Town. Clown town.
Mockery.
Kevin Spacey set to return to movies with
I want at least 2 meters
drama.
from this paedophile.
Kevin Spacey could return to big screen in film about accused paedophile. So we all know about Spacey's more shadier doings in the whole Pizzagate, Pedogate.
Is it going to have a cameo from Jeffrey Epstein appearing as himself?
It's all there, and now he's come out. He's taken a role apparently to play an accused paedophile. So I mean,
a man wrongly suspected of child abuse.
Maybe he's just been getting into his role for the last however many years.
Oh
of his
yeah,
life.
maybe he was doing a Robert De Niro and just
practicing.
really getting into the role of being a man that was falsely accused of touching boys.
Robert Thane in the contract. Yes, the usual suspects in the comments there at the bottom.
Yeah, the usual suspects.
That brings a whole new meaning to the term method acting.
Method.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Oh dear. The actor who has been the subject of multiple sexual misconduct allegations. Oh dear. Okay, so it sort of goes with this back to the endless. Oh, I've got a call coming in on my phone. Wait a minute. Incoming call.
Interesting.
Oh, that's Andy trying to call in on the phone. Master Lee, can I just put you on hold?
Sure. Yep.
Hello, is that Andy?
Yeah, is that better on the?
Yeah, it is. I just had to put Lee on hold. Did you have no luck with the Skype? Because I've got two channels. One's connected to Skype. If you could Skype us, because Lee's actually calling in, and then we can have both of you at once.
Or can
right. I just sent you the link for the Skype on our Facebook Messenger because I'll have to download it all if I do it all through my account because it's just not on. I haven't used it for years.
You haven't got Skype?
No.
Okay.
Well,
all right, Lee in the Guardians, can you Skype us, please? And then we can leave Andy Jardine on, and we can have you both at the same time. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Andy, you stayed. I'll just speak to Lee again. This is so radio show. In the Guardians, is it all right if you Skype us because Andy hasn't got his Skype set up, so he can only call.
Yeah, I'll give it a try.
All right, nice one. Message me on Facebook if you can't get it to work. You might need to have an invite.
Sure.
Okay, right. All right, see you in a sec.
So back to the meme here. So we've got Disney, Walt Disney logo, and
let me just get Andy back.
Jeffrey Epstein paedophile one in there.
Andy, are you there or is he on hold? Resume call. Andy, welcome back to the show. Welcome back to Rise Above, mate.
Hello, mate.
So you've been watching the slideshow, I take it?
Yeah, I've been.
Kevin Spacey. What an absolute piss take that is.
I know.
Yes. Yeah. So under one view we can see the Disney castle, and then Epstein's Palace there. Lovely. Right. Okay. Next subject is the Great Reset. Lord Schwab.
The Greta Reset.
Greta Reset. You take over, Andy. Will I just make sure Lee can get back hold of us?
So we're gonna go in our full Greta Reset. Let's have a look what we got in the slideshow from for this week. So the Lord Schwab here from the World Economic Forum. He's very proud here, holding up his COVID-19, The Great Reset book, which he magically got out so quickly. Sorry about the interference, guys. Whoa.
Sorry. That's me. I'll bugger it up.
Okay. So sorry about that, guys. So the brainwashed would still claim the Great Reset is a conspiracy theory, whilst Klaus Schwab smacks them in the face with his book, The Great Reset. I would have said this is quite apt. There's no way he had this, written in a couple of... When was this published?
We can't seem to connect to Andy. We get some terrible echo. Try and call us back, Andy.
This was published something like 2 months after the first lockdown, though.
What, his book?
Yeah.
No, 2016, 2017?
Oh, it was before? Oh, before.
Yeah.
No, it can't be. It's written COVID-19, The Great Reset.
Oh, what? That book? The Fourth Industrial Revolution. No,
Yeah.
that was written in...
In 2020, yeah, but this was like a couple of months.
No. He must have started writing it in 2019.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So he's written this book. He had this ready to go. There's no way they wrote this during, this is all ready to go, all planned out. There's no way Schwab would miss the boat. So here we go. BBC News. UK government to pay older farmers to retire. Well, this goes into what we talked about last week with the climate change thing, that they want to own the land. They don't want farmers farming on the land. They want Monsanto to farm on their land. So older farmers in England will be paid to retire under UK government scheme to bring new blood into the trade. The average farmer could receive a lump sum payment of £50,000, capped at £100,000 for farmers who lost with most land. It is part of a massive overhaul from farm grants, incentivising farmers to protect the environment. What do you mean protect the environment? By growing Monsanto on it? So, guys, we're still trying to sort out the tech issues here to get Andy on. So I'm just going to keep going with the slideshow here. We've got Daily Echo. Bournemouth and Poole have homeless donation terminals. So yeah, basically this is literally just like China. Isn't that right, Lance? This is exactly what they've got in China. Basically you can go and donate money in like a little a cashless scanner thing with your Schwab phone or your card or whatever, and apparently the full sum goes to homeless people, where they can go and buy a coffee or something to eat or some heroin or whatever they choose to.
We're trying to set up a Facebook Messenger double call. Oh, we've got another call on this phone. Wait. Hello. I don't think he's connected in. 1212. Can you hear us? That is not working properly. No. Oh, no, it was. Right, we're calling you on Facebook Messenger with Lee and Andy. Magic's is sorting it. We'll carry on with the slideshow. So, yeah, they were actually selling these delivery bots. Actually selling them on Facebook. You could buy these. So they were actually putting them out to restaurant owners.
Delivery robot.
Yeah, welcome, Lee and Andy. You're on Facebook Messenger through the Quizmaster Pro on Rise Above. Welcome.
Okay.
Oh no, is it causing an echo?
Schwab.
No, that's all right. That's good. Okay, welcome Inner Guardians and Andy Jardine. I think that's working just about. So yeah, this is proper Great Reset delivery robots for restaurants. The Bellabot, an innovative delivery robot. They're actually selling these. I could have filled out a form on Facebook and started buying one of these. Look at this. Does that not remind you out of Terminator 2?
Turkish defence firm Havelsan's unmanned ground vehicle to be on field soon. Turkish defence from unmanned ground vehicle UGV Barkan will soon be on the field, furthering the vision of the company's digital troop concept that will see it play a role in joint robotic operations with other unmanned platforms. So basically, yeah, this is all this, robot Schwab tech going to be police in the streets and, AI making decisions. This is not looking good. This is all the start of this.
Yeah, not good at all. Can you see that on the screen, Andy?
Yeah, I can see the little robot.
That does not sound good, does it?
No.
All right, we've got Magic. Can you lock that off? Sorry, guys, turn that off. And we need one of them to call us on the phone and one of us to call us on thingy. Andy, without earphones, we keep getting an echo, mate.
All right, I need to turn the volume down. Let me just go and grab some. Hold on.
Yeah, go and get some earphones. Right, lock that off. I'm not dealing with echoes anymore. Okay, so welcome to New Schwabia. Look at this. An implant. Inner Guardians, call me back on the phone.
Scientists are developing an implantable living pharmacy that will halve the time it takes to recover from jet lag. Right,
that works. Inner Guardians is back.
I mean, is jet lag that big of an issue?
Yeah, why do you need an implant to stop jet lag? Inner Guardians, are you going to have a Schwabian implant so you can get to sleep after you got off a plane?
Is it more fucking about with time?
Yeah, they're messing around time again.
Is this what this is? It is, isn't it?
Yep.
So I wonder how this works. The implant is being developed by a team led from Northwestern University. It will contain engineered cells that produce peptides when stimulated with light. And of course, with light. These same peptides are used within the body to regulate sleep/wake cycles. Triggered wirelessly, the device could release precise doses to combat jet lag. Precise doses of what? Exactly. US military agency DARPA, of course, is funding the project to the
How
tune
much?
of 33 million.
How much, Michael?
33 million.
I didn't
Come
put that
on.
in the double number news. I'd left that for a little
Come
bonus
on.
rabbit at the end.
This is fresh off the press as well, May 25th, 2021. This is a new article. This is ridiculous now. This is literally fucking clown town. Okay, here we go. El Pace. International team of researchers creates 132 human monkey embryos in China. That's right. You heard it right. Human monkey embryos. Master Lee, do you want to...
I thought that was illegal.
Yeah, is that not illegal?
Yeah, as far as I know, it's illegal.
This is more just playing God. An attempt to play creator.
I was looking into this, and the Chinese have officially been doing it since 2018, officially. But they've just cracked it, and now they've got 132. Nice little trio there of occult numbers of human monkryo. I can't get this homunculus thing out of my head. I'll do it next week. It's so dirty. Human monkey embryo, chimera embryos. But the thing is, right?
Alchemy.
Again.
They've already pigs.
Oh yeah, you said
Maybe.
they've done it with pigs, yeah. But this is Alex Jones territory. And Alex Jones was talking about this 3 or 4 years ago and getting laughed at. The Chinese have got chimeras. They've got labs underground with chimeras in. Well, they do. He was right again. And I'm not sticking up for Alex Jones.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, abstract.
So, yeah, I think we've got a little bit more before we get to UFOs. Right, look at this. An AI algorithm can recognize COVID 1984 from the sound of your cough.
Oh, come on.
Even if you're asymptomatic. So think about it, right? If you're asymptomatic, that means you don't have a cough. So how does this work? The algorithm just scans your breathing. COVID-19.
Clown Town.
Crazy. Based on a cell phone recorded cough. Oh wow! It's not even in real time. That you can just cough down the phone. Imagine that. All your phone calls will get scanned by the COVID algorithm. Your cough doesn't meet our health standards. Health Chancellor Gates has deemed your cough to be inadequate. Straight to the digital gulag, peasant. So, talk about winning prizes for getting your glorious cure. I'm sorry this is stretching long. The COVID Union does this to me. Colorado, $5 million in cash prizes to get a glorious cure for waning COVID vaccination rate.
Just change the view on the thing, not so they can see.
Full screen. Ohio announces winners of first spearing lottery. New York governor announces $5 million of COVID vaccine lottery incentive. It's almost like they're bribing people to get something that they desperately need to already stop them from dying.
They're playing on gluttony.
How to win 1.5 million in California's new quackscene lottery. Poland dangles lottery jackpot carrot to boost COVID spearing drive.
I heard no one in Poland's taking part in this.
I heard it's just simply not working.
Yeah.
Here it is. This is what it comes down to.
Eat the fucking bugs.
Put the bugs in the mouth, you dirty carbon-eating peasant. Lord Schwab, Uncle Klaus has already got bugs. They're already packaged. Because, you know, Uncle Ben is too racist. You're not allowed to have a picture of a black man. That's just racist.
Yeah, just add
Okay,
water.
so they
dried.
sacked Uncle Ben. Now we've got Uncle Klaus.
Just add water, throw in the microwave. There you go. Rehydrate your bugs from Uncle Klaus.
In The Guardian, you're a well-travelled man. You must have eaten bugs.
No, I haven't actually.
Really? Have you spent a lot of time in Asia, Southeast Asia?
Yeah. But I've
Me too. I never ate bugs either, mate.
No, mainly in Japan. I believe that everybody eats something like 33 spiders in their lifetime or something when they sleep.
How many?
33.
That's 3.3 grams of arachnids.
Are those the official stats?
Yeah, that's the official COVID stats.
I've eaten ants in Colombia. And also in England because I brought some back. And I think I've given you some of those ants.
Were they chocolate?
No, they were just salted ants.
Salted ants. My
They're
dad said
peanuts.
chocolate ants are good.
Mate, they're lovely.
I like snails. Whenever I see escargot on the menu, I order it without fail. Usually because it's the most expensive starter. If I'm not paying, I just go down the price. Escargot every time. Little garlic morsels. Right. Okay. Back to the realness. Anyone who stated a year ago that they were concerned about a quacksine passport, they were often accused of being a stupid conspiracy theorist or spreading dangerous misinformation. The real danger is actually turning a blind eye to conspiracy theories because they might become harsh realities.
Just like Nazi Germany.
Yeah, moment of silence there.
Avoidance is not an option.
No, yeah, it really doesn't matter if you think it's a conspiracy theory. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. This app. I think I got something like 350 shares, and this isn't even one of our. Did I say an app? I meant a meme. This meme is not one of ours. I said app because it's about the NHS app, and we know when Scooby-Doo and his associates pull off the mask from the NHS app, we know what it is. We already know it's Serco. That's why I'm sat here. But it's definitely the CCP Chinese social credit system disguised as a COVID passport. This went down like an this went down well on Facebook. This one. So Alabama says no to it. Big up Florida.
Yes, they did.
Big up Alabama.
Yeah, on a positive
Texas.
note, yeah.
Hang tight, Bradley Golden.
Yeah, big up to the non-Schwabian. They're saying no.
Yeah, good to say no. It's not even that difficult. Just say no. Imagine a depopulation plan so diabolical, so perfect, you could literally pull it off without 90% of the herd even knowing what was going on. Or even better, you just get the herd to ignore their own fate and actively participate in it. You're watching that in real time right now. What do we call this in the Guardians? Self-sacrifice, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Like I said a minute ago about avoidance, it's self-slaughter. Using the tool of avoidance.
Self-slaughter. It's a bit more crude than sacrifice. Sacrifice has got more meaning. Just not if you sacrifice yourself, you're doing it for something. This is just slaughter.
Yeah, self-slaughter.
Yeah. But soon we'll be able to do it from the comfort of our own homes. They're already developing some COVID pill for people.
There's an app for it. There's an app for it.
There's an app for it. Can you just like your one-stop shop for self-slaughter? Download the COVID 1984 app.
On that note, this is far more sinister than Hitler's henchmen just throwing.
We've said it before. It's much more sinister.
Into the gas chambers. People are literally being led willingly to their slaughter. They're queuing up for it.
When you like, go on.
I was just literally going to say the SS self-slaughter, and then this popped up.
Yeah. What an amazing bit of synchronicity. Yeah. So Operation Paperclip business right here. Did you know only 14 Nazis from the Nuremberg trial got executed? The rest became NASA scientists. I just said Nazi scientists. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
And political and social trendsetters. And here we go again. Now, this is the thing, right? We hear a lot about when are we going to get the COVID Nuremberg trials? We need to have the new Nuremberg trials. And people keep saying that. And I hate breaking people's little spell. I hate to keep pissing on people's bonfires. The Nuremberg trials were a bunch of patsies. The real badasses were co-opted straight into the Soviet Union, straight into Operation Paperclip, into the CIA, into NATO, into NASA.
All of it.
Come on.
There's a saying. Who won the last? Who lost in World War II? It was Germany, not the Nazis.
Absolutely.
Who won, rather?
Well,
the Nazis.
Yeah, the ones that are outside the crater controlling us. Yeah.
Well, it was Germany that got punished, the country, not the Nazis.
Yeah, that's right.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, yeah. Beg your pardon. I just heard. Yeah, I just understand. I just got you there. Yeah.
And that goes back to like to what Jay was saying when we did that excellent interview with the former resident of East Germany. He said my dad was just a German soldier. None of them believed in being Nazis, and it's like the Nazis might have lost, Germany lost, but the Nazis didn't necessarily. It was Germany that paid the price, all the economic hardship, all the sanctions,
everything, and just the general shame of it all.
The Nazis got little jobs around the world.
Well, yeah, the Nazis had the best scientists. Right, Andy's got some earphones, so we'll have one last go to see if there's no echo.
Okay.
Welcome, Andy, to the chat.
Hello. You hear me?
We can hear you. Let us know in the comment section.
Is it better?
It should be, because it won't be picking up your speakers. So yeah, we're just talking Operation Paperclip. Let me just change the view.
Yeah, that was a conspiracy. Once upon a time.
Yeah, which we're still feeling the effects of right now.
But this is the fourth, isn't it?
I've heard that before. Yeah.
You got to think of those like you just had on there, the 14 Nazis that got executed in the Nuremberg trials out of the 22 that were on trial, and the rest of them, 3,000 got shipped off to America, courtesy of the Catholic Church, the Vatican through Spain.
Oh shit, we've got a mad echo again. I'm really sorry, Andy. Yeah, right.
Shall I call you on the phone?
No, Lee's on the phone. Call me on Skype with your earphones in. Right, last chance. Yeah, just call on Skype. Forget this platform. We do the Queefmaster Pro. If you call on Skype, it should work fine. Can you watch the Skype, please, Magics? Okay, so we're now in like Nazi Operation Paperclip territory. That's a bit of a cross rabbit hole. Okay, so moving on. This peer-reviewed study said that basically all of the stats about the glorious cure seem to be absolute garbage. These are the actual efficiency rates. This has come out this week from the Lancet. Okay, I'm not going to say any more because that will get us taken down. Right, COVID dark winter is over. What happens in the summer?
It's protest time, yo.
It's protest time. Let's burn shit down.
Let's start smashing monuments, statues, graffiti in your mum's house. That's it. Yeah, Black Lives Matter. BLM, motherfuckers. No, but seriously. What's the name? Sasha Johnson.
Here we go. I'll go into it.
Here we go. There she
is.
is.
Check this person out.
The same way that they could accuse us of black on black crime when they create the social culture that allows that behaviour. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
According to a new study, the Black Lives Matter movement is linked to more than 9 in 10 riots across America. The study defines riots as demonstrations in which any demonstrator engages in violently disruptive or destructive acts as well as mob violence.
When I say they have a pepper spray, we have our own too. They have smokes, we have it too.
They can label me a terrorist, they can label me racist, but I'm not racist. I just love my blackness. Listen, you just need to shut up, man. You're a coon. You just need to shut up.
Get angry some more and threaten me some more.
Get angry and threaten you some more. I promise you, I don't threaten you. I promise you.
This is Sasha Johnson, a prominent anti-racism campaigner.
So come out there. Let's live through the time.
I'm just going to stop there. I would say this person is actually a prominent race hustler. A prominent agent provocateur.
She's hideous, man.
She's absolutely awful.
Could you imagine taking her home to meet your mother?
I've been following this individual for a while, right?
Come out there, let's live through the
Come on, man. Come on.
Come out there, we'll live.
Right here, she's offering out a black gentleman who has questioned her worldview, and the first thing she did is call him a coon and offer him outside. While they're making a documentary. This is the mentality of this person.
Through the promise, I can promise you now.
Come on.
Come out there, we live it through.
Okay.
You're a coon.
She's fighting for her life in hospital after reportedly being shot in the head.
No justice! No justice! Take it to the streets! I can't hear you. No justice!
Power! I can't hear you. Black power! Every hour. Tell you lot that now. I have more balls than most of you men out here.
Police were called to an address on Consort Road behind me at just after 3 o'clock in the morning on Sunday. It is there, they say, they found a 27-year-old woman who had suffered from gunshot wounds.
27 years old, guys.
Black power!
Well, she wasn't 33. She's only 27.
She was 27. She's
well,
in the
she
27
survived the
club.
27 club. Kurt Cobain and Amy didn't. Look at she radicalising these kids.
Every hour!
Every hour!
Black power! My son, what do you
There is no terrorist group. The police is no different from the KKK.
Detectives from the Metropolitan...
Someone just said there's still an echo. There should definitely not still be an echo. Is anyone still hearing an echo on the video? I hope not.
Police's Specialist Crime Command are leading the investigation.
Take it to the streets! Take it to the streets!
Right, you get the idea about this individual, yeah? Not very savoury. She actually got her arse handed to her on a plate by Tommy Robinson, and you know you need to hang up your acting shoes when that happens. Right, so this is the person here. Sasha Johnson. Look where she learnt how to act.
Henry Ford College.
Henry Ford College. Couldn't make it up, could you? I don't know how accurate this is, but I can tell just by looking at her, she's an actor. Look at who she stood next to here. I'm not going to talk about these two individuals because that's someone else's forte, who we mentioned once. Weird things started happening.
Yeah, right.
Big up J.O. So, BLM activist Sasha Johnson was shot in a garden by 4 black men, police say. I'd like to see her blame this on white supremacy.
What was she doing out in the garden at 3 a.m. anyway?
They're having a party.
Oh, hello, Andy. Welcome to the chat. That seems to be working with no echo.
Okay, that's good.
Spot on. Yeah, we're just talking about Black Lives Matter and various other race hustlers and agents of division.
Race bait.
Yeah. So I'm sure everyone knows that this darling individual unfortunately got shot in the head at the weekend. Maybe she was the first offering in front of us. Sasha Johnson. She's like she's the Black Panther of Oxford. She's blatantly an agent provocateur actor. She's sort of like a female version of Malcolm X, but she's like middle class. She straightens her hair, so that's cultural appropriation for starters. She's a bit of a meme of herself. She's like the leading BLM activist in England. She got shot in the head on Saturday at a party in Peckham at 3 o'clock in the morning while her 3 kids were at home. We'll leave judgments out of that. Apparently, now, here's the thing. This is when the story broke. 4 black males dressed in dark clothing discharged a firearm in a house party. The mother of 2, some people say 3, is in hospital. All right. Diane Abbott.
It was a drive-by. I thought I read it was a drive-by.
That's a story. She was at a house party and some people did a drive-by, licked off some shots, and it happened to cap her in the head. Nothing to do with anything, apparently.
One second. What time was she shot?
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh no.
What time was she shot?
Have you looked into this? Can you check?
Officers were called after 3 a.m., but it can't be 3:30.
Google it, Andy, please.
How many kids? How many kids has she got?
3. Well, some are saying 2. I've heard 3. She's not 33. She's 27. So it's a very pivotal age. A very pivotal sacrificial age. What day was she?
She's 27. She was shot on was it 4 or 5 days beforehand?
What have you checked the time, Lee?
I'm trying.
No, it's just I can't see the print on the screen, but I'm just wondering whether they put 2 3s in there.
Well,
the time.
I've just heard 3 a.m. Imagine if it was 3:30.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, right. But
who knows?
It gets more interesting. It gets more interesting, right? Because if we go down, Diane Abbott, bless her backwards unmatching cotton socks, black activist Sasha Johnson is in hospital in critical condition, sustaining a gunshot wound to the head. No one should have to pay for their life because they stood up for racial injustice. # Black Lives Matter. Excuse me. Has she not read the initial reports of who shot her? And I hate to even talk about this horrible divisive shit because I think it's a bit of a pantomime and it's really quite beneath us. We're trying to rise above. But I have to actually point out how desperate this narrative is.
No, I'm sorry, guys. It just says following the shooting at the
we want it to be 3:33,
in
don't
Concert
we?
Road at about 3 a.m. BST. So, I mean, it's not given a specific time because obviously, I mean, we'll if she dies, I wonder what time.
Officers
they'll
arrested a
pronounce her.
17-year-old boy, so we've got half of 33 woven into the story.
Yes, we have. And it also says here, further investigations led to police in a address in Peckham where 3 men aged 18, 19 and 28 were all arrested on suspicion of affray and possession with the intent to supply Class B drugs. A 25-year-old man was held later in the evening following a police chase, blah, blah, blah. So I think they're just talking about people and stuff that was in the area. But yeah, just throwing a lot of numbers around there. But there's no 33 here, but there is 27. She's if she dies, she's in the 27 club.
Yeah.
You got 3 a.m. Got 3 a.m.
We've got 3 a.m. Yeah, and double
3
zero.
men.
Right.
3 men.
Let's go to the next slide.
Oh yes, Lee's right. You got 3 a.m. and 3 men were arrested.
Yeah,
That's
but they're
33.
trying to dress it up as 4. It's like they're trying to
yeah.
hide the 3s in this one. Can we go to the next slide?
Yes, sir.
Right, so, Diane Abbott is accused of stoking racial tension. No shit. And I don't want to waste time on this puppet.
She doesn't do numerology.
Sorry, she's never done numerology. Yeah, so everyone's got down on the knee for this terrible ordeal. Is it some sort of ritual? I don't know, maybe. But I thought this meme sort of really sums up this whole stupid narrative that's going on at the moment. And maybe, hey, apparently it says that she was not the target of the shooting. It was totally accidental. I'm going to hazard a guess that maybe it wasn't accidental. I'm going to hazard a guess that maybe she was at a party with some boys from the ends, and she started running her mouth,
calling people coons.
Mate, I would assume that it probably started something like this. She started talking about white supremacy and how everyone's oppressed and how everyone's a victim. And maybe someone piped up and said, "Excuse me, love, you don't speak on my behalf. I'm not a victim. I'm not oppressed. Shut up." And maybe then she goes, "You're a coon."
Yeah.
Well, guess what? If you call a black guy in Peckham, the wrong black guy in Peckham, a coon, maybe you might get shot. Maybe you've larped a little bit too hard on this one.
Yeah, because you're a larper, and we can see that from your acting.
Hey, I don't want anyone to get shot in the head. I hope she sees the error of her ways, but I doubt it. She'll probably blame it on white supremacy. Right, so let's get down to business. It's the subject of this week's show, which we have. How long have we been going so far? 3 hours, and we've only just got to it. Wow. Right, the paranormal and UFOs. So
there's been a lot to talk about.
There is. It's been a crazy week in the Soviet Union. So we've got a guest, Andy Jardine, who is a author, an actor. Are you like a stuntman, combat specialist as well, Andy? How would you describe yourself?
In another life, yeah. When my body was working properly, now it's all broken.
Broken down after what have you been doing? Stunt work, close protection.
No, I've been in a wheelchair for 8 years.
I mean, before that, I mean, in your career.
Before that, yeah. I was a fighter, trainer, worked on films, stunts, walk-ons, features, and I've done CP work.
Okay.
I've done firearms training in Spain for 3 years.
So how do you come from that to writing a book about the Anunnaki Genesis? That's a little bit of that's a leap, isn't it?
You know, so I've always been interested in it ever since I was a kid. You know, because I'm quarter Egyptian, so you know, I've got a link to the pyramids because obviously I went there as a child and I've been there as an adult loads of times. And even when I was younger, I used to think, how the hell did they build this? You know, it's just when you see it for real, you go there. It's monumental. It's just massive. Place. Yeah. And it doesn't look anything like it did when it was new. You know, it's because the Egyptians took a load of the casing stones off and rebuilt Cairo after World War II. Otherwise, we'd see a sort of a pyramid with white casing stones mostly up the side of it. You know.
Yeah, we're looking at ruins basically.
Is there parts still left on there of the outer casing? It's completely gone. Completely gone.
Yeah, they pretty much stripped the whole pyramid and took all the limestone off it, and just left all the other stones on there. So yeah, it's just like it's not smooth like it should be. You know, when they were new, they would have been like shining white,
glistening,
like polished white, brilliant white,
that's
glistening.
Right.
Yeah, and I suppose the big pyramid was white with a gold cap. The second pyramid, Menkaure, was white with a gold cap, and the third pyramid was red with a blue cap. Apparently.
Wow. Okay. Right. We're jumping the gun a bit here. We're going straight in. We're going straight into the bottom of the rabbit hole. Right. Let me do my little introduction because we're going to be talking about a couple of different topics and we're going to be broaching them together. We're going to be talking about UFOs, aliens, ancient aliens, and the paranormal. Okay.
And interdimensional.
It's
all intertwined.
But why are we talking about this right here, right now? Why is it this week, this episode? Well, it's no coincidence. The reason we're talking about it this week is because it's being talked about in the mainstream media a lot. It's in the news sphere.
The biggest story of the last year, but it's just been no one's picked up on it. The biggest story of last year. In fact, it's the biggest story ever.
It's been bubbling away for more than just last year.
It's in the religious figures are talking about it as well.
Yeah,
you got the Pope talking about it.
So let's look at what the mainstream media has been saying, like in the last couple of months, about this subject. Okay, so this is from April 30th. How the Pentagon started taking UFOs seriously, and it's like, yeah, okay, they just started. Really, for decades, flying saucers were a punchline. Then the US government got all over the taboo. So that's from the New Yorker. Pentagon UFOs and Obama's curiosity. Obama's been sort of woven into this story in the last couple of weeks and about this disclosure thing that's apparently on the horizon. That's been talked about all over the place. This is May 23rd. This is this week. Sorry, I turned your mic off.
He did the speech on the late night show a couple of weeks back. Not a speech, sorry, interview.
Oh, what? Obama did?
Yeah, and he was talking about UFOs. When he first got into power, he according to him, he went looking to see if there's any UFO documents or aliens in a bunker, or is his words. And he said no, we didn't find anything about that. But he said there is stuff recorded in the sky that we don't know what it is.
There is stuff recorded.
Yeah, soft.
They know what it is.
Maybe.
They just don't want to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what you got to remember is disclosure is not an event; it's a process.
Okay. A slow process,
Which
maybe.
means a very slow process, because I mean, you can just see how freaked out people are about this COVID thing. Imagine if they said, "Yeah, aliens are here. They've been visiting us for ages. We found some of their sources in archaeological digs." You know, so they're ancient as well. You know, that vindicates a lot of the ancient, stories that are written down. That
mythology, ancient scriptures.
We could come from them. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I found that Bob Lazar interview fascinating recently. If you watched that on Joe Rogan, Bob Lazar on there.
That was the best Joe Rogan show ever.
Yeah, that was good. I've got a little Bob Lazar slide in a bit. So there's been lots of sightings, lots of stories, lots of testimonies. The PAC launched to press feds to release more info on UFOs. This is from May 20 again. Lots of official stuff from the Air Force, from the Navy. 2.3 trillion spending bill from Congress was passed in December. So this is the thing that Trump has released. Yeah, this is like the time bomb.
180 days, isn't it?
Yeah, I think this is the 2.2 trillion dollar bill that has got this 180 days thing in it, that they're actually going to drop the bomb.
They're going to release all the documentation, all of that, everything.
Imagine that.
Allegedly. Allegedly. Do you want to chime in on this, Master Lee?
No, I'm happy to sit back. I'm keen to get this going, so yeah, just carry on.
Yeah, we'll go straight through.
Yeah, I'll chime in later on.
Yeah, no worries. So yeah, we've got some interesting. We've got here the bottom. Can you see the screen, Andy?
Oh no! Hang on 1 second. Let me go to the computer.
So we've got the bottom left hand of the screen. I can't remember the name of this object which came into orbit. Supposedly a bottom. I can't remember the name of the bottom on the lance left. Bottom left.
Dark Knight.
Dark Knight. That's it.
Is it called that? It's called something like that.
Some weird. I mean, it looks like a rock, some meteor or something, but I mean, it's clearly some kind of ship,
some sort of satellite.
Yeah.
But always, this is looking up to the space, the outer space. But where I'm going with this, keep sliding through. So this is the sort of UFO sighting, extraterrestrial craft phenomenon thing that we're used to growing up with. I grew up in the 90s. This was super cool. But here's the crux. Let's start with this as a theory: extraterrestrial or interdimensional. The interdimensional hypothesis basically says it's an idea by advanced ufologists, such as Jacques Vallée, that say unidentified flying objects and related events involve visitations from other realities or dimensions that coexist separately alongside our own reality. Go back. You're skipping forward, Andy. PJ. That's better. Where's it gone? IDH also holds that UFOs are a modern manifestation of a phenomenon that has occurred throughout recorded human history, which in prior ages were ascribed to mythological or supernatural creatures. Okay?
So in previous times, it was given to supernatural phenomena, spiritual or
demons,
from the
angels,
other side. Yeah. Religious kind of
gods, genies. Okay? So here's an article from The Bite. Astronaut, if you think UFOs are aliens, you're an idiot. Obviously, I've seen countless things in the sky that I don't understand. So maybe this is a bit of a debunking article. What I'm getting at here is we're actually questioning what this phenomena is. We're not questioning whether it's real or not. You can't record something so many times and say it's all fake. It's like ghost stories. They're not all real. If you think they're all real, you're as stupid as the person that thinks they're all fake. So, there's many different avenues of thought we can approach this subject. Extraterrestrials from another planet, visitors from another crater, interdimensional beings.
Maybe they're all one and the same.
Yeah, demons. In a Guardians, you talk about the horizontal plane. Maybe these are beings from other places on the plane.
Yeah, well, it goes back to them not being the territory and the education that we've been given. Like I say, many times, if you like, what is your direct knowledge of outer space? All we can do is, at best, is imagine what we've been told by television, documentaries, CGI renditions. You know, even if you go onto the NASA website, it clearly states that these are renditions, these are CGI images of what we think is out there. So the evidence is minute at best.
Yeah, they're compost images. Just
compost, yeah.
Yeah, compost, the fertilizer images. They're just pasted together with CGI, a bit here, a bit there.
Yeah, so that in itself is a bit of it's a bit disappointing if we're going to go with, exactly what they're telling us. And another thing, these are an agency that are also connected to other agencies that we know 100% lie to us all the time.
NASA.
So why suddenly
Nazi?
Yeah.
What was is that not a Hebrew word for to lie, to deceive?
What, Nazi?
No, the word NASA or Nasha.
I think it's pronounced Nassar.
Nassar. Yeah.
Nassar.
So the thing is, there's a very thin veil between the terrain and dimensions. So this is another thing. So it could be a little bit of both as well. Now, when I read anything from NASA, I don't necessarily disregard it because I think they are actually telling us things. It's just that it's slightly veiled. And when they're talking about certain aspects, they may be talking about different dimensions. That's how I process it.
Mm. So
I don't take it.
We could be talking about actually the same thing, different ways to describe actually the same phenomenon.
Yeah. The same way if you got a computer game, you could pretty much make a very good reality or version of reality as to what you see. I mean, isn't that the objective of computer games, to make it as realistic as possible?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, as an example, if you go into Call of Duty games and that sort of thing, you can actually learn a lot about weapons because a lot of it is actually very factual.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Call of Duty. They consulted all of the sort of weapons experts that test weapons for the military to make sure that the specifications were just right. So when you fire that M4
trajectory and
the recoil on certain assault rifles.
I'm not familiar with. I don't play computer games at all.
I mean, I come from a Marines background in my family, so I've fired MP5s. And a few different sort of like submachine guns, and they all sound, feel, recoil.
Obviously, I get
differently.
If you've got a grenade launcher, I mean that only in real life that's only
just
going
the
to
different
go.
calibers of the bullets, the way they fly out of a barrel.
Mainly the specification. I remember years ago when I played. I can't remember which game it was, but I played with my son. I was actually quite surprised how accurate all the specifications were with the weapons and all the kit.
When I first got the first Xbox 360 and Call of Duty 2, which was set in the Second World War, it was only 8-person, multiplayer. It was incredible back then. And the M1 Garand, the rifle with the 8 in the clip that was semi-auto, you could snipe a single shot and you could almost feel the bullet skimming off the top of someone's helmet. It was so... It felt like you were really hitting them with the bullet, and you could tell the physics that had gone into that. It was, it was really cutting edge.
I wonder what the synthetic universe is like.
Well, whenever I talk about
tempting
dimensions, to people and they don't get it, a good way to help them grasp the concept of a dimension is gaming.
Yeah, it's always a great analogy every time.
Yeah, it's very reliable.
Okay, staying in the physical realm, and we're talking about aliens right now still as extraterrestrials in this sphere, right? Let's introduce this character, Phil Schneider. What do we know about Phil Schneider?
Does Andy? Does our guest here, Andy? Do you want to talk about Phil Schneider?
Yeah, I mean, wasn't he found dead in his house and suspected suicide?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, he's like a Bob Lazar type character that's sort of just come out of nowhere with the story. Hasn't got a lot of evidence, but time will tell whether he's talking the truth, won't it? Like with Bob Lazar, everyone thought he was talking rubbish, but then he was so accurate about so many things that he couldn't have known.
Yeah, this is Bob Lazar you're talking about. He was he has memory. He says he has memory problems recalling some of the stuff when he was working. Apparently, is it Area 51? He says he was working at.
He was at Los Alamos, which was just
the biggest thing he talked about that went straight over everyone's heads, went over George Knapp's head, went over Joe Rogan's head, went over Jeremy Corbell's head. They just completely missed it. He said he heard someone say that one of these UFOs, or a few of them, were from an archaeological dig. Now that is massive.
Yeah, I remember that.
That's huge. Now, that's a game changer. That is. You know, that means they've been here for centuries.
Yeah, because we've talked about like the Vimanas that were allegedly found by some troops in Afghanistan. We've talked about the story of the Kandahar giant. Again, you know, some things that. I think the Vimanas were found in Iraq actually.
All the Nazi NASA scientists, all the scientists, especially the Germans, like during the World War II, they went to the ancient Vedic scriptures for knowledge. Some say Oppenheimer got his knowledge to build the atom bomb from there, you know, because he was really into the Bhagavad Gita. You know, he used to give copies of the Bhagavad Gita to his friends. You know, if you read through it, it's got a diagram for a particle accelerator in there, flying machines, all sorts of stuff. You know.
Yeah.
Why would these scientists be so into this? You know. If there weren't some reality to it.
Yeah, look at the ancient Indian texts. It mentions a lot of spacecrafts. Also, a lot of ancient books. They talk about certain technologies.
And nuclear war. Like there's a lot of reference to nuclear explosions in there, isn't there? In fact, there's a place in Pakistan, I think, called Mohenjo-daro, where all the skeletons are all like scattered around the street, and they're all radioactive. You know, they all died exactly where they were standing.
Yeah, there's loads of evidence of a past nuclear war that wiped out, and you know, a lot of people believe that all of the deserts of the Middle East were actually created by this past.
Maybe that's what Mars is.
Well, the guy who created the first nuke, he quoted the Indian text, didn't he? What was it? He said, "I've now
become death, the destroyer of worlds." Yeah,
that's the one.
Well, the UN has is it Kali or Shiva statue outside of the UN?
Shiva, yeah.
Shiva.
Outside CERN.
Yeah, CERN has it as well.
Yeah, that's Shiva.
Couple of things for me. So Bob Lazar, let's talk about him quickly. Where's he gone?
Down.
There he is. Like in the Joe Rogan interview, he did not look like he wanted to do that.
He looked very uncomfortable.
Very uncomfortable.
But you have to remember, right, if what he's saying is true, you should expect him to be super uncomfortable if he's divulging that information.
But he's already done the documentary. It's already done.
Yeah. So why does he need to say it again?
So why was it? Yeah. The other thing, who's the other guy? Jeremy Corbell. I don't trust him as far as I trust Lord Schwab.
He looks like a handler.
Yeah, 100%. He looks like a handler, and he's like, I did not get a good vibe from him. Master Lee, if you want to consult the pendulum about Jeremy Corbell, I'm sure you'll come to the same conclusion.
The pendulum never lies.
Yeah, I'll get it checked out tonight.
Yeah, this guy's shady. The guy who made the film, is he the producer? I'm sure he's the producer of the movie.
He was the guy making the money. Bob Lazar.
The way I see him, Jeremy Corbell, he's an opportunist because he's not even believing what Bob Lazar's saying. He's just earning money out of it.
Piggybacking it.
That's all. Because he's always saying, if this is true. So he doesn't even believe his own person that he's supposed to be investigating, you know. He said, well, I didn't believe him until I spoke to George Knapp. Like, okay, well.
George Knapp is the dude with the little moustache, yeah? The little dude with dark hair.
He's the investigative reporter that broke the story of Bob Lazar in the first place.
Back in the 70s.
That's right, yeah.
I don't know.
80s.
I think the fact that Bob Lazar seems really sketchy, really uneasy, and really sort of almost uncooperative to properly spill the beans on Joe Rogan actually adds credence to him. At the end of the day, right, if what he's saying is true, the first time he spoke about it, he put his life and his future and his family in danger. There's already a book about it. his name is already out there. For him to go on Joe Rogan and do a long 3-hour podcast where he goes into minute detail about it again, I'd pretend I'd forgot as well. I'd be sick of talking about it if I'd had all these threats and all this gaslighting, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, a lot of these people, they just get killed off. I mean, there's, like that guy, Phil Schneider. He got killed off. And there's another guy, I don't know if you've ever heard of him, called Eric Polterak. Have you ever heard of him?
No, I haven't. I was going to say William Cooper. Was it William Cooper that got shot on his front?
Behold the Pale Horse, they all saw that, yeah?
Yeah, Bill Cooper.
Yeah, he got... Well, there's another guy called Eric Polterak. He's an excellent speaker, and he was a student of Zachariah Sitchin. And someone shot him on his doorstep the day before he was supposed to be going on radio and speaking about the Anunnaki. They just don't want people to know about it. You know, they don't. They want to keep it under wraps.
I'd like to bring that up, actually. I'd like to pull you up on that, right? When I first learnt about the Sumerian tablets, the Anunnaki, the original deluge story, the genetic engineering, I learnt about it through Sitchin, okay, as everyone does, because he's allegedly the first person to translate the Sumerian tablets, right? However, since then, and I learnt about Nibiru, the 12th planet, and I read a couple of his books. But since then, I've learnt through other people, or allegedly, again, everything's allegedly, that, he was the first person ever to come across the Sumerian tablets from, the sort of, I believe he's actually linked to the Smithsonian. Okay. He claimed to be able to translate cuneiform script. However, officially, when he first got those tablets, there was no reference point to translate that cuneiform script. So
that's right.
You have to remember, when it's a proto-language, like ancient Sumerian cuneiform scripts, there is no reference point. There is no thing to...
There is. The first person to translate the Sumerian cuneiform text was a British Army officer called Rollinson.
Oh wow! I didn't know. Wow,
he was the first one to translate them, and the prominent Sumerologist is called Samuel Noah Kramer.
This is all news to me.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. And Zachariah Sitchin, he's based a lot of his research on Samuel Noah Kramer's.
So what you're saying is Sitchin like the Charles Darwin that came along, and I'm not picking up Charles Darwin. It came along and took other people's theories, put them all, swabbed them all together, wrote the book, and took all the credit for it.
How you interpret it, isn't it? I mean, you can read the Bible. If let's say you take one of the books from the Bible that are not in the Bible, like the Book of Ezekiel, with wheels within wheels. How do you interpret that? Is it a flying machine, or is it just like a wheel?
I'll tell you one good way: if you zoom in on a star with a telescope. And anyone can try this. Zoom in on a star in the sky with a telescope and look on it as far as you can, maximum magnification. That's when you'll see Ezekiel's wheel. Have you done it?
No.
Don't know about this?
No.
Thank me later. This is a big phenomenon. If you haven't heard about this, any celestial body, you have to, like a couple of £100 telescope, zoom in as far as you can into a star and tell me what you see. You'll think about Godvad, you'll see double rotating Solomon stars. Trust me.
Bioluminescence.
Yeah, do you know what I'm talking about, Lee?
Yeah.
You know this phenomenon? Please, I'm not explaining it.
Yeah, they're not fixed objects. It's light or photons, and there's movement.
But it looks like almost a counter-rotating movement, like two wheels, like two Catherine wheels spinning counter-rotationally.
That's right.
Yeah.
I've got some good images. I can send them over to you. Not tonight, but another stage. I actually took them myself.
Oh right, okay, you've done it.
See them.
Yeah, I know someone that's done it with a mobile phone, putting it up to a lens and taking a photo of stars, and you will be blown away with what you see. It looks like a snowflake.
I'm gonna try.
Also, they've got colours in them as well.
Yeah, I've seen videos. They're like spinning colours. You can actually, they're like flashing.
You can kind of see that with the naked eye that some stars have got like change colour.
It's twinkle, little star, isn't it? It's a phenomenon. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, with the best thing you can get, a retail telescope, whatever.
Kind of see a counter-rotating Jew star.
Yeah, basically. Thank me later.
I actually took those images above an American airbase.
Oh, really?
But yeah, there's a bit of an interesting backstory to that, but I'll maybe save it for another day.
Well, we are doing the UFO paranormal show, and you're talking about you've broken into an American airbase. Did you just storm Area 51 on your own in the Guardians?
No.
Fuck the Facebook petition. I'm just going Rambo in it.
No, it was about 10 years ago. I saw some lights in the sky, so I pulled out my phone and started filming them. And I thought I was maybe hallucinating or something. So I called somebody else and got them to have a look, and they saw them as well. So we saw them at the same time. And these were lights that were just going up and down, left, right, and then disappearing, reappearing. But they were above an American airbase in the UK. Now, I've got the footage and I've got the images, and I wasn't sure who to show them to. And this is I'm sort of giving a bit of a warning to people to be careful if you do ever get any evidence. I contacted the UFO group, but I got a real bad feeling, and I trust my intuition.
So you got a bad feeling about the UFO group, or bad feeling about sharing them?
Sharing them to the UFO group, they were very interested in me, very interested in where I live, my name, so on and so forth, which I thought was a bit odd. I thought they would just want to see images, but they're more interested in me as a person than the images. So I put that down to that. Right, okay, look, I'll say it how I see it. There are groups out there that if you find evidence, and this applies to a lot of paranormal stuff, if you've got evidence, they want you to contact them. It sounds all innocent that they're going to help you, but in actual fact, you'll become targeted. Now, depending on what evidence you've got. And think about it, it makes sense.
Yeah, depending on the quality of your evidence.
Yeah.
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 That actually happened to A. Allen Hynek's wife. She was part of he was the science guy behind Project Blue Book, and his wife was part of a UFO group, and she was targeted through the UFO group. So yeah, that's so they so what Lee just said is sort of corroborated there by that.
Yeah, well, we've had conversations about this. We've been talking about this subject of sort of targeting and infiltration quite recently. It's in the sphere of the truth community quite prominently at the moment, and
it's closer than you think.
And it's closer than you think. It's been going on for a long time. All alternative movements are always by default infiltrated, as we usually find out. So yeah, back to Phil Schneider. I'd just like to point out. Let me make this full screen for anyone that hasn't noticed already. Phil does many talks on YouTube. Look at the guy's right hand. Okay, you might notice he's missing a few digits on more than one finger. And what Phil Schneider basically talks about, he's the guy that unveiled the whole idea of DUMBs, D-U-M-B-S, deep underground military bases that are these huge multi-billion dollar installations that are deep underground, miles underground, with high-speed mag rail transport tunnels linking them together. He says that there are various different races of extraterrestrial beings, from your Zeta Reticulum classic greys right up to 9 to 12 foot reptilian dracoid. Yeah, wake up magic. So wakey.
2 meters you come.
It's Rise Above. It's Friday night. Magic's, mate, I tell you what, I don't blame you, Magic. That sofa, it's called a love chair. And right about now, you're sat directly in between Donald Trump and Mr. T, and you are feeling the love. It's cushioning you like a warm blanket. I sit there, I fall asleep instantly in that chair. I'm not going to hold it against you, mate. So let me get back to Phil Schneider. That's quality. Right, so yeah, Phil Schneider, yeah. So basically, he talks about, I believe it was 1997, in Dulce Base, Mexico, there is a 7-level subterranean dome that goes down miles. And he says on various different levels of this deep underground military base, there are different chimera experience, human-animal, human-alien hybrids. Right. There are worker drones, which are like these sort of insectoid grey NPC alien type things. And there are tall white aliens. There are reptilians down there working with the government. They're doing all types of Nazi shit down there. And the reason which he has all his fingers missing, that's what I'm getting back to, is in 1997, there was actually an underground war between US military forces and a breakaway faction of these Zeta Reticulum Greys. They're using laser weapons, and he claims that his hand looks like that because it's actually lasered off by an alien.
Well, his story is he went down a mine shaft.
Oh, wakey.
They were blowing holes, and
Yeah.
they blew this hole into a cavern, and there was this tall grey figure just sat down, and he was looking at it, and he was with a couple of Marines, and this figure just stood up and shot his hand off, and one of the Marines threw him in the elevator, got him up, and a couple died down there. And that was like the beginning of like some war or something.
Yeah, and I believe that like maybe 100 people perished, and some aliens perished, and then they went back into the inner Earth. He said they lived in some sort of part of the Earth's crust. So yeah, this is the story of Phil Schneider. Whether this guy is the real deal or not, we don't know. He's very famous.
A funny story.
Yes, please do.
I was actually going to mention it in the bit I was going to present, but I'll throw it now because it's kind of appropriate.
Schwab it up.
Right. Around about 15 years ago, I was getting a lot of dreams. I was also doing a lot of lucid dreaming. So I decided to join this lucid dreaming group in London. So I went along one night, and there was around about 20 people sat around in a circle. And it was probably about 18 women and 2 guys, from what I remember. The leader of the group was a lady, and she said, right, I want everybody to go around and to share your what sort of dreams you have. So the first person goes, and she goes like, well, I dream that I'm an eagle soaring across the mountains. I look down, I see sunflowers, and then the next person was like, yeah, my dreams, I dream of rainbows, and that the clouds are changing from pink to blue to... Anyway, it goes all, it goes all the way around.
Yogurt Weaver.
Yeah, right. And then it comes to me, right? And I remember sitting there thinking,
oh shit,
right, shall I tell the truth, or shall I just carry on the narrative that they're going with? I said, look, do you want me to be really honest? And the group leader said, yeah, of course, that's what we're here for. We're here to find out the truth. I said, well, you want to be really honest about what my dreams and lucid dreams are about? And she says, yeah, tell us. I said, right,
sit down first.
Yeah, I said, right, okay, so I'm deep underground, and I've got full tactical combat gear on, and I'm going around these bunkers, and I'm taking out these strange life forms, and they've got laser weapons, but the laser weapons can't actually hurt me, but I can kill them. So I go around taking out all these creatures, and I go into a bit more graphic detail. And then the lady, she says, you can stop. Let's move on to the next person.
What? That's starting to get good.
Yeah. The whole group was just sat there, like, and I was kind of like, I don't know. I was kind of like the bit of, I was like the crazy one in the room.
Why?
Anyway.
Why? What's the point in having a lucid dream if you don't do something like that? That's like, if I have a lucid dream, that's what I do too. That's sick.
Yeah, it's seriously dark. And her comment to me was, oh, you're obviously living in your lower chakras. I said, well, somebody's got to do the dirty work. Anyway, this was before I knew anything about this subject. I didn't know anything about dumps or underground creatures or anything like that. I didn't know anything about it. These were just dreams that I used to have around 15 years ago. And oddly enough, the other guy in the room, he came straight over to me and he said, oh, tell me more about this. He was like really interested. But all the ladies and all the ladies in the room, they were sort of a bit offended on the graphic details.
Well, because you didn't have a dream about like multicolored unicorns and puppies and yogurt weaving and stuff like that.
Exactly, yeah. And to be honest, I never went back because I just saw them as being kind of a bit phony, very new agey.
Well, they obviously don't know that a true light worker moves in the shadows, mate.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. After that, I went to just seek out a bit more advice on these subjects, and yeah. Anyway, carry on.
Thank you very much for the your little dream share there. We have to actually make that little thing, that Inner Guardian's dream. Remember you were telling us about your idea?
Yeah.
I'll keep that under wraps. We'll put that on the back burner with the other bits of burnt rabbit. Right. Go on. Right. Phil Schneider, we talked about him. We've talked about Bob Lazar. What about this guy?
Dr. Stephen Greer.
One thing I'm going to say, right, he talks a good one. He
does
some excellent research.
Yes,
How does he have any time to get so fucking hench?
Well, he's got a gym at home, hasn't he?
Yeah, but that's 3 or 4 hours in the gym every day to look like that.
No, it's not. That'd be daft. You can eat right and do an hour a day, as long as you eat right.
Maintenance. But anyway, he is one of the leading sort of academics, proper plausible Doctor PhD academics that's talking about actual extraterrestrial contact, evidence, disclosure, and he's part of. Is it the Disclosure Project?
Yeah,
it's his thing, the Disclosure Project.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And C said he.
What's his documentary? Sirius.
Yeah, Sirius. Yeah.
It was really good. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
But I would say
I watched
he's a
that.
horizontalist.
No, well, no.
He's an outer spacist. He's not. He doesn't think they're interdimensionals. He thinks they come from another planet.
Do you know what
they
I
have
think?
Physical spaceships.
Do you know what I think his title should be? And I think Master Lee will agree with me here. He's a professional obfuscator.
He's got a new documentary I watched today. It's called Undocumented, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Magic's just woke up.
I think I've seen that advertised.
Undocumented.
He's a professional obfuscator, mate.
Obfuscated. What does that mean? Makes it obvious?
He deliberately confuses the truth.
Andy, what are your views on Dr. Greer?
I like him. I think he's done a good job bringing people together and getting them to disclose, their experiences.
I would agree from a point of view, and like I say, I'm massively sitting on the fence here. If you believe the extraterrestrial phenomenon is aliens from other star systems and planets visiting this planet, this guy seems to be like literally at the forefront of like the cutting edge stuff. Am I right?
Yeah, he's one of them. I mean, like I did mention a guy before, like Eric Polterak, and if you look up another guy called Lloyd Pye.
How do you spell Eric's surname?
Polterak, P-O-L. T-E-R, Polterak, A-C, Polterak.
Polterak. Eric Polterak. Haven't heard of him. Yeah, hold on, look.
Yeah, Google it. Or YouTube it.
So this miniature alien skeleton, this is from the Sirius documentary. What are we saying about this? Because this is only a couple of inches long, and apparently this has been genetically tested. It's not fake. It's not what was it called? Cryptozoology. It's not one of those little like pastiches where they just swabbed a couple of dead things together. Apparently, it's not that, as far as we know. What's everyone's thoughts on this?
Wasn't it? Because it's got sagittal sutures, isn't it?
It's what? Sorry.
It's got sagittal sutures, and they're closed up, aren't they? Like they are in an adult skull.
Sagittal sutures. Are you talking about like the creases on the skull?
Yeah, that's when you're a baby, your skull's open, isn't it? And then it closes up. And the line where it closes up against is called a sagittal suture. Yeah, that's Eric Polterak. That's really, really good. Probably one of the best lectures on the Sumerians and the Anunnaki that you'll ever watch. It's fantastic.
Okay, mate, thank you for that, because I've never heard of that guy before. So, what are your views?
Yeah, and look up another guy called Lloyd Pye as well.
Lloyd Pye. Right, speaking of the Anunnaki, as I understand it, as far as the Sumerian tablets tell us, the Anunnaki came here 450,000-ish years ago, did some genetic engineering.
From Planet X.
From Nibiru.
Which comes around every 36,000 years, is that correct?
That's Sitchin. That's Sitchin theory. I don't know if that's true or not. I have no idea. But are you, in your opinion, Andy, were the Anunnaki extraterrestrial travellers from another a physical another planet outside of our star system, or another?
Do you know what? When you read about the Anunnaki and what the Sumerians write about them, right? It's just basically explains everything about humans. It explains the way we act, the way we behave, why we fight each other, because they were like a warring race. That's what they were. They were a warring race. They just went around conquering places and each other, and then they moved on to planets. You know?
Right. So you're sold on the fact they come from another physical planet, yeah?
Well, I don't know. There's someone. Where does the first civilization get a theory from? Where does it get a tale from? You know, it's like you can't just. They must have had a wild imagination and then to come up with a perfect solar system. We're just going to depict the solar system, and it just so happens to be perfect. Exactly the same as our solar system.
When I first saw the Sumerian tablets,
that unless you like.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, there's no way you could know that unless you know about it. You know, you've seen it with your own eyes, or someone's told you about it that's seen it with their own eyes. You know, that's the only logical explanation. You can't come up with that just by chance. You know, it's impossible.
Yeah.
So where do they get it from? Where do they get all this knowledge from? And if you look, there's another tablet. It's a shame I'm not on video because I've got a replica here. It's called the Sumerian. It pictures your path, and it uses a sexagesimal system. You know what sexagesimal is, yeah?
No.
It's a mathematical system that they use to traverse space, and it deals with big numbers. So this basically what NASA use. NASA use sexagesimal, and it comes from Sumerian. Comes from the Sumerian culture, the sexagesimal system. So in fact, the first 100 things that you can think of come from Sumeria.
Yeah, they invented, they discovered mathematics officially.
You know, yeah, maths, writing, speaking, culture, you know, all sorts of things. It all comes from there. You know, agriculture, everything comes from there. The first 100 things come from ancient Sumerian. Now, there must have been someone showed something. There's either a lost civilization, like Graham Hancock says, it's a advanced human lost civilization, or it's a civilization from an external planet that came here, educated.
Can I pose another idea? I'm going to pose another idea, and the reason I'm poking you with a stick on what they are, right? We at this show, we question what our realm is. We question what space is. We question the shape of our realm, its physicality, and everything's on the table. I'm not a spinning ballist. I'm not a flat earther. I ask questions, right? We even ask questions if we live in a crater. There's crater theory, right? People talk about the Atlanteans and about refugees that came to our realm. People talk about Phoenicians, about these seafaring conquerors that were highly advanced. What if the Anunnaki were actually the Atlanteans, and Atlantis is another place in our realm? You know where I'm going with this, don't you? Because we're told that Nibiru or Planet X is another physical planet out in space. And Master Lee, you see where I'm going with this? It's like if you're talking about a horizontal plane with other realms outside of our crater, our pond.
Maybe it's just down the road.
Well, Godfadge talks and Mind Unveiled and these other really alternative thinkers at the moment making these videos are talking about these refugees that came from another part of our realm that we don't even know exists, whether it's just outside of Antarctica, etc. You know, because so I'm just putting that on the table.
Can I pose a question?
Go on.
Why we're all here sitting at the table, including you, Andy. So we talk about the Great Reset, right? So in John Levy's research, he talks about a physical reset. A physical reset,
where
resetting
the realm.
Yeah, stuff's melted and like shifts, huge cataclysms, floods, earthquakes, all of that shit. So what if that's when Nibiru comes back into the orbit?
Well, that would certainly cause a mud flood, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah.
A massive global.
Just putting that out. That's just a thought. What if that is Planet X when it comes back into the orbit of the Earth?
There is evidence, geological evidence, that cataclysms are cyclical, but they happen every certain amount of years. So something's triggering that at a certain time.
If we are subscribing to
I can't remember what it is.
If we are subscribing to the planets orbiting a sun, and then what would cause that on a biannually or however many yearly basis? It would be something else coming to the orbit, or
like a rogue satellite, a rogue moon.
Yeah, or some change in some kind of orbital field of a planet or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, we just have to look at the asteroid belt. That was a planet, the asteroid belt, and that could have been quite recent. That asteroid belt, that could have been formed 20,000, 30,000 years ago. We don't know. No one can date it. They say it's millions of years old. Might not be. That could have been another planet there.
Yeah, well, that isn't that talked about in the Sumerian tablets about Marduk. Marduk at some point is described as a god. Sometimes he's described as a king, and sometimes he's described as like a celestial body that might have smashed into the earth tens of thousands of years ago. So this is the crazy thing about the Sumerian tablets. There's so many different.
Tiamat.
Yeah, no, sorry, that's it. Yeah, Tiamat. No, isn't Tiamat what we were before Marduk smashed into us? Isn't that what it says? Tiamat was the name of the earth. Yeah, but the thing is, there's also, it's also in the King's List. So it's very. Is it an actual literal translation? Is it metaphorical? It's an interesting slice of rabbit to throw on the barbecue for sure.
Well, this is where I think it's a bit of everything. So, for instance, where do we get our knowledge from? Where are we going to get our data from? Now, if you look at what's happened in the last 12 months, I think it's safe to say that we cannot trust the data. We cannot trust the information or the sources of information. So where do we get our information from? Unless we can actually get in a spaceship or a rocket and travel into space, it's very, very difficult to know what is what. And this is where my personal issue with regards to NASA. So we don't trust, like everybody on this table, we don't trust the mainstream. And yet we're meant to trust exactly what NASA say.
Which are mainstream and Nazis.
And Disney.
My take on that is that some of the stuff they say is completely correct, but it might be taken off one digit, or it might be like an analogy. I'm more interdimensional as opposed to outer space. So when they're talking about things outer space, I would say they're things either inner space or within low Earth orbit or amongst or around other land masses. So, for instance, if they say they're going to go to the moon, what they're doing is they're going to land if they're going to go to Mars physically, I translate that to possibly mean that they're going to go to landmass where Mars is their sun.
Ooh.
On a horizontal line.
Say that again, Lee. Sorry. Say that again.
Right. So when NASA or any space operation says they're going to go to Mars physically, I would translate that to mean that they're going to go to the landmass where potentially Mars would be its sun on a horizontal plane.
Okay.
So that's actually a bit of a derivation of what Godvaj says.
Right.
Godvaj says is that things like Mars, Saturn, they're actually other craters on the greater Earth.
On the horizontal plane.
On the horizontal plane of the greater Earth.
Wow. Okay. So Mars would be the sun.
Do you know what? And what we're talking about right here goes into the slide, which I lost. It's about the Van Halen belt. No, isn't it a video that you showed, Master Lee, about NASA admitting that they've never left Earth's lower orbit?
Lower orbit, yeah. I saw that.
To go through the Van Halen belt. Life cannot pass through this radiation belt which surrounds the apparent globe Disney Earth.
Is that what Godvaj calls the firmament?
I've got no. The firmament and the Van Halen belt are two totally different things, because the firmament, first of all, is theoretical and mythological.
Of course, yeah.
The Van Halen belt is a real thing.
I'm saying that's what is that what
the Van Halen belt is radiation.
Right. Okay.
Basically, the Van Halen belt is such strong radiation that anything living past through it would just instantly get killed.
Okay.
And there's two NASA officials officially on camera admitting that we've never got through the Van Halen belt, and it was like in the 90s. Right, and we could find this, but I don't.
I saw the video that was put up on our private page about we haven't left the lower orbit.
Yeah,
we
that's
can't
been
go
admitted a couple of times. Yeah,
I mean, NASA clearly say that everything is in low Earth orbit, and that we can't go back to the moon. Now, if we went to the moon all that time ago. Now it should be sort of a regular thing, a regular occurrence, like a daily thing.
Yeah, we should be having tourist excursions to the moon.
Yeah, because the moon is officially in lower Earth orbit. It's actually much too close to be a regular satellite.
Plus, let's be honest.
Stupidly close.
Let's be honest. By now, someone could have made some money off that. Someone would have made some money from travelling to the moon and back.
Yeah, for sure.
No, what happened?
Apparently, they were warned off to go back to the moon.
I agree. That's what the conclusion I've come to when I've researched
the territory that we call the moon.
Yes.
Yeah? Remember, we're sitting on the fence here because I don't know. I only know what Disney told me.
the Vito Sakari story. Have you heard of Vito Sakari?
No, please enlighten us.
He's like he's a petroleum engineer, and his friend. You know, they went through the Freedom of Information through NASA to get to see the photos, the real photos, and they got the runaround from NASA. These are the first people that have ever applied to have a look at the real photos that NASA took, and eventually they got led down some little alley in some building after a long loads of checks on them and stuff like that were done, and you know, all sorts of things. You got Google it. It's in my book as well, the Vito Sakari story. They eventually got to see these photos, and they brought them out, and they had a book by a guy called George Leonard called "There's Somebody Else on the Moon." And George Leonard used to work for NASA. And he wrote a book saying there's images that they've just whitewashed and stuff like that. There's structures on the moon. Someone has been there before.
Yeah.
Someone has been there before. Now, when they landed on the moon, they landed in the wrong place. So the moon landing that you watch on TV, that's from a studio. Because they didn't play the
Stanley
footage.
Kubrick. I truly believe that Stanley Kubrick directed it like this. Like
Yeah,
they say.
it's not the real footage. The real footage just shows monuments and ruins and stuff like that. It's incredible.
Right.
They had to cover it up, and you can see the astronauts as well.
Right, now we're talking about moon landing. We're getting lots of people in the comment section. We have people that no, it's fine. I'm not stopping you, mate. We have people that are flat earthers. We have people that are globers, right? Wolfie's been on the show before. He's saying the Van Allen belt is just misinformation to brainwash the plebs that space isn't the flat Earth prisoner plebs. Isn't for the fat. Oh my God! Right, okay. I'm going to ask something. Why is the moon the only celestial body that doesn't rotate on its axis?
That's my issue with the moon. That's my one issue.
Anyone that's a globist, anyone that believes in the official story, why is the only celestial body that we know that doesn't rotate?
Let us know in the comments. How
why
cool
do we
in.
never see the dark side?
The justification is tidal lock. That's the justification.
Oh, so
I don't go with that.
Symbiosis with the Earth's tides. The tides.
Yeah.
Right.
So it could be a foreign object, like a that was brought there.
I've heard that one. Yeah.
You know, because it's very odd. The moon. It's in a very odd place.
Yeah.
And it also rang like a bell when they crashed a lunar lander into it.
There's that very famous book, Who Built the Moon, as well. Who Built the Moon?
Yeah, spaceship. Yeah.
I've got a major issue with NASA. The moon landing was meant to be the most historical event of history. Okay? But NASA also claimed to have lost all of the data.
And destroy the technology.
Yeah, they lost it.
Yeah, you wouldn't do that.
No.
You'd put it in a museum at least, the technology.
Also, right, I'd just like to pull something up. Apparently, in the 60s, they were able to call the moon. Have you seen the problems we have of just calling someone at the other side of the country on this stream? And I've got 500 megapixels straight from Richard Branson, and we have got an echo.
Directly from the Caribbean island.
Directly from the Virgin Islands. You think that in the 60s, they could actually get a real-time phone conversation going from the White House to the moon?
On a landline.
On a landline. Are they taking the piss out of us? I mean, that's obviously a rhetorical question. They have been for thousands of years. Sorry, I'm Alex Jones ranting.
That's cool. We like that.
No, it's good. It's good.
Loving the vag mode.
Yeah. Look at some of this new artwork.
This is what Magic's
Now
done,
we're talking
isn't
about
it?
like the moon landing. Like this is proper space stuff. This is like the space portal, like engage vag mode here. So we're broaching a lot of subjects here because now we're actually questioning like the moon landing, the shape of the Earth. That's a proper tangent rabbit hole, but that's rise above. I'm going to put it back to something a little bit more physical. Has anyone heard about this in the last few days? People have been getting the emergency alert text.
Yeah.
Now, everyone that's paying attention to what's going on have been waiting for what we're talking about on this show to be wheeled out. I mentioned at the start in my introduction, this disclosure thing has been bubbling away since 2012, like the loudest, like crapped out old moped that your like cacker neighbour's like bunning in his front. Like, it's so loud, it's bubbling away, it never stops. But most people are still not paying attention. Right? This emergency alert what is this linked with? What is the ultimate emergency in all of the films?
Alien
all of the Hollywood-
invasion.
Yeah. Okay. What have we been prepped for in every sort of bit of
for the last 30 years?
The drip predictive programming.
Yeah, for the last 30 years, really. From
in the Guardians has been going on about the CDC zombie apocalypse protocols. Yeah. This is all part of the same thing. A lot of people
we know
about
they're
this.
going to swap the COVID-19 for climate change. Then they're going to swap climate change for the alien invasion. That's how it's going to go.
I cannot wait. It's going to be so much better.
Can I just say? Can I just say this? Right. So just let it sink in just for a moment. Right. So we claim to be intelligent enough to transverse and to travel into outer space, and yet we're stupid enough to destroy the Earth.
It's retarded.
So they can't both be true. So
No, that is an unattainable oxymoron. That cannot be true. But those two things cannot be true simultaneously.
I mean, even just the basis of that, we're going to go and inhabit another planet, and yet we're meant to have an Earth crisis that we can't fix. Where's the logic? To me, I have a real problem with that. I mean, is humanity that crazy or that stupid or that? I mean, that confused?
Well, yeah, it's just sort of like it's basically absolute peasant mentality. We can just stay here if this is already happening, destroy our environment to the point the environment is also killing us, and at that point of ejection, we just go to another environment with the default position of basically doing the same thing again, because the lesson hasn't been learnt at the point of exit. All we're trying to do is just exit.
You've got two agendas. You've got two agendas. You've got the one like save the Earth, and you've got the one let's travel to space. Now, how much money have they spent on traveling to space that could have been spent on saving the Earth? To me, it makes no sense at all.
Yeah,
It's
how much
completely...
progress have they made since the 60s? How much further have we got? How much more have we done? Have we even achieved what
We've gone back. We
60,
can't even go
70
back
years
to the
ago?
moon. We can't do that again. So we've gone back.
No, because there were evil, like Phoenician Nazis on the other side with special Robert Seffer technology.
I mean, I've got to make it clear. With all of these subjects, all of these topics, you've got what is, and you've got the agenda of what is, and you've always got to factor that in. So, as an example, just because there's an agenda on something doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong, but there's an agenda with an aim, with an objective, and it will. Nothing can break the agenda. So they'll bend reality, they'll bend the truth, they'll lie, they'll deceive in order to achieve the agenda or the objective. There's always two things running side by side. So, for instance, you've got space, but then you've got the space agenda. You've got climate, but then you've got the climate agenda. You've got gender, and then you've got the gender agenda. Everything has.
Yeah, this is what I always said. Like everyone said, how would the New World Order come about? And I said, well, as far as I can see it, on a basic level, there's two camps. There's the Zionist Middle East Middle East death apocalypse crew, and then there's the climate crisis crew. Both of them want the same thing. They want to enslave all of humanity apart from the elite. They both have the same goal, but they've got two different ways of getting there. And it's sort of like one has a go, then it quiets down, and the other one has a go. They're both
We'll know
going to
what
the
the
same place.
We'll know what the definition is. It's when one is weaponized. So the agenda is weaponized. So of course there's problems in this realm, okay? But when you decide to weaponize it, so take the current situation. Yeah, of course people get sick. People even die, believe it or not. After all these years, we haven't come to accept the fact that people die. But what they've done is the agenda has weaponized death, weaponized illness, weaponized disease. And you can apply the same with climate. Climate's change.
Yeah, it's actually weaponized our medical and our health system against us. I actually feel like the war that's being fought now, this soft war, like Zabriskie said, quiet wars, silent weapons for quiet wars, right? The battlefield now is metaphysically in our mind, but physically, it's actually in our hospitals, in our medical system, in our day-to-day life, and how our healthcare interacts with us. They've actually weaponized healthcare. Now that is dark. We've already said before, like what's going on now is actually much worse than what happened in the Holodomor or the Holocaust or what happened in Southeast Asia under Pol Pot. Because back then, you had to be a strong man, you had to be able to command an army, you had a stupid uniform, and you had to be able to convince hundreds and thousands of other people to go and kill other people. Now, you just like...
You have to be healthy.
You have an idea, and it spawns out through an algorithm, through a media octopus, and it just infects everyone's minds, and they just do it to themselves passively in the quiet comfort of their own home. That is much more sinister.
You consider the subject at hand. So we're now talking about outer space. The agenda will talk about weaponizing outer space. So this will be the agenda for the alien invasion. So can you imagine there's going to be a common enemy, a common invisible enemy, and just imagine the funding and the lack of proof of any evidence of where money's being spent. We've already got the military-industrial war complex. So this is going to be the same version, but for outer space. So they could spend trillions on protecting us from foreign entities or aliens.
Yeah.
And all we're going to get is cartoons and animations.
Yeah, because right now you've at least got to have some radicalized idiots, a few actors, and some CIA plants to make false flag terrorism. Yeah, and organically you will have some lone nutters who have been radicalized through their country being bombed.
Yeah,
we're not saying that all terrorism is fake. Well, obviously not. Everything on the spectrum exists in this creative realm. Yeah, and I truly think that that's all real and that's conjured, rah, rah, rah. But like you say, in the synthetic universe, with the final threat that isn't Muslims or the far right or white supremacy, is actually something that could be completely synthetically conjured. It could even be broadcast directly into our consciousness using technology that we've already talked about existing right now. We've talked about these articles of this Schwabian tech that's literally going to be able to beam ideas directly and media directly into your brain without any implants, anything. You don't even need to have an implant or a neural lace directly from Musk. Just think about the connotations and the implications.
And we don't know what the hell people are taking in these injections, which later on could be linked up to what knows.
Right, let's use some proper code here and let's talk about this in code. Those glorious cure Schwabian spear injections, we've seen magnets. I've seen pieces of metal that aren't magnetic sticking to him. I've seen the manager of a hardware store with a DeWalt stud finder rip it out of the box, put the batteries in and go ding, 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 ding. This is real. I put
in the EMF
It's
reader.
Not going away.
No.
This phenomenon is not going away, and we can't talk about this because this could get you taken down. So we have to use a real code word. But Inner Guardians, your EMF reader, has it come in useful yet?
I haven't been able to test it on any. I'm trying to think of a code word. Any glorious targets. I've not been able to locate any glorious targets that I can.
We'll call them the Speared.
The Speared, yeah. Or the venomated.
Post-venomated.
Penetrated, venomated.
Post-venomated peasants. Oh, guys, it's 4 hours. We've been going for ages. We need to have a break, don't we?
It's 23:33. We
23, yeah. Right now, Oma Beats, what we doing? Hip-hop, drum and bass?
Start with a little bit from hip-hop, goes to drum.
Okay, let's do it. Oma Beats and selection. Yo, sound of Omar. We're just chilling on the Friday night, it's Rise Above. Omar Beats. Yo, Omar. When I was a kid, I couldn't wait to grow up. I couldn't wait to be big and see what life will throw up. But now I've grown up, I wish I was a kid again. I've been around the block, I've seen the world is sickening. Feel like the Highlander, stood at the quickening. Is the flame still burning? Nah, it's barely flickering. So let's not blow it out. People speak and they don't know what they talk about. So now I'm feeling down. I'm a doubt on myself, all the choices I've made, all the people I've hurt, and all the games that I played. Yeah, I never learned from mistakes. I know my beat coming with the biggest breaks, huh? I ain't tired of the Rise Above family. Hello. Big up Andy, PG, Magics, in the Guardians, Word Nerd, sorry for the connection problems. Big up, I guess, Andy Jardine. I need to practice my hip hop bars more, Omar. No. Go on then. Yo, Omar, switch it. That's what I call a mix, mate. Go on. Real DJ right there, Omar Beats, Rise Above. Sound of Omar Beats, sound of double LMC. Turn it. Listen on the earphones, listen on the headphones, see what it sounds like.
Let us know how we're sounding. Everyone in the comment section, what's going on is Rise Above. Yo, we're coming badder, better. Listen, my selector. Word for word, letter per letter. Bigger, badder, better. On my beats, live inside the Rise Above HQ we enter. Bigger, bigger, badder, badder. Better, 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 come. Bigger, bigger, badder, badder. Better, 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 bass and drum. Bigger, badder, better. On my beats, my selector. Shit, we enter. Yo, big up Chuck the Dog, and hangs out with the crew locked in from all over the crater. Are you a reactor or a creator? Fire, 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 focus, intent, and then remember. Execute, we manifest fire, the system that we present from in the Guardians, in the Protector. Sound of over beats, sound of double NMC, sounding quite unique. He's standing, man. Yo, there's no Omar. No misunderstanding, MC WLT. No misunderstanding, we're crystal clear. No misunderstanding, Omar beats is here when he's landing. Shit. Wow. 175 people tuned in. YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. Rise Above Live each and every Friday. Each and every Friday, Omar beats and double NMC, we do it my way. Yo, yo, step on the mic, MCs get pranked. Listen, listen, step on the mic, MCs get pranked. Like Wu-Tang, fatal flying guillotine, razor sharp slang, and again, I'm a beast. Yo, when I step on the mic, MCs get pranked. Like Wu-Tang, fatal flying guillotine, razor sharp slang. It's all good, I'm not aggy, don't wanna see double O acting chabby. Prefer to use my savvy, crack a smile, act all happy. Service living proof, rhyme exactly as you choose. Don't think you're necking to the noose, that way you can never lose. Style going on wicked, don't care how you kick it. Shit, Oma Beats, he take the biscuit. Oma Beats is too sick. Brand new and brand new shit, on point just like a toothpick. Oma Beats is too sick. Flip it round, change thinking. Flip it round, change thinking. Best forget, flip it round, change thinking. Best forget what you thought you know. Brand new one, I'm not joking. Let it roll, oh. Sound of over beats and yo, you know we let it roll. Rise above, yeah, we rise above. Extinguishing fear when we generate love, mate. Double checking the measurement, write that shit on testament. Oh no, write it down. Double checking the measurement, write that shit on testament. Laced with untold elements, my lyrical intelligence, a new stage, a new development, an everlasting race. Identify that fit element, its name is the drum and the bass, whole checking the pace, the tempo, never heard before. Was that me or was that the record? That was not me, I didn't make it skip, it's the record. Cool, who produced that? You've never heard before. The flagship of my baby culture busting up the floor. Sound of Oma Beats, whoa, he like it raw. Sound of Oma Beats, whoa, he like it raw. Bust it more. Somebody hit the floor. Somebody hit the floor. Friday night, rise above. Give them more, give them more. Yes, big up Clara, big up Chop the Dog, anti all the regulars, anti the Rise Above family. 28 episodes deep. If you've watched every single episode, someone flood the comment section with hashtags RA. 28 levels deep. Wait till he gets to level 33. In the Guardians is going to produce something special for level 33. Live from the Crucible, on the beats, standard. Alright, let me flex the muscle. Let's enter the zone. Yo, 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 yo. Let the weed smell clear, clear, clear. Give me more mic in it. Yo, yo, let the weed smell clear, clear, clear. Get more mic in it. Let the weed smoke clear. Inhale, inhale. Over beats, about to bust the veil. Let the weed smoke clear. Inhale. Oma. Pick up my pen, pull off the lid. From my clicking the button blow, I'll pop the nib. Time for the ink to flow in the paper. Flip up the script. Over beats, just like this. Like a spaghetti western down there. Yeah, this is Rise Above each and every Friday night. Stand up over me, double NMC. We must choose and we tell the truth and free. Big up Magic. Do a happy blessing. Spark up the best thing. Take away your pain, mate. Take away your stressing. Big up all the creator crew. Engage the badge mode.
There's only one gosh button. Normally, I'm the only person allowed on the gosh button. Andy's on it right now. Gosh.
Me like me baseline, like me like me girl them. Cute face, always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline, like me waistline. So give it a 40 hertz, but to me I go. Me like me baseline, like me girl them. Cute face, always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline, like me waistline. So give it a 40 hertz, but to me I go. DJ play tune, the girl get mad up. 18-inch pulsating and rattle, slow motion. New slogan, she turn up. Red light speaking, things burn up. Alright, mind losing, keep the grooving. Could have been so fast to get to bruising. It's right there, making sure you're choosing. Right up things, someone calling using. It's not my fault, we be abusing. Speakers start from the front ceiling. All the baby, the girl who want to breathe in. Why don't you it? Me like me baseline, like me like me girl them. Cute face, always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline, like me waistline. So give it that 40 hertz, but to me I go. Me like me baseline, like me girl them. Cute face, always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline, like me waistline. So give it that 40 hertz, but to me again. DJ run that again, bass.
Welcome back, Lee.
Climate changing, pace getting hazy, no phasing. We raving so wavy. Mental police can't change me. Alright, this girl got perfect timing, but a bad like that need analyzing. Trinidad or I'm yelling for private to the end so long she wants to ride it. For the beach, she needs to vibe it. Big close the room, let's go, come on. Me like me baseline. baseline like me like me girl them. Cute face always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline like me waistline. So give it that 40 hertz, but me again. Me like me baseline like me girl them. Cute face always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline like me waistline. So give it that 40 hertz, but me again.
I apologise. Omar Beats was almost blowing the Queef Master Pro there. Gosh.
Don't believe me?
Gosh.
Turn this up. 1, 2, 1, 2. That's better. Schwab it right up. Schwab it up. Sound of Omar Beats. A little more in the mic, mate. Check, check, check. Omar Beats, let's do it. Yeah, sound of Rise Above. Each and every Friday, YouTube, we rise above. 7 p.m. GMT, we rise above. But sometimes 7:30, but that's another story. Omar Beats. Another L, we rise above. Andy PG. A Magic's rise above. You're the Guardians. Spoken word, we rise above. Each and every Friday, yo, we're live. Listen. Yo, that's better. Turn off the processing and the processing on. Yo, you need to turn the mic up a little bit more. Can't on here. Think I'm loud, but I'm not. Yeah, how we sounding? How we sounding? Omar Beats and double LMC. DDDOOOUUUUVVV. Yo, big up Millie Biteside. Big up Luke Van Helsing. Yo. Double check the measurement. Write that shit on Testament. It's sound of Omar Beats. Double checking the measurement. Write that shit on Testament. Next one on top relevance. Rise above. Anxiety Sasha, Anxiety Sam Carno, big up Helen, Milski, Boom Shankar. You want me to just smash the bars out? Alright, wait a second. Nothing less than savage, the damage that we're causing. Impact is tragic, crowd is still applauding. The audio's marauding, soundboard with the cording. Time for drastic measures, that's it. Babylon is falling, rise above massive. Babylon is falling, never bound to no highness. Drawing plus from a minus, squeeze and drop some moisture out the dryness. Tangent and cosigners. Yo, I'm never bound to no highness. I'm marching upon Babylon with the army behind us. Rise above, we got an army. Yeah, Omar Beats. Alright, let me draw one. Yo, sound of Killer Ink. Pull out my pen. Pull off the lid, Mix it, mix it.
Gosh.
Chrissy, I say 7 PM because it rhymes. 7:30 didn't rhyme, sorry. Anyway, I like you keeping the suspense. The next tune's called Anunnaki. Who is the architect? Many ask the questions, you have got the answers. Who is the architect? Many ask the questions, you have got the answers, yeah.
Gosh.
Whoa. This one's called Anunnaki. Beware the shapeshifters, transdimensional entities manipulating destinies. Beware the shapeshifters. Beware the shapeshifters. Eyes straight forward like a predator. Tunnel vision. Overloading the channel again. It's all good. Doing a Shabba D in it, turn the mic up. Let us know how we're sounding in the comment section. We're always trying to get it a little bit more. Squeeze the fillet out the rabbit. Big up Sam Carno, Antan Gary Evans, big up Brad Golden, all the USA crew, the Texas crew, Sasha English, Milski. Big up Tom Thomas, Ardman, Chrissy, Arthur Watson. Remember, you can get your t-shirts from the website riseabove.news. On the beats. Schwab it up with a mix and blend. Blend it together like your physical, digital and biological identity.
Blend it like China.
Blend it like Schwab. We're having some fun tonight. Big up Sigma 44, I'm sounding Chris, thank you very much. Big up Tesco's Karen. Welcome to the Soviet Union, peasants. Big up Master Lee on the phone. Oh, shit. Let me draw for the archive, yeah? Yo. Drum and bass woman. Drum and bass man. We don't want trouble. No. We don't want fighting in the jam. And I said, drum and bass woman. Drum and bass man. We don't want trouble, don't want fighting in the jam. Don't kick with your foot, punch with your hand. Pick up a record, pick up a mic and use it as weapon. Drum and bass woman, drum and bass man. We don't want trouble, don't want fighting in the jam. Just pick up a record, pick up a mic and use it as weapon. Rise above HQ, shit, Homer Beats, lay down the plan.
Gosh.
Eyes straight forward like a predator. Eyes straight forward like a predator. Tunnel vision, only focus on what's dead ahead of you. Listen. The flows of hip-hop, the attitude's grime. Big up Ashley Styles. It is a distinctively British sound. Wow, rinsing lyric and a mic control. On what is called an MDMA, a multidisciplinary microphone assassin. Armor beats, fingers on the plastic. Let's go in. Yo. First things first. Vinyl on the slip map. A-side or B-side, which way's he gonna flip that? Second the ball, mate. Finger nap on the fader. Mike and of the mixer, mate. It's time to give them flavor. Time to bust the flavor. Yo, time to bust the flavor. What do you think? We push it past the boundary, we take it to the brink. Gosh. We got no cat Popeye. Yo, it's the end of days. Alright, I'll go deep. Let's go esoteric. Most of us can never hope to know. Oh, but the chosen few are getting so close. Rise above. No, oh, but the chosen few are getting so close. We're closer to the gateway, the path didn't show. The road isn't lit, there's no way to see it, so it's difficult to make way for ways we be making. Our vision of the crater is mistaken. When my skin touched the membrane, my mass is displacing. I will explain it. They told me I was insane. I knew I wasn't faking when I talk about a struggle. When we break it down to molecules of rubble, when the world falls to pieces, you'll be left in the aftermath. Burning ashes of machines that will gone. The last computer crashes, it's the end of days. It's the end of our ways as we know it. If you're feeling sorrow, time to show it, so I flow it. You look at me when I'm speaking, think shit, I should listen to his teaching. We rise above, each and every Friday shit, YouTube rise above. Oaks and double LMC, Andy PG, we rise above. Yo, extinguish fear, generate love. It's been a while. 20 years, man and boy, mate. Oh, drum and bass, eh? Yo, invincible, eternity immortal. Pinets the paper, open up the portal. Some of my power bombs, I'm dark side demon. Brimstone shower, no warning, no reason. The season for hunting is starting. Profile from landfall, some seeds that are parting. Gain energy, positive, negative chi that flow into your body and to you internally. Shut down your system, put you to sleep. No escape and no chance for your treat. Third eye samurai, the sword is in the sheath. Tear back the membrane to what lies beneath. Over beats. Over beats. Yo. Dark clouds gathering, gathering, gathering. Storm clouds gathering, gathering, gathering. Storm clouds gathering, darkening the sky. Tell me, are you handling, handling? Storm clouds gathering, darkening the sky. Tell me, are you handling? Are you getting by? The end is getting closer, the end is nigh. See the path of Zion gliding through my third eye, there's no reply. They ask no question. Seekers of creation, yo, they barely get a mention. Tear back the membrane, what lies beneath? I'm the third eye samurai, the sword is in the sheath. Over beats. D-D-D-O-O-O. U-U-U-B-B-B. Deeper, deeper.
Gosh.
Bigger, badder, better. Oma beats my selector, yo, we're live inside the crater. Bigger, bigger, badder, badder. Better, 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 double L calm. Bigger, bigger, badder, badder. Better, 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 bass and bass and. Old school. Yo, dust to dust, mate. Ashes to ashes. Dust to dust. Too many men who ain't comparable to anybody. Right, more beer, more beer. And to everybody tuned in. Let me have a go on this. Lee Charles, Christian Coates, Neil Sons, Lara Warren, Sasha English, Sam Carno, Gary Evans, Bradley Golden. Everyone tuned in. Live in the crater. Oma Beats is the #1 selector. Rise above.
Lord Schwab says.
We don't listen to no Schwabian Malthusian. Eugenics. Apply ethics. Apply the trivium. Apply the quadrivium. Okay. I'm a lifelong student of the occult. Searching for verses locked in a vault. Yearning for scriptures hidden in tombs. Burning pictures in deep catacombs.
We're gonna press the button, go in full vag mode.
Full vag mode.
Vag ahead, full vag ahead. Directly to the crater.
Break it down to the first principle. Trivium, quadrivium, analytical, metaphysical. Never horizontal, never literal. Break it down to the first principle. What? Let us know how we're sounding. It's Rise Above Pirate Radio. Live, about to launch from the Vag port. Let's exit the crater. Let's exit. Danger, danger, danger siren song. Code red. Danger siren song. Master Pro every day.
Gosh.
Hey yo, this is a system test. Live inside the crater, reactor or creator. This is a system test. We're ending in a new dimension using psychotropic substance. The spirit molecule exists in great abundance. Harness the energy from the infinity around us then. Look within to reveal a hidden purpose. Sound of Oma beats. Affirmative action's been taken. Launch off. Big up Ashley Styles. Yeah, imagine if tape packs and pirate radio were sick as this back in the day. With a whole badge for 720p, 6 cameras.
Mark Devlin would love that.
Oma. Who's at no need to take a guess. The bad boy's heard the Oma beats, he's ripping up the decks, ripping up the crater, 6 feet deep in the bunker. Time for lightning, time for thunder. Rise above crew, what you under? We'll treat you like a name, your essence not a number. A name, not a number. Live inside the bunker, 6 feet under. Affirmative action's been taken. Many rules that we're breaking. A brand new sound that we're making. The richest in the hours for the taking. Forget about the fakers, they be forever faking. Sprint towards the light that will blind us. Taking plus for minus. Squeeze and drops of moisture at the dryness. Tangent that goes siders, never bowing to no highness. Marching upon Babylon with the rise above army. With the army behind us. Marching upon Babylon with the army. Nothing less than savage, the damage that we're causing. Oma beats is mixing, Babylon is falling. Big up the rise above massive. Alright, let's do it. Sound of Oma beats. Is everyone enjoying your Friday night? Let us know. Miss this shit. It's double L, double hoop, MC from the rise above crew. And the word on the street is I might be MCing at a secret beach party tomorrow. Shh. Don't tell anyone, don't tell the Soviet Union. Never catch me. Lord Schwab couldn't catch me. You gotta get up and have rabbit flavoured wheat mix in the morning, brother. Yo! Bigger, badder, better. Oma beats the #1 selector live inside the biggest crater. Live inside the Soviet Union with Sharby and Malfusion. Shit with the confusion them. Oi. Killer Inc. I need a drink. Beats, yeah? Now the war has started, now the bombs are dropped. I always pack my microphone and move the safety lock. These are crazy days, but we make crazy nights. Every tune he plays, and every rhyme I write. Yo, you do for the honor, no, you do for the pride. We do because we're soldiers, in this war we fight. We fight for the power, demonstrate our sound. Live inside the crate and best believe we lay it down. Live inside this crate and best believe we lay it down. Pop the earlobes, pop out the fishbowl effect, yeah? Oma. bust the melanoma. Take precaution as you enter. Whoa. Take precaution as you enter. Rise above massive. Listen. Whoa. Whoa. Take precaution as you enter. Yo. Take precaution as you enter. Oh. Take precaution as you enter. You bite into the apple with a razor dab at the center. Mike defender. The pretender looking for the denture. The time to butt the underdog. Number one contender. Rolling for the entrance. Taking every word of the sentence. Pension for the mentions in my lyrical extension called confession. Scaring them with a stylistic progression. No matter what your creed, your colour, your skin complexion, rip the session. Rise above LSI, L skin injection. With Oma beats, live inside the session. Big up Andy PG. And Andy Jardine and in the Guardians waiting in the wings. Everyone is loving the drum and bass mix, so we're just rolling. We'll lock it up in a sec. I will take this opportunity to go to the badge port before we get back to the chat. 4 minutes until we get back to the chat. Is this LK? This is LK, isn't it? Maybe this is the tune that Lee was talking about last week, the Latin American. No. Big up DJ Markey, big tune. This one's for Inner Guardians.
Gosh.
Yeah, the Sambo drums.
We like it, I like it, you like it too. Stamina MCs on wax for the movement crew. See, all I know is this tune tears up nothing you. So anytime we're around, this is what we do. It's the way that we play this sound. It's the way that we bring this sound to you. It's the way that we play this sound. It's the way that we bring this sound to you. Hey yo, this is the way that I come best connect to you. Come with the body that we give that a healing. We okay time so we just don't know what to do. Baby, that baby, I don't get that a feeling. But about tonight, the vibe is right, and I'm barely not gonna hold it any longer, baby. Just for tonight, the vibe is right, and I'm barely not gonna hold it any. Because it's the way that we play this sound. It's the way that we bring this sound to you.
Gosh.
That we play this sound. It's the way that we bring this sound to you. Now as I'm singing, the body's swinging, my rhythm is swinging it loud. Needing energy from people in the crowd, and you know we got it like this, baby. And you know we got it like that, baby. See as I'm singing, the body's swinging, my rhythm is swinging it loud. Needing energy from people in the crowd, and you know we got it like this, baby. And you know we got it like that. Run track.
Gosh. Wow.
Welcome back, everyone.
Banging tunes, Oma Beats.
No, amazing. Wicked selection from Oma Beats once again. Do you know what? I love having to go on the mic still to drum and bass, but it hurts my feelings. Do you know what? Because I don't think in drum and bass anymore.
Well,
I have to think really hard to remember my bars.
Getting a bit quick for you in your older.
No, it's not.
Older.
No, it's not. It's too quick. It's just the wrong. It's the wrong tempo. I think in 140 BPM now. So like, it's a totally different tempo. Anyone that does
just speed that up.
No.
No, I'm joking.
You know the difference.
I know.
You know that hip hop and drum and bass is
It's
compatible.
two different things, yeah.
But garage and grime beat bars, they're not compatible. They don't go. So like all of my new bars where I'm properly bunning down the Soviet Union and the Parasite and Lord Schwab, they're all in 140 BPM, and not everybody likes grime. So we have to please everyone, and everyone loves it when we play drum and bass. So we always play drum and bass. But I reckon, but going forward, we'll get some more laid back, more chilled 140 BPM beats, so I can really lay down some of my new bars because I really haven't. Really haven't done it yet. Sorry to Andy Jardine and Inner Guardians. Are you still on the phone, guys? Hello, you guys still there?
The Great Raset.
What was that? What did you call it?
The Great Raset.
The Great Raset. That was a very good Raset.
The Great Raset.
There's a lot of tunes which are like based on aliens. The titles of them. Replicant, Reptilians.
There was a tune called Anunnaki in there.
And if you could just talk into the microphone, mate.
I wasn't even talking into the microphone.
You've got a kiss. I've told you before. You have to like succulently kiss that microphone like a beautiful lady. Don't spit on it like a Soviet peasant. You have to really be intimate with the mic.
Yeah, there's a few tunes which are based around sort of like the agenda. What we're
talking about.
Turned his mic off. That's why.
Quality.
We can hear him. Those lot can't hear him. Sorry, Emma Beats.
Basically, they've muted me yet again.
Right. Okay. You're back now.
All I was saying was that most of the tunes I played have got some sort of alien title theme. Replicant. What was the other ones I played? I can't even remember now.
You played
the Anunnaki.
Anunnaki.
Yeah.
So
reptilians, reptiles, all those sort of things.
I was trying to
2 meters, you replicant.
2 meters, you fertilizer.
2 meters, you replicant.
If we all of my new anti-Soviet bars are all to the wrong tempo, but yeah, I tried to drop something about the architects. I was talking about reptilian shapeshifters a little bit in those bars. I tried my best to remember all my old repertoire, but it's like a load of old corrupted files on the back of an old hard drive that you found in a back drawer from the place that you used to live at. That's what it's like for me, because it's been like 5-6 years since I was in that genre. Yeah, do you know what I'm saying, Oma? It's a different. It's like going from one discipline, one sport to another. You're a cross-genre producer and DJ, Oma Beats. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, it is.
Timing and tempo.
When we started to make the 140 a few years ago, it took me a little while to get my head into it, but I actually ended up really enjoying it because for two reasons. As a producer, having like the dub style beat, so the snare only really appears, your main snare appears on the third beat out of the 4, and then you've got all the other space for bass and kick drums and other things, other weird anomalies you wouldn't normally be able to put anywhere else, except for in drum and bass, which is like an orchestra.
Yeah. And
especially hard tech roll and D&B, some of the side stuff, and some of the stuff Andy was playing last week. He was playing some real big innovators of the game, and they were.
But those rolling beats are quite regimented. Whereas, so it's rolling, but that 140 BPM stuff is much more syncopated. It's much more
diverse.
It's much more diverse, right?
I actually disagree with that.
Really?
On the basis that drum and bass will generally progress. Generally, especially when you're talking.
No, but you're talking about the level of production. I tell you what. Do you know what?
Progression throughout the tune. So
this is the conversation.
The
this is the conversation for the show in 2 weeks' time. Because I'm just going to have a little interlude here, right? Or no, I won't play that because we just have music. But in 2 weeks' time, we're going to do a show which is more music based, and we're going to be talking about
break
people.
Down 140 and 175 BPM British music, shall we?
We're going to be talking about people in the music game that have sold out to the Soviet Union and are not telling the truth. We've got a very prominent Bristol rapper called Terror Slim coming on.
I'm looking forward to him.
Yeah, he's awesome. I'll tell you what, I'll just play 2 seconds of his freestyle. Listen to this. Just let him spark up his joint first, obviously. This is what this guy's about. I'll play you 30 seconds.
Armageddon and end of the world. You can repent, still sent to hell, and you can tell a rebel, cause everybody who voted is now holding the L, trying to bring down the elite but destined to fail. A left-wing fairy tale. The Labour is wicked as well, but you just can't tell till you wake up and take off the veil. Same ones voting for freedom, same ones clean out the shelves, cause everybody's out for themselves. Some say Corbyn's to blame. My mind is fuck, need endorphins for the pain when I see friends endorsing Matt Hancock. It is insane. We won't be talking again. I feel ashamed, didn't know they wasn't on the game. Lifetime of knowledge that's filling my brain, and my DNA has militant strains. My nerves are twitching cause people are snitching. It's burning when they're talking my name. That's why I walk in the flames. Your church is a mosque are closed, so there's no one warping your brain, cause all of the talk that they said, none of it is important today. Not a drug importer, never world enforcer. Start summoning flying saucers. My words are deeper than Chaucer's, still leave wounds deep in your forehead. I can legally murder a fox, but I'd rather hunt an informer. My life couldn't be stranger. My life is riddled with trauma. Enemies being aided by a sorcerer. Might need a sword to impel ya. Transylvania, what did I tell ya? In the castle, man, I trapped in a corner. Don't give a fuck if you voted for Johnson. Man was on life support, unresponsive. Stay in your yard or to get unresponsive. I'm not responding, death is an option. Won't see me on grime daily, cause it's indirectly part of the problem. Man saw the trap, but trapped in a yard, it's a problem. So I go back to the start where the problem started. I was a smart kid, I went to school, but they taught me some garbage. I could have been a rich man, but I fallen in his money. Yeah, soon departed with a shoe shine box like a true bastard. 144,000 caskets. Don't need to worry about the future. We're probably not gonna last it. They got the vaccination, but they probably laced it with arsenic. Drop dead, don't take your chances. Clapping for Boris, you lost your marbles, you love your master. Sacrifice him to the Chitakuri when they come for the harvest. Keep laughing, they'll come for you after. Me, I don't barter with rats.
He's almost a British Kabaka
I've been more calm and relaxed, cause I've been in barking on facts. Well, they pray that I'm part of the stats. Tesla was a warlock. Charles Darwin's theories are trash. Now your economy's nearing a crash. Your biggest fear is your cash. You'd rather be dead than brass. Rather pretend that everything's gonna go back. You can cut down trees, but they will grow back, and your wave of wickedness will roll back, and your followers will be attacked. I tell a man, build up the hashes, dust to dust and ashes to ash. Will we feed in the crust? And I'm deep in the mistrust, cause I come from a place where your dreams are crushed and pleasures considered as drugs, and falling in the lust and swimming in rivers of blood. Feel like a caveman swinging a club in the wrong time zone, where the people they want my soul. Religion it wants my dough, when the girl
Right.
the cock I know.
I mean, Jesus.
He's on the show in 2 weeks,
If we break down his lyrics, mate, that's like 6 months worth of
Not
Rise
here,
Above
virtually.
shows. That's like 6 months worth of Rise Above streams.
Do you know what the best thing is? This guy, right? He's proper, honestly, anti-Coviot. He calls out other rappers that are following Soros-backed initiatives. You know the ones.
Yeah.
This guy tells the truth. He doesn't give a shit who he offends. I'm mates with him on Facebook. I sent him a message. I said, do you know I've got a Friday night show? Want to come along? He liked the message and he saw it. I sent him a link. He's like, it's dope. I'm there.
What's his name?
Terra Slim.
Terra Slim.
So he's on
Check
the
him out,
week
guys.
after next. We're going to be talking about fakers in the music game. Hip hop artists, rappers, they're supposed to be revolutionaries. They're
Is
supposed
Mark
to tell the
Devlin
truth.
aware of this gentleman?
I'm not sure.
Quality of consciousness.
What was that in the Guardians?
Quality of consciousness.
Quality of consciousness.
Absolutely.
Were you feeling those lyrics?
That's the name of the game.
I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed trying to follow those lyrics because they were quick and he got a lot in there. What was it?
Yeah, that's the only value system worth having.
Mrs. in the Guardians has picked out some lyrics from that. Elon, who wears the mask. Yes, he does.
What did he say? Elon.
I don't know.
There was something along. Tesla is a warlock, and Charles Darwin's theories are trash. I was like, yes.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So that's in 2 weeks' time. Right. Let's get back to the subject. Where were we? We were talking about the emergency alert system and the potential of a UFO invasion and how that might shape up in the guise of the Soviet Union. In the Guardians, you were keen to talk about this, weren't you?
Yeah, well, my take on this is, let me explain. For those who are not aware of this, there's a CIA document called the Gateway Process. Now, this was a document that was put together quite a few years ago, and it basically factors in all the metaphysical aspects of our reality. Now, they researched it and they actually used it, and it's now been disclosed. So on that list, you've got things like hypnosis, meditation, hemisync, resonance, energy, consciousness. Now, this is a very important one. Holograms, matrix, energy fields, time-space dimensions, the absolute subatomic particles. So these are all in a CIA document. You can freely download it. If you just Google gateway process.
Yeah, I'm familiar with some of those documents. There are some even more startling CIA documents you can download as well. It's all there.
Yeah, and like I say, the holograms. So the way I see it coming is the alien invasion will be the use of holograms.
So, what are they going to project that onto? Sorry, are they going to like we were talking about earlier, project that Schwabian?
We're now talking about Project Bluebeam.
Directly into the brain, or is it going to be a physical thing you
Project
can see?
Bluebeam is something in the sky, but the idea is it was a global but localized event. So people in India would see Vishnu, people in Europe would see Jesus in the sky. This is the general consensus about what Project Bluebeam is, and then we're talking about
it will be projected onto the plasma.
Yeah, projected onto the ionosphere, something like HARP. Projected onto the inside of the firmament, whatever it is up there.
Well, let's face it, they can pretty much do anything they want. 2020 has proven that people are dumb enough to believe anything.
Correct.
Yeah, but what a statement. Wait a minute. You know what? Next week we're going to have a button that's basically the whole rabbit button. So when someone says something, especially in a Guardians, it's just the whole rabbit, I'll just go, whole rabbit. That's coming next week. Right? Because, yeah. If anyone is silly or unobservant enough to have participated 12 months of the of 2020 and they still believe it, fucking good luck to them. Jesus.
Mate, people around me are getting double jabbed, double injected. They're happy about it.
Yeah.
I got a letter. Well, my parents got a letter to their house this morning because
my brother, who's younger than me, he's actually 33.
The Soviet Union have got no way of contacting me. They've got my phone number.
My 33-year-old brother got his self-extermination invitation through the post this week.
Yeah,
to hear. I opened it up. I was like, Dino, look at this. He just laughed. He's like, Jesus.
Burn it.
Crazy. But I'll tell you what, anyway, we shouldn't talk about the glorious kill.
Got a question from Sasha English, a big, long-time viewer.
It's a bit of an ambiguous question, Sasha.
What do we do, Master Lee, about the fake alien invasion, the holograms and all of it? What do we do?
It's a big question.
Do we just carry on and just pretend it's not there and then have to turn it off?
Well, it's not so much about the projection or the illusion. It's about everyone's physical reaction to it. That's what we've really got to
right. Well, you got to understand, like Andy mentioned earlier, disclosure is a process. It's not like, boom, aha, this is the truth. It's a slow drip feed effect. So we're going to be kind of segued into most of this. And for a lot of people, they won't even be aware enough to know it's happening. They'll probably miss it.
Yeah, what, you think they just might not notice?
Well, it depends on the way I would see it is that they're going to create some kind of frequency for the general public, for the mainstream thinkers. So it could be a frequency for them, and it could be a frequency for others. I think this is what they're playing with at the moment. They're personalizing frequencies.
So, yeah, well, that sort of goes back to what I said about Bluebeam. It would be a global event, but it would be a localized outcome.
Tailored.
So maybe it's actually, localized or tailored right down to the Jordan Peterson level of the individual, where you actually have your own personal epiphany moment, your own personal religious experience, your own personal spiritual enlightenment event broadcast directly.
Only once they've got your identity. Remember that.
Your Schwabian fused identity.
What if you've already had that experience?
Too late for them. I've had that experience already.
That's what I mean. What if you've already had that experience?
I used to force myself into that experience almost every weekend.
Master Lee, what would you say to that? If an individual has already had a very spiritual and enlightening experience, and maybe has spent their life following the path of enlightenment, and is quite good, what of that? If it, what then? Will their Schwabness work on that? My guess is no.
What are you saying? So if somebody takes the
he's saying if someone has already had,
this
Project Bluebeam spiritual enlightenment epiphany moment, they've lifted the veil.
What if they've already had that?
They've had their out of body experience,
and they project this thing, and they're like. Pff.
Well, I think that's. I would like to think that's us lot, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Well, it hasn't worked on us so far. I've had 37 years of the most high level.
I'm talking about Tibetan monks and people in You know, places
Wait,
like
hasn't
that.
got a chance in hell of working on
Yeah,
them.
that's what I'm saying.
I mean, look,
Right, let me explain
I still drink
something.
Coca-Cola and it hasn't worked on me. I even had a
Right, let me
Mackey's Big
explain.
Breakfast last week.
Go on, Master Lee, go on.
Sorry.
Right. So throughout history, you've got what's known as the mystery schools or the masters of knowledge, and with that, you've got the guardians of knowledge. So they are, for want of a better word, those that have survived previous cataclysmic events, such as the one that we're going to be entering now. So the mystery schools are those that survived it using their own technology through knowledge. And this is why it's occulted. This is why it's hidden, because they literally have to hide it from the denying force.
Okay, I'm with you.
I guess that's what the mystery schools were.
Yeah,
They were a
that's
way
what they are.
they were a way to occult the sacred
They're the survivors.
knowledge, the survivors, the refugees of the past cataclysms.
So just let's bring it to today's situation. So let's say there's an event in, let's say, 2030. Those that survive it, they will be the holders of or they'll be part of the mystery school, all the knowledge. Now, if you look at subjects like different dimensions or the astral plane, there's 3 types of beings: human, non-human, and synthetic. So they kind of pretty much take it in turns. They pretty much take it in turns to have sort of dominance in this realm. So at the moment, I would say that we're heading to the synthetic. So from the astral realm, that's projected like the mirror into this realm. So the synthetics are pretty much the dominant force at the moment.
Right. Let's badge it up. When you talk about these synthetics living in the astral realm, could we conceptualize this as the transcendental force of the parasite that's trying to enter our physicality that Godvaj talks about? Let's put it in another name, the demiurge with its army of archons.
Exactly that, yeah.
That's creating a metaphysical schism that we effectively live in. And this links back to what you said earlier on about this little time loop idea.
Yeah, I mean, they take it in turns. So, for instance, there has been times in history where humanity has peaked. Now, that would be when, on the astral realm, the humans are in charge. And then there's been times in history where the non-human, and that may factor in things like maybe the Anunnaki and stuff like that.
So, okay. Wow, that's big. We've got to address this awesome question on the screen directly for you, Lee Sensei. Question.
Sure.
Please ask Sensei the texts, places. What are the text or places we should be searching for an inner standing and or a vertical enlightenment, or simply a person lifting from the slumber of the horizontal line, a mirror? Can you point us in the right direction of some ancient texts or practices?
I would say the practice of astral projection is a good place to start, and also things like using holographic techniques. I mentioned it a few weeks ago, where you stare at holograms and using the left and right hemispheres, you create the third eye. Now, that's a technique that needs to be practiced. It's pretty much lost for the most part. Nobody teaches it. I mean, they don't teach you the third eye at school, do they?
Well, I didn't learn about it until I was in my late 20s.
Same.
Going back to Sam Carno's question, with regards to text, what we're talking about here with this idea of the demiurge interdimensionals, would you say that the Nag Hammadi text, the Gnostic text, would be a good place to start to gain a somewhat mythological reference point for what we're talking about with regards to the interdimensionals?
Yes, yes and no. Generally avoid the mainstream stuff. I stand in the position that everything has been corrupted, equally occulted. So this goes back to the syncretist. The syncretist has the ability to go into one particular religion, truth, path, extract the truth, and break away at the point of corruption. So I would say, for the most part, everything is corrupted, all the texts, even the teaching from some of my teachers. At some point, it's been corrupted, and it's when you continue that on a certain line without the ability to create a conscious shock to jump onto the next line of truth. Now, that's very high level. That's kind of like high level stuff.
Very
so, for
conceptual.
instance, Yeah, so for instance, if you read in any text, at some point it's going to hit an octave where it's going to go down, because of the law of octaves, nothing can go forever. There's no perpetual motion. And that means if you throw a ball, it's going to travel, but at some point it will dip. And when it dips, that's the denying force, and that's when corruption can enter. The key, and this is what the occultists learn, is how to bridge the interval, or to keep the momentum going in the line of truth, devoid of corruption. But that's deep stuff. But that's the sort of direction that we want to be looking in. This is real. What I'm speaking now is real knowledge.
I was about
You're
to
not
say
going to learn it.
that's some 33rd degree level shit right there. The Porch Masons don't learn that, mate. That's past the Rotary Club and the secret handshakes, that kind of knowledge.
Yeah, well, yes and no. I mean, for instance,
as for the initiated,
the perpetrators or the pushers of the mainstream narratives, when it comes to anything metaphysical, they kind of fudge it all, or they'll camouflage it or corrupt it. Or, I mean, even Einstein is meant to be like the godfather of modern day science for the most part. Now, where did a lot of his knowledge come from? Even he admits he got them from dreams, visions, imaginations. And then he also had a term which, when anything couldn't be explained using the science that they were using, he called it spooky action at a distance.
Yeah.
That refers to anything of the paranormal. Now, this is from the words, these are the words of coming from the godfather of modern science.
And most of his, or the majority, or a portion of his theories are from dreams.
Yeah.
And where
dreams
they
and
come
vision.
from, yeah, exactly. And he can't explain where that comes from.
Sorry, I missed it. Is it we talking about Da Vinci?
Einstein.
Yeah. So going back to that question, what can we do? So here's one for you. Right. So you don't have to do it now, but maybe after the show. Close your eyes. Go into a dark room. Close your eyes, and then see if you can see light. Now, this is just something to think about. Where is that light coming from? If light is an external source, what is light? What are photons? There's also a condition where people close their eyes and they can't see anything. They can't imagine. They have no imagination. I can't remember the name of it. It's actually a medical condition.
Being in MPC, isn't it?
Potentially, yeah. But just a simple exercise. Close your eyes and then see if you can draw something using light.
I was supposed to expand from that, thinking about it, right? Your pineal gland, if we're led to believe it is the seat of our soul and it's how we perceive the 3D realm, right? It's right. It's almost directly in the center of our brain. It's never seen light ever. Never seen light. There's no way light gets through the actual physical light, goes through the optic nerve and gets bounced around and all that. It's in total abject pitched blackness throughout its whole existence. It's 50 or whatever, if you're lucky, 50 to 70 years. So if that's where we're perceiving everything ultimately, and it's in total pitch blackness, where's the light coming from?
Yeah, it's the inner photons. It's the inner light. Now, that's just something as simple as that could actually change your whole perspective of reality. Because we just ignore these things, like closing your eyes and, what is the imagination? How do you picture something? What is the mind's eye? Where do they teach that? At school?
They don't. It's actually, what's the opposite of encourage?
Dreaming is demonized.
It's discouraged. It's discouraged.
Dreaming is the activity of people that don't achieve things.
Think about it though. It's discouraged right from a young age to daydream.
Yeah.
Isn't it? To
You're
daydream.
a
Yeah. You're a dreamer. You're a daydreamer. You're daydreaming, mate.
You're dreaming your life away.
It's discouraged right from a young age not to daydream.
I used to sleep a lot. I used to love sleeping, and I used to get criticised. Oh, you get up at 10, 11 o'clock, you're missing the day. I was like, I'm missing the day? You haven't seen my dreams, mate. I'm not missing anything. I used to be a very deep dreamer, very vivid, very lucid dreamer. I used to, like, anything. I could stay asleep all day. My dreams are so incredible. But yeah.
Yeah. So these are some of the answers to the question. I mean, it's a big question. What do we do? Well, we need to start exploring the metaphysical realms. I mean, this is exactly what even the CIA are doing. They're to be honest, I think this information they already had. They just put it out as a document to make it look like they don't know.
The remote viewing and the astral projection documents from the CIA, I've looked at all of them, and a lot of it's still redacted, but you can see that they've clearly spent millions and millions of dollars on that. The CIA, they don't repeatedly research something for decades that doesn't yield any results. They don't.
Yeah.
They simply don't do that.
So a simple thing. Let's say the Gateway process, which is a CIA document, they heavily focused on a thing called hemisync. So from 2 become 3. So if you want to be able to use a third eye on the astral realms or in any other dimension, you need to hemisync the left and the right. The only way you can get off the horizontal is to create a third. If you think about it as a pyramid, you've got point 1 or point A, point B, left and right on the horizontal line. Then the only way you can get off the horizontal line is to create the third, which is transcending. And this is also linked to the biotech. So let me just give you a very, very simple example. Right, this is how smart our actual anatomy is, but we don't know it naturally. Well, we do know it naturally, but we've been disinformed with regards to this. So, as a human being, you stand upright, yeah?
Yeah.
We're generally known as upright beings. Which direction are your eyes looking?
Straight forward.
Okay, so would it be fair to say you're looking for a horizon or looking on the horizon?
Always.
In an upright position. Okay, so when we lay down, where are we looking? Vertically.
Yeah.
Let's say you lay on your back. And this is the technique of astral projection. So you can project yourself vertically, not horizontally. So just something as simple as that.
It's as simple as refocusing your visual perception from the horizontal line to the vertical line.
Yeah, and using the body as a craft. The body is a craft. We have a body for a reason. It's just that for the most time, or most part, it's not used in the right way.
I've read the declassified remote viewer stuff from the CIA, and this is real declassified stuff, and I'm paraphrasing massively. But one of the guys that apparently the CIA found out was capable of remote viewing, that was co-opted by him, that got the phone call, come with us to an airbase for a month or whatever, put in a room. He said he was viewing things which he could barely even describe, and they were off planet or off crater or outer realm. And at one point, apparently, he had it described to him that he was actually remote viewing an installation on the moon.
Wow.
And this is from an official declassified CIA document from, I guess it's from the 60s. This was his interpretation of what he was seeing in his dream state, in his altered state of perception. And he was recording for his handlers, for his superiors, whatever. And he said, "What the hell is this I'm describing and seeing?" And they said, "Son, it's based on the moon." That's how they described it. Now, whatever the moon is, that's a different first principle to establish.
Well, just to clarify the difference between remote viewing and astral projection, I did mention this the other week.
Yeah, important clarification.
Yeah, so for remote viewing, that generally means that your consciousness stays where you are, but you're able to see somewhere else. Astral projection means that your consciousness goes to the destination. So remote viewing, you're in two places at the same time. So you're still in the first person, observing something, object somewhere else.
So would you say
astral projection means that you travel in your astral body?
So a remote viewer could theoretically sit on a table, close their eyes, start remote viewing, and they could see something, but they would still feel their bum sat on the seat. Is that the
exactly?
Sort of,
well,
wow.
I would argue,
astral projection, you disconnect from the body.
Then I've done both.
So Lee, can I just expand on that? Ask a couple of questions. So you said your astral body will travel, because I've researched into remote viewing and out of body experiences, that kind of thing. So, like Lance said, your physical body would still be sitting down or lying down?
Mate, I can testament this.
Would you be able to feel that you're physically sitting down, but you would know that you're spiritually completely somewhere else?
Is this for remote viewing?
Yeah, or like, what we're talking about.
Remote viewing, you're conscious of where you are. So you're sitting at a table. with a pen in your hand.
You're fully
and
aware. You're
observing.
fully aware of
The
that.
first time I ever
Yeah.
properly got licked by the spirit molecule, I would describe it as remote viewing.
Right.
I was actually with Sinistar and another couple of individuals, and I really had a proper inspection, as we called it, from the
But you're physically aware.
I was lying
that
on a
you're-
bed. I was lying on a bed in a dark room with a couple of other individuals, and Sinistar had some of his backdrop on the wall with the UV light, and I was told to smoke the pipe as hard as I could, close my eyes, and lie back and hold on for dear life, which I did. And I was transported to like this energy field realm that looked a little bit like Tron, and I was peering over this this sort of like precipice, trying to look at this energy field. But the thing was, I still knew that I was in the room. I could hear Sinistar giggling at me because I thought I was levitating off the bed. I was like, I'm levitating. I could still feel my ass touching the bed. I knew I was in the room, but my consciousness was viewing a completely different landscape, and it was fully lucidly real.
Were you scared?
No, I was.
Were you scared about the fact you knew you were here,
It
but then
was
felt you were
astonishingly.
somewhere?
It was astonishingly scary. I mean, like, did I feel like scared? Only if you're scared of dying by astonishment.
I've never partaken in the spirit molecule, but I have. I've had
Okay,
very
psilocybin-
wild experience on mushrooms. Yeah.
Psilocybin, I'll tell you right now, psilocybin in it. If you did the most hardcore, super militant shamanic dose of psilocybin and you strained it 100 times until you got the elixir and you did a shot of that, like I'm talking like a 30-40 gram dry dose, that'd be one good lick of the spirit molecule.
Wow.
Exactly the same. I'm talking identical.
Right.
This molecularly, they're brother and sister.
Sure.
Psilocybin and Dimitri are very close. But yeah, I know exactly this. You literally, your consciousness in another place while you are aware that your physical body is in a different room. There were other people there. Yeah, no.
So imagine. So again, we're talking about Lee. You still there?
Yeah.
So we're talking about.
So I went full Terence
No,
McKenna
no,
there.
no.
Sorry,
So we're talking about the synthetic universe and what they're trying to put together, potentially build and lure us into living in with our consciousness, whether our physical body would be, lying dormant in a warehouse or in a bed somewhere, or whatever. So this is that what they're trying to stop us from being able to do then? Is from being able to mentally be somewhere else? If somebody physically throws you in jail, you could potentially mentally be and spiritually be somewhere completely different. Is that what they're trying to block, stop, or hijack? Or
let me just rewind a little bit, because you did mention about fear. Like, was you scared to be projecting and stuff like that? Now,
fear is always part of the experience. Yeah, it's definitely part of it.
Yeah. So I mentioned before, you've got human, non-human, and synthetic. Now, it's generally known that the synthetics are the ones that scare you out of body or in the astral realm. Now, they're like the gatekeepers of the astral realm. So they'll scare you back in. So anybody that has an out-of-body experience, they quite often will have quite a scary experience. Now, even with the CIA HemiThink project, where they were doing astral projection, they had to be able to get past the fear, because at some point you will encounter a creature that's going to scare you, or an entity. Now they're like the gatekeepers.
I never encountered a synthetic, but I encountered about 2 or 3 different non-humans. One of them was what they call the machine elves. It was like the little gnomes, the
green elves.
No, they're called the machine elves. It's a documented thing in the
Yeah, no,
in the
no,
spirit. You've heard of
yeah,
machine
yeah.
elves, yeah? I've seen them, and they saw me, and they clocked that I'd seen what they were doing, and it looked at me directly in the eye, and it shook.
So what were they doing?
Right, when I smoked this thing called it's called PARP. It was basically a combination of spirit plants from the Amazon, entheogens, with 5-MeO inhibitor on there, DMT on there, and it was basically like Changa, but a special one. And it was like a remote viewing in a pipe. I smoked a big pipe of this plant matter, and it was like I put on these virtual reality glasses, and I was remote viewing instantly into another reality. And what I was seeing, this is how I'll describe it, and I'll describe it the way I described it when I saw it. I saw 2 red curtains like on a big stage, and beyond the curtains was the physical universe. Here was the curtains, and there was a big machine this side of the curtains with cogs, and this was the machine that was powering the physical universe the other side of the curtain. And the bottom of the cogs, it went smaller and smaller and smaller. The smallest cog was connected to a bicycle, and the bicycle was being powered by the machine elf, and he was pedaling the whole fucking universe. And I was watching him through these goggles, which were going on for like 2 minutes. And then he turned around and looked at me, and he looked me directly in the eye, and he said, "No, you shouldn't see this." And then I literally had to open my eyes, take a deep breath, and it all vanished.
Wow.
Actual proper content. It looked me in the eyes. Because
Yeah,
I'd read about this. I'd read about this multiple times. That was the first time
I've read it. I've read about the elves. Yeah. Go on, Master Lee.
Yeah, what you got to remember is the quality of consciousness. So the objective is to develop a quality of consciousness in this 3D realm, which will also give you a quality of consciousness in other realms. Now, nobody's got perfect quality of consciousness. We're being continuously attacked to have it downgraded. And this is generally what all of the work, the great work, is all about. It's developing the quality of consciousness. And as an example, in the astral realm or other dimensions, you can actually be invisible. So you may have heard me speak about invisibility. Yeah. I'm not just talking about this realm, I'm talking about other realms.
Metaphysical invisibility.
Yeah.
That really goes with my experience there. It was like I wasn't supposed to be there, and I'd been seen somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. If only I was invisible, he wouldn't have spotted me, and I could have carried on watching it. Because honestly, it was the most incredible thing I'd ever seen. And I've seen some shit. It was particularly incredible.
Well, as above, so below. We're the same way we're being, we're under surveillance here. There's cameras, there's recordings, we're being surveyed pretty much 24/7. Well, you've also got surveillance mechanisms in other dimensions, and equally you've got other dimensions surveying this realm.
Yeah,
it's very complex
for sure. And there is a hierarchy. Because I've met other entities as well. These little machine elves that look like clockwork gnomes, they were very clearly low in this lower fourth dimension hierarchy of entities. But I was not.
Yeah, because even in other realms, you've got a hierarchy of sorts. You've heard me talk about man number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
So in this realm, man number 7 is generally, it's not exact, but that's deemed as the highest that you can get in this realm. Now, when you go into the astral realm, number 7 is the bottom.
So, welcome to high school, junior freshman.
Yeah, so you get to man number 7 in this realm, only to discover that you're actually a man number 7 is like a low number, not high.
Can I ask you a question? And I've never asked you this before, even on our private chats. Do you believe in the phenomenon that there are people incarnate in this realm that may not be conscious of the fact that they are actually, how shall I say it? Maybe past level 7 in the outer realm, and they've actually chosen to reincarnate for a
What's
reason.
level 7?
Levels. Lee talks about the 7 levels of attainment.
Sorry, okay, yeah.
So say, okay, Buddha would be at level 7,
and he could
plus,
choose
level
to come
plus
back.
Initiate. Yeah.
Okay,
so,
consciously make the choice.
So once you ascend the physical realm and you go to 5D consciousness, whatever you want to conceptualize it as, there is an ethos.
Consciously make the choice to come back and help
yeah,
humanity.
there is an ethos. There are 5 and 6 dimensions.
Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva.
Is that the technical word for
in Buddhism? That's the Bodhisattva. Yeah, and there's other religions use different analogies, so you can sort of descend into hell. Now, for the most part, so we're talking about people that volunteer, or humans volunteer to incarnate.
That have broke the incarnation cycle, they've become in complete gnosis of the incarnation cycle. So when they get back to the birthing chamber, they know what they are, and rather than being trapped in that everlasting cycle of not knowing, they actually choose to forget and reincarnate and come back down to the 3D realm. Have you heard about this? I know it's...
So you would choose to forget, so you're not conscious.
Yeah. Right, people have already ascended past the trap of reincarnation.
Right, okay.
They've already gone past...
It's a form of reset. It's a type of reset.
Yeah,
that's what you're talking
a personal sort of motivational, progressional reset to come back and learn.
Yeah, some of it can be induced. Some of it can be induced by boredom. Now, let me explain what the real meaning of boredom. So, as an example, when I was around about 9 years old, I read a book on astral projection. Believe it or not, my mother was practicing yoga, and she had lots of books. Now, I've asked her about this years after. She can't remember the book, but anyway, I found a book on the bookshelf, and it was about astral projection. At the age of 9, I read it front to back, and I practiced all of the techniques, and I found it very easy to leave my body, to the point that I used to struggle to come back to my body. Now, the type of teachings that I'm always attracted to are those that help me bring me back to the body, and that's one of the reasons why I've not gone down the path of using plant medicine or anything like that, because I can leave my body very easily. In fact, it's more difficult for me to stay in my body most of the time.
Mate, if you back in the day when I used to class myself as a bit of an amateur urban shamano, right? If you came around for one of my ceremonies, you'd have probably had one of those trips that last 1,000 years or something. Because they talk about that with the spirit molecule. If a proper shaman, and there's a very, very famous video of this, when they did the spirit molecule test with the Dr. Rick Strassman, they gave a heroic dose, a flood dose intravenously to a shaman of 50 years, who a proper shaman had been studying. And he said in that one dose, he gained a higher level of attainment than he had in the previous 50 years of shamanism, right? And he said his trip lasted 1,000 years. So he classed himself as 1,050 years old after the trip, and he carried on like that for the rest of his life. He said he could barely relate to anyone afterwards because he literally lived 1,000 years in the trip.
Well, when I was 9 years old, there was one particular astral projection that I did. That I left my body, and I found myself, obviously non-physical, but I found myself in a form of a shape. It was like a shape, and like an orb type shape, and I found myself sort of just floating in a almost warehouse type of container. I'm just trying to find a descriptor for it, but let's just say a warehouse, and there was like cubes. I was surrounded by cubes, and I didn't have any senses in terms of I couldn't speak, I couldn't hear, I couldn't do anything. But all I could do is observe these shapes around me for eternity. I couldn't close my eyes, I couldn't go to sleep, I couldn't move, I couldn't walk away. Now, the sensation that I got from that, it was very, it wasn't of the normal senses. So it was type of synesthesia, like the ultimate synesthesia. And it terrified me, it scared me so much that I wanted to come back to my body. And it gave me a very strange appreciation of being here, being in the 3D. It was almost like, it was almost comforting to come back, because it was almost like I saw too much. Now, I've heard of, you might know more about
Is that was just like in an isolation chamber? There was no substances. You were just in that space.
What Lee's just described, one of my first ever goes with the spirit molecule. Lee has almost described that to a T.
I was about to say, when I've properly Terence McKenna'd myself, that was like the ultimate breakthrough experience. You were literally in a chamber. You are one with everything.
It's like a void. I can't. It's not like
void,
a chamber.
The infinite nothingness.
It's a space that you're aware you have boundaries to. Yeah, and there was not just squares. I think there were tesseracts. Really. I think there were tesseracts, really, but there was other symbols like very similar to the Baden Power Fluid, the Lease, and all those ones but just slightly better. And the light energy, it scared me too at first, Lee, because I wasn't too sure what it was, and my body and instinct was like, don't trust it. So I pulled myself out of that one, and I've since learned that is actually probably a wise thing to do, because it's your what's the word? Your temptations. It's almost like a test.
Well, I was 9 years old, so you can imagine.
Well, I can imagine that terrified you.
Yeah, well, there's no reference point. You've probably felt like you were dying.
Wow, at 9 years old, I missed that bit of the conversation. 9 years old, that's an eye opener for sure.
Or it could set you up for life.
No, he's done all right, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Things could be worse.
that was a major turning point.
I imagine.
I was an avid reader. I read the Bible three times.
I bet no one else in your school had an experience like that, Lee.
Yeah, did you try and explain that to anyone, or did you just keep?
To be fair, Lee, because did that make it quite hard for you to relate to anyone else your age, having that experience? At such a young age?
My school.
That must actually make you feel quite isolated. Sorry, go on. Go on.
Yeah, all my school reports they all said the same thing throughout all my schooling career. It said could do well if you didn't daydream.
Daydream, yeah. See, that's what I mean. It's discouraged. It's discouraged right from a young age.
I'm going to say something. In the last 2 weeks,
think is discouraged.
On Facebook, I must have seen 6 or 7 individual people write their own posts, not copy and paste. Something like, "I'm starting to feel like all of the people at school that were staring out the window, not listening, daydreaming or misbehaving, were actually the people that were just like resisting the parasite brainwashing. Because maybe it's all those people now that haven't actually completely like mind cucked themselves to the Soviet Union.
Like think about the use of cannabis, how much that is discouraged from a young age. And what does cannabis do when you're high? Like what do? You think
at a young age,
you intensely think, like really deeply think about
I'd like to
stuff.
I'd like to interject a bit here, right? I've done a lot of youth work in my time, and I can tell you now.
I've smoked a lot of cannabis.
Yeah, I've also smoked a lot of cannabis as well. I can tell you now that the high grade shit we've got nowadays is not good for young people's development in the sense of learning and taking shit on board. It melts them. Like maybe back in the day, it's synthetic. It's overpopulated with THC and things like you're not talking about land races anymore, which is sativa based. Sativa dominant, which is more
organic,
cerebral high and allowing you to unlock that thinking side. Most kids smoke indica now, which fucks you. Really.
Hey, I didn't start properly smoking weed until I was 21.
The first proper skunk I had was blueberry, right? And I would have been about 18 then when the first proper skunk I saw. I was like, fuck, this is amazing. It had been around for a couple of years, but we hadn't seen it. It was all solids or tie stick, which is again sativa. So a lot of the stuff you've been smoking back in our day, I know it sounds old, but like wouldn't have been so strong, therefore it allowed you to have that alleviation of consciousness. But nowadays, complete suppression. So when we're talking about edibles as well, it's even worse. And the dabs, the more intense you make that high, the less chance you're going to be taking in information and remembering it.
However, I'm not talking about to use necessarily on a daily basis. I'm talking about to use for a shamanic experience, like as a tool. As a tool, yeah. Like,
as a tool, I think LSD should be introduced to the conversation.
Absolutely, and psilocybin, all of it. But that's what I'm saying.
But it can all be done naturally as well.
Cannabis is very discouraged.
No, absolutely. Lee, you've just been testament to that. Like the experience that you described there, I would describe as like the ultimate spirit molecule experience. That's past when you've met the machine elves, past when you've met the Shiva thing in the Chamber of Light, downloading the prism, past that bit, when you get to the place you talked about, that infinite abyss where the shining blackness, where everything is everything. You feel tiny and expansive all at the same time. Like you say, you can never shut your eyes, never go to sleep. All you can do is just constantly observe everything 360.
That's what I mean. About what meditation and Buddhism does. That is.
It's exactly the same. That's the place they're trying to get to. It's the same place.
So what I'm trying to get at, the point I'm trying to make is that those experiences with different molecules on a irregular basis. If you sat down and had a really mellow shamanic experience with some cannabis twice a year, exactly. Do you know what I mean? It's a tool to be used, same as psilocybin, same as DMT, same as any other form
moderation.
You certainly don't want to smoke the spirit molecule every day. You smoke Dimitri every day. That's a one way.
Yeah, you're going to ruin you.
You just wouldn't be able to experience reality anymore.
No, that's what I mean. So I think all of these things are.
Well, a lot of these things that you're talking about are remedies for anxiety. Now, anxiety is what lowers your vibration.
You think so? Oh, mate, I disagree. From my experience of psychedelics, like if I had anxiety, I would never consider taking psychedelics. I would only ever take psychedelics if I felt really good. Oh yeah, it's totally down to the individual.
Check this out. So imagine you're a teenager, 16, 17 years old, and you have a real enlightening experience, smoking some weed, and it's real comfortable, just as a one-off. And then whatever you thought about, you got right into, and you started really theorizing about life and how things work and all of that. What if after that, then that was your one time you did it, maybe you never did it again in your life, you would then think about that consciously oh my god, imagine what I was thinking about that when I was, however young.
And you never thought to try and replicate it too much to the point of abusing it, and you treated it like a holy experience.
But that's what I mean. Cannabis is such a discouraged, same as mushrooms, same as all of it. It's all discouraged because if used correctly, that can open up some doors which people do not want opened.
Let's get first principles. Right now, what we're talking about is heightened awareness, heightened senses. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Now, whether it's done naturally or artificially. Now, what you've got to understand is what is the base layer of the quality of consciousness. Now, if we've been downgraded for so many years and infected and discombobulated and confused and terrorized for the most part, and then you take a substance that will take you to higher planes, then potentially you could be in a lot of trouble.
Well, yeah, imagine if,
Now,
for example,
You could be diverted to the wrong plane.
I'd like to just interject there.
Yep.
You remember what you were saying earlier on, Lee, about us being in a possible delay? So maybe
Yep.
the psychedelics might push you back into the time you're supposed to be in, and that could really screw with your fucking head if you're not ready for it.
Yeah. Hey,
And I tell you what, I've got an example of someone who I met once in a party, and he was on 2CB, and
which is totally synthetic.
Yeah, completely. It's a two-part synthetic drug, isn't it?
Same as LSD.
No, LSD is not totally synthetic. It's from ergo.
So anyway, so this guy
Wheat.
was seeing things before everyone else had happened. So he knew the bar lady was about to drop the glass, and she did. After a while, it freaked me out because he was actually seeing the future, which was really interesting.
Like
because now,
like Lee's dog.
Yeah.
Hey, did you get his lottery prediction?
Tying it with what Lee said, now that makes it very possible.
I've had exactly the same
delay.
experience on an experimental
Right.
dissociative when I was a bit
You
of an
might be
astronaut.
able to help me with this. This is not my subject of expertise, but THC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is my subject
No.
of expertise, trust me.
Okay. Right. So, for instance, am I right in saying that in our DNA or something in our molecular structure there is a particle that's missing or a part that's missing?
Basically,
THC.
what we have is we have cannabinoid. I can't even pronounce
Receptors.
it.
That's it,
Cannabinoid
yeah.
receptors. So it's like a female
Receptors.
jigsaw piece,
Imagine,
which
yeah.
only THC molecules
That's
will fit
right.
into.
Imagine
Yeah.
it like a jigsaw.
We're
exactly like that.
designed
Key.
to have cannabinoids within us.
Yeah, not necessarily smoked. Actually, better
No,
ingested.
exactly. Yeah. You're supposed to eat the plant, or
Can
or,
I say
you know.
one also when they've done brain studies on people who are taking LSD before, after, during, the LSD is the only drug to actually look like electronically through your neurons is connecting most parts of your brain together, which is why you're able to work on a higher level when on it. You know, it's a
Right.
very interesting drug, LSD is, and it shouldn't be abused, but it's a very good for inspecting.
Not many
life.
people know this. Before LSD was partially synthesized into the crystal, it actually comes from a fungus called ergo that grows in wheat fields.
I was not aware of this.
So in medieval Europe, the idea of witches and these crazy women of the countryside that were with wild hair kind of going nuts. Guess what they were? They were actually the peasants
the
that used to
wheat.
work in the fields, walk through, and actually get the conglomerated fungus of this ergo growing on the wheat, and they'd actually start hallucinating and have extrasensory perception. Projecting the future, having visions.
Right.
It's actually theorized that this is where our concept of not necessarily witches, but one set they call them mothers or women of the land or whatever. It's like a medieval phenomena. Someone in the comment section back me up there.
This is a lot of info to take in.
Yeah,
This
well, look,
evening.
it's the last bit of the show. It's full rabbit. We're talking about the paranormal. It's not just UFOs tonight. Remember, it's the paranormal. It's everything.
This is
So
really cool.
before we move on from this one, I'd like to draw it back to
We're not
when
moving on yet. Chill out.
talking about remote viewing.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if you remember, Lance, a few years ago, I got into a bit of an affection of getting onto the CIA website and looking through their files.
Yeah.
So I found multiple different files, man, and you can download them for free. They're still up there. So they've got this 25 and 50-year download act where they release it, and that happens every year. There's one called the Crest files, which are interesting, and within the Crest files, you've got Project Stargate. Now, part of Project Stargate was remote viewing. And a company called SRI International.
This is what I was talking about earlier on, but you know more.
Yeah, well, I know, that's why I wanted to go back onto it, because you didn't really mention the manual.
I butchered it, didn't I?
Yeah, I know. The manual is very important. Now, this SRI International, along with Corporates International, I think they're called, or Corporate something. Let me find their names now. It's SRI International and Corporates International. They devised a manual for remote viewing, which then the CIA spent years, and this was in 1986, I think it was. But they spent a lot of money developing in this research, investing into General Scott Hubbard and his mate Gary Langford. And they devised a manual, not just one manual, two manuals, and suggestions of how to handle remote viewing sessions. So there's 2 or 3 different ways they do the remote viewing. One, generally what Lance was saying was correct about one style. However, sometimes the person who is the remote viewer isn't able to still consciously be in the place they are, in their mind maybe. What they're doing
so
is
they're
viewing.
like put out. They're actually unconscious.
They're actually they're in a sedated state of, I suppose, much like hypnosis.
Kind of like a trance.
Hypnosis maybe. But then they're able to
And they probably used LSD as well.
Over time, they all drew similar symbols to represent things that they would see, and when they checked them out, they were real. So this is all in this study. So what I'll do is I'm going to get Lance. I've forwarded it on the Dropbox, Lance. There's two documents. One is the original manual from SRI.
We'll put it up on the website.
And the other one is a download from a guy who studied the manual and then give his own ideas.
Yeah, like I said
on it.
earlier, they spent a lot of money. They wrote all the protocols, all the guidelines of the best way to get your best remote
in
viewing.
their own examples, it works. And if you go on the CIA website, there is thousands of these documents of the remote viewing sessions. So then what they've drawn, what they've said, the feedback, the briefings, all that's on there for free to read. I've gone through hours of it.
He basically just Jamie'd the shit out of that.
Well, no,
that was a Jamie apocalypse, mate. I just said, they spent millions of dollars on it.
When I was upstairs listening to you guys, I was like, fuck, I've got to say about remote viewing. And then someone you brought it into remote viewing, because this was something I got really into. And I know that Matt, at Surefire, one of our guys who does our website, and amongst other things for us, he knows a lot about this as well, because we were sharing documents.
It's all on those declassification laws.
Yeah,
is it 50 years or 25 years?
Just go to CIA.gov, I think it is, and then on there you just type in Project Stargate, and there's loads of files to look through, hundreds and hundreds of them.
Has anyone watched Stargate SG-1? There's like 10 seasons of it. It's on Sky. You can get it on backup. It's very cheesy from the 90s, but I'll tell you what, it is absolutely packed with stuff. Stargate SG-1.
Same with Dune.
Dune, mate. I don't even remember the original one.
Found his weapon.
Yeah, and don't they have a huge underground parasite, a big worm that they worship as an intergalactic god?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. There's a massive underground worm. It's fucking huge.
Tremors?
No, it's bigger than in Tremors. The one in Tremors is only like 30 foot long. This one's like 100 foot long. Yeah, June. Yeah, the remake's coming out soon.
Starring The Rock, no doubt.
Hopefully.
Also, something worth looking into is Star Trek and stuff like the Borg.
Yeah.
Which era of Star Trek though?
I think it would have been the first one. I can't remember what they're called now. It's been a long time since I looked at them.
Not the first one from the 60s. So Star Trek Next Generation, the first level, the one from like the 90s.
Yeah, but also they did one where they try and fake their deaths. And they go to a different dimension, and all their friends and relatives greet them, but it's an illusion. It's like a trick. Now, this kind of goes back to what we're talking about. Now, I can't remember who asked the question about, what can we do against all this that's coming? Well,
we want to make solutions.
Yeah, as an example, you need to be able to leave your body and also get back into your body. So, as an example, if for whatever reason, unfortunately, you end up in a synthetic universe, these techniques of getting back into the body would be the equivalent of getting and escaping out of the synthetic universe. Because part of being trapped in the synthetic universe is that you make the initial consent, but once you're in, you lose your ability to make choices.
Well, am I right in saying that once you're in, you're not coming out?
No, well, for instance...
Oh, no, he's gone. Oh, shit, my phone just ran out of battery.
No, we're charging back up, we're getting back on again.
No, wait. No, it didn't. I've got battery.
Oh, excellent.
No, it died. Oh, my God.
Should we hear some tunes?
Are you going to play, Anne? Because it's ready
I'll
for
play,
you, mate.
go on.
Get up here then, big man.
Holy shit, sorry, Master Lee.
I fully recommend everybody to get, when we put it up on the website, to download that document and read it. It's incredible. The remote viewing. I have no doubt in my mind, would the American government spend so many billions of dollars if it didn't work?
No way. Men that stare at goats, like that. Men who stare at rabbits, mate. Men who stare at rabbits. Gosh.
2 meters you come.
Is everyone enjoying the show? Let us know. Inner Guardian just killed the battery on my phone.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, abstract.
Sorry, Inner Guardians, we're going to have to hold that thought because it's already 5:45. So last 15 minutes, we're going to have Andy PG play us out. Big up, everyone. Next week, we're going to have Human Vibration and a false fake history special. We talk about the original reset.
Lord Schwab says.
Teal'c and the Gua'uld, yeah? Stargate. Teal'c's even got a crater on his head. Fucking hell, Andy PG, they could hear that on the other side of the crater, mate. You were redlining. Gosh. Gosh.
vastness of space. Somewhere far away in space and time. Staring upward at the gleaming stars in the obsidian sky. We're marooned on a small island in an endless sea, confined to a tiny spit of sand, unable to escape. But tonight, on this small planet, on Earth, we're going to rock civilization.
Remember, you can get all your Rise Above t-shirts and merchandise from riseabove.news. It helps us out massively. If you keep buying t-shirts, imagine how sick the studio will be. The Rabbit is back, the last box of Rabbit. Over beats. Yo, yo. I hope everybody enjoyed the show. We got well carried away with the chat. We've got to do a part 2.
Yeah,
Andy
sure.
PG, we will do a part 2 of Aliens, won't we? Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, we
Yeah.
didn't really touch that far
Well,
into it. Really.
like Andy Jardine came on. He started talking about other aspects of the Anunnaki. Then the music came on. Then Master Lee was dropping bombs. A lot going on. Part 2 will be on the cards next week. What is it next week?
Human Vibration.
Human Vibration, False History, the original reset. The week after that, we're going to have a musical hip-hop episode. Milski Van Helsing will be live in the studio, dropping some bars.
He
and
may be
chatting.
replacing me that week.
Oh, really? Are you
I'm
gonna miss
moving
your
house.
first-
I'm moving house.
He's going to miss his first ever show.
I'm going to miss my first ever show that week.
I'll do it solo. I'll have all 3 screens all around me like this, all like I'll put in the Rise Above chamber. Boom.
I'm escaping the Soviet Union smart cities and moving out to the forest. So
can't blame him. Listen,
but
to
I'll be
Omar.
back for the next week.
Andy Pandy, the flags are ready. The flags are for sale. Look, there's only 2 left. They're £30. Here they go. Rise Above True flag, massive. Get them what you can. There's only 2 left. Massive thank you to Omar Beats. Absolutely sick. What an amazing show. Thank you very much, everyone.
What up, guys? See you soon.
Right, guys, yeah, we'll see you next week.
Are we going to play a Vaj?
Oh, no.
No, we're out. No
Vaj.
Vaj.
Mental, mate. We've been going for like 6.5 hours almost. Right, guys, we'll see you next week. Human Vibration, False History. Don't ever forget, a single candle lights up the darkness. That is the power that we all harness. Rise above.
Rise above.
Gosh, but it didn't work. Let me do it. Last gosh.
Gosh.
Right, see you next week, guys.